Damn, Jason whispered under his breath. There was another casualty, caused by whatever sickos were after them, and another innocent one. So far, at least 5 people had died because of whatever was going on. Charles, the unnamed kid who'd powered the ganger's spell, Melody Barnes and her friend Willow, and now this innocent kid, whose only crime was that he'd been playing in what should have been his safe living room at the wrong time. He switched off the TV and picked up the evening newspaper instead. The explosion story was there too, on the front page, along with a story about a hostage situation in a San Jose bank that had ended with 4 people dead, a small puff piece on Gordon Lucas's upcoming charity gala, a gloomy article about the rising unemployment rate, and another one detailing the recent uptick in gang activity all over the Bay Area. Jason sighed as he leafed half-heartedly through the rest of the front section. They sure don't report much good news these days. He was about to toss it down in disgust when his gaze fell on a small article on the back page. Local woman dies in single vehicle accident. A San Jose woman died today after the vehicle she was driving veered off the road and struck a light pole. The accident occurred at 1:30 p.m. near the intersection of Middlefield and San Antonio Road in Mountain View. The victim's identity was withheld pending notification of next of kin, but an unnamed source has tentatively identified her as Isabel Oliveira, 54, a housekeeper. Witnesses claim that there appeared to be no cause for the sudden swerve. An autopsy will be conducted to determine if a medical condition was responsible. Jason just stared at the paragraph, scanning it over again to make sure he hadn't read it wrong. When Stone came back out a couple of minutes later, he held up the page. "Look at this." The maid read it over, frowning. "I'm very sorry to hear that," he said at last. "I would very much have liked to have a chance to talk to her about her involvement in what happened. And if she wasn't involved, then I've lost a good friend." Jason nodded. "Look at the time, though. If the explosion happened at 1 and the accident happened at 1:30 in Mountain View, then she didn't have much time to get away." He paused, thinking. "Kinda makes you wonder if she didn't have help veering off the road, doesn't it?" "I wouldn't be at all surprised at this point," Stone agreed. "That's one mystery we'll likely never solve, though, unless the autopsy results show she had a sudden heart attack or something." "Add it to the list," Jason said sourly. He leaned back on the sofa with a loud sigh of frustration. "And hope the cops don't decide to pursue the connection between the explosion and your housekeeper dying in an accident a half-hour later." He spread his hands. "So what do we do now? You said you might have some ideas. Now's the time to spill 'em if you do, because I'm fresh out." Stone looked troubled. "I do," he said. "But give me until morning. I still need to do a bit more thinking about it." "Why?" Jason glared at him. "If you've got something that might work, spit it out. You said you wanted to go on the offensive, so let's do it. I'm as tired as you are of sitting on my ass waiting for somebody to try to kill us again." "It's not that simple." Stone didn't meet his eyes. "The idea I've got in mind requires some rather extreme action, and in all honesty, I'm not sure I'm ready to take it yet." Jason opened his mouth to speak again, but Stone held up his hand. "I'm sorry, Jason, but this one's my call. As I said, I'll give it some thought and let you know in the morning. That's the best I'll do." Jason started to protest again, but he got a look at Stone's eyes and stopped in mid-word. "Okay, I guess I'm stuck with it since you're the only game in town at the moment." "Thank you," Stone said softly. He did genuinely look troubled. More so than he had following the explosion. "I promise, whatever I decide, you'll know in the morning." The next morning couldn't come soon enough for Jason. He had gone to bed early since there wasn't much else to do. He tried to read one of the books left on the shelf, but stopped after a few pages. He couldn't get into the classics when he was a kid in school, and Dracula wasn't any more interesting now that he had a few more years on him. When he got up to use the bathroom around midnight, he saw a light still glowing in the front room. Stone was sitting there in silence, staring into the dancing flames of the fire he'd started in the fireplace. He looked like his mind was 1,000 miles away and wrestling with a difficult problem. Jason didn't disturb him. It was nearly 10 a.m. when Jason came back out the next morning. Stone was still sitting in the same chair, and the fire had burned itself into ashes. "Did you even sleep at all?" "Not much," the mage admitted. "Had a lot to think about." "And? Did you come to a decision about this idea of yours, whatever it is?" Stone nodded slowly. "I did." "Are you going to tell me what it is?" Normally, this kind of evasiveness would have made Jason frustrated and impatient, two emotions he was never good at hiding. But right now, he almost felt sorry for Stone. The mage looked like a man contemplating an impossible decision. Again, Stone nodded without meeting Jason's eyes. "Yes, I don't see another option." "So, you've decided. Whatever it is, you're going to do it?" "I am." He stood, and his expression changed from troubled to determined. "We need to go to England." Chapter 30. Jason stared at Stone, convinced he couldn't possibly have heard him correctly. "What did you say? Because I thought I heard you say we had to go to England." Stone nodded. "There's something there, at my home, that I need in order to do this." "Wait a sec. We don't have time for this. You know how hard it is to get a flight on short notice these days? And even if we left now and turned around to immediately come back after we get whatever this thing is, it'll take a minimum of 2 days. That's not even counting things like jet lag and delays getting tickets. Verity could be dead by then, if she's not already. And besides," he added, "I know this sounds a little crazy, but I don't like flying under good conditions. With these mystery wackos trying to kill us, I'd rather not be shut up in a metal tube with no exits for 10 or 11 hours, thanks." Stone took a deep breath. He appeared for a moment to be sizing Jason up, gauging his potential response to his next words. "We won't be flying," he said at last. Jason took a minute to let that sink in. "We're not flying? Well, we sure as hell can't drive. He stopped. "Wait a minute. This is some other magic thing you haven't told me about yet, isn't it?" "Yes." "What, you just sprinkle some pixie dust around, click your heels together 3 times, and say there's no place like London?" Stone didn't smile. "This is serious business, Jason, and it can be very dangerous. That's part of what I was trying to come to terms with last night, because I don't think it's safe for you to stay here while I go, so you'll have to come with me." "Okay," Jason said, glaring at him. "Why don't we start at the beginning? I know how much you like your cryptic little reveals, but right now I think we're pretty much past that. Tell me what the hell is going on." "It's very simple, really." Stone still wasn't rising to the bait. His voice was even, making him sound like he was lecturing to one of his classes on some mundane as things can get when you teach a called studies topic. It's possible, though potentially quite dangerous, to travel great distances in a short time. It requires a fair degree of magical skill and a specially prepared portal or gateway at both ends. Not all mages can do it by any means. A lot of them never bother to learn how to work the gateways. "But you did." Jason took a deep breath, feeling like he was once again taking one of his frequent detours into the Twilight Zone. "Yes. As it happens, I've one of my own back at home. It's one of the few active ones in England, and only a few people there know of its existence." "You built this thing?" "No, it's been around since many years before I was born. I come from a long line of mages." "Okay," Jason said. "So you've got one of these gateway things in England, and you know where one is around here?" "Yes." "And where is that? Up at Stanford, at some, I don't know, super-secret mage clubhouse somewhere?" "No, actually. It's in the basement of a local restaurant." Why do I even bother asking? "A restaurant?" Yes, but listen, that's not the important part. Stone moved closer, his own bright blue gaze boring into Jason's eyes, as if attempting to read his mind. Jason shifted uncomfortably, by no means sure that wasn't exactly what he was trying to do. Okay, what is then? The method by which we'll be traveling, Stone said. He began pacing around the room restlessly as he continued. You see, the gateways connect to their destinations by means of an extra-dimensional space we call the overworld. Extra-dimensional space? Jason's eyebrows both went up. Holy crap, it is the Twilight Zone. It's hard to explain without a lot of theory that will no doubt bore you senseless, even if I had the time to explain it to you. Here's what you need to know if you're going to come with me. The reason it's dangerous to travel this way, especially with those who aren't familiar with it, is that the overworld has its own population. Population of what? Jason was almost afraid to ask. Stone shrugged. Nobody's hung about up there long enough to study them. But here's the thing. They're drawn to any kind of strong emotion, especially negative emotion. When traveling in the overworld, it's absolutely imperative that a person keeps himself completely under control. No fear, no anger, no disagreements with one's companions. Even excessive happiness or curiosity can draw them out to investigate. And what happens if you draw them out? They attack you, and more often than not, they kill you. Or, if you're lucky, they just drive you mad. Jason stared at him. You're kidding, right? I told you it was dangerous. You can see why I'm reluctant to do it, especially with someone with your, shall we say, previously demonstrated self-control issues. Jason stood there for a long time, contemplating this. Finally, he ventured, So you want me to travel through this tunnel of freakouts with you, keep myself from getting scared or angry, and eventually will pop out on the other side in England? And then once you get whatever it is you're after, we have to do it again? That's about it, Stone said, nodding. Believe me, if there were any other choice, I'd take it. I'd leave you here if I thought you'd be here when I got back. What makes you think I won't be? He demanded, even though he wasn't at all sure he wanted to take this particular trip. He wasn't by nature a fearful guy, but this was just off the rails when it came to weird shit. Because I know you, Stone said. Tell me, if I left you here, would you sit quietly in the house and wait for me to come back? Or would you be bored or frustrated or guilty enough in a few hours that you'd set out in search of your sister on your own, just so you could tell yourself you were doing something? Jason sighed. He didn't answer, but he didn't have to. His silence was all the answer either of them needed. Changing the subject, he asked, So what is this thing that's so important that you have to get it in England? Can't you just have somebody get it and ship it to you, whatever it is? No, that's not possible. It's a book, which is all I'll tell you at the moment. But I wouldn't trust anyone to ship it, even if anyone could get at it. Even my caretaker back home doesn't know about it. It's carefully hidden under magical lock and key in an area of the house he doesn't even know exists. Of course it is. Jason tried not to sound sarcastic, but his capacity for accepting weirdness had been just about exhausted recently. This concerned him, because he expected things were about to get a hell of a lot stranger before tomorrow. He sighed. He knew how much was at stake here, and every day they hadn't located Verity was another day when the DMW or whoever was directing them or some other random danger could find her. But he had to be honest, too. I don't know if I can do it. Surprisingly, Stone nodded. He even looked sympathetic. I know. It's not easy, even if you know what to expect. My first time through when I was an apprentice, on a lot shorter trip than the one we'll be taking, I was so frightened that the two other mages I was travelling with had to knock me out to keep us from being attacked. Even then they had to run like hell because I attracted unwelcome attention. Then how do you expect me to be able to do this? I'm pretty sure I can keep from getting angry, but I can't stop myself from being scared, can I? You can, Stone said. Let me ask you this. Do you love your sister? Jason glared. What kind of a stupid question is that? Of course I love her. And naturally you want to see her home safe, right? Otherwise, why are we doing this at all? Yeah, of course I do. I'd give anything to have her back right now. I can't stand the thought of her being out there and me not knowing where she is. All right, then, Stone said, his tone gentle. That's your talisman. If you're tempted to be frightened, just use that as something to hold on to. You're doing this to help your sister. Her only hope of getting home safely is if you can manage this without letting your fear get the better of you. He paused a moment to let that sink in, then continued. I promise you, Jason, I give you my word, it's only dangerous if you let it be. If you can keep your feelings under control, it's safe as houses. Considerably more unnerving, I'll admit. Nothing that can be done about that, sad to say, but completely safe. Jason took a deep breath. How long will it take? The trip through, I mean. It varies, but for that distance I'd say perhaps 2 or 3 minutes. That's all? You made it sound like it would be a lot longer. Believe me, it will seem longer. Time works differently there. It will feel like you've been up there a long time, but once you're through, you'll see that it wasn't that long at all. Jason nodded. As was often the case lately, he knew that ultimately there was only one answer. He might have washed out of the academy for pasting an instructor a good one on the chin, but at least the to protect part of the police motto, to protect and serve, was wired pretty deeply into his DNA. Let's do it then, he said, before I lose my nerve. Chapter 31. The restaurant Stone had referred to turned out to be in Sunnyvale, and was called, amusingly enough, a Passage to India. It was a hole-in-the-wall place in a decently upscale cluster of eateries of various ethnicities on Murphy Street. The sign outside showed its name in stylized letters that were apparently supposed to look Indian. You're kidding, right? Jason said when he saw it. This is all a big joke, and you're about to drop the punchline. Stone chuckled. There are more jokes at work here than you might suspect. For instance, the owners are actually British, though they did spend some time in India in their youth. And one of them is a mage? He nodded. His partner knows all about it, though. When you run a restaurant together, it's pretty difficult to hide a teleportation portal in your basement without your partner getting wise at some point that something dodgy is up. So we're not going to end up in India by accident? Jason pulled into a nearby space and shut off the engine. I certainly hope not, since I don't know of any gateways there. Come on, we're in time for the lunch special. The food here is quite good, and we'd best have something to eat before we do this. No idea when we'll get to again. It was a bit early for the lunch rush, but the restaurant was well populated, even at this hour. A waitress waved Stone and Jason toward a table, dropped menus in front of them, and immediately scurried off to help other customers. Stone studied the menu while Jason looked around. They didn't have many Indian restaurants where he came from, and his dad had always been more of a steakhouse kind of guy anyway. The waitress showed up again. Stone ordered the special and recommended that Jason do the same. When the woman finished jotting down their orders, Stone motioned her closer. I'd very much like to speak to Martha or David if they're around. Please tell them Alastair Stone is here. She looked a little confused, but nodded and disappeared toward the back of the restaurant. After about 5 minutes, a short, balding, and cheerful-looking man about 10 years older than Stone came out of the kitchen and made a beeline for their table. Alastair, he said, smiling broadly. I haven't seen you in ages. Morning, David. Stone shook his hand, then indicated Jason. This is my friend Jason Thayer. A pleasure, I'm sure. David pumped Jason's hand with great enthusiasm. Are you a student of Alastair's? Jason began, but before he could say more, Stone shook his head. No, I'm helping him with a spot of difficulty he's gotten himself into, which is actually the reason for our visit. That and enjoying your excellent chicken tikka masala, of course. We need to take a little trip. I see. David's smiling expression didn't change, but something in his eyes did. He glanced at Jason. Both of you will be traveling? Stone nodded. Yes, both of us. I'll vouch for Mr. Thayer. You have my word he won't cause you any trouble. David regarded Jason for a long moment, sizing him up and considering Stone's words. "All right, then," he said at last. "We'll see to that right away. You just sit here and enjoy your meals. They're on the house this time, naturally, and I'll be off to assist you with your travel plans." He waved goodbye to them and hurried back toward the kitchen. Jason watched him go. "So, how does this work, anyway? Do you have to pay to use the gateway? Are you on some kind of timeshare where you all get a certain number of uses every year and everybody fights over Christmas?" Stone chuckled, shaking his head. "No, nothing like that. It's more professional courtesy. I use their gateway on occasion, and in return I help them out when they need a favor. Technically it doesn't belong to them in a conventional sense. Several other mages help to set it up, so there are a few of us who have access to it." "Are there others around here?" "Not many in the country. I'd estimate there are fewer than a dozen permanent gateways in the United States. Most are back east." "I see." Jason only half-jokingly wondered if he should be taking notes on all this stuff. "You said permanent gateways. Are there temporary ones, too?" Stone nodded. "There are. It's possible to set one up that's only intended to last for a few hours at most, but they're extremely difficult and expensive to construct, and frightfully dangerous to use. You'd only ever want to set one up if you absolutely had to get somewhere in a hurry, but you didn't have access to one of the permanent ones." The waitress chose that moment to show up with their food, so he waited until she had placed the dishes before continuing. "I once had a colleague who was part of a group that was trying to discover a way to make the temporary gateways safer." "I take it he didn't succeed?" "She. And I have no idea. We lost touch, and I never heard anything more about it, so I guess not." Jason nodded. "Can you do it? Set up a temporary one, I mean." "I can, but I wouldn't. I can't think of anywhere I'd ever need to be so quickly that I couldn't just use this one here, or mine at home if I'm back there. Or, just take a plane," he added. Jason let it go at that, concentrating on finishing his lunch. David came back out when they'd finished, this time accompanied by a woman who was taller and thinner than he was. "I hope everything was to your liking," David said, smiling. "Excellent, as usual," Stone replied. "My compliments to the chef." "Good, good." David extended a hand toward the kitchen door. "Perhaps you'd like to compliment him yourself, and take a small tour of the kitchen?" "We'd be delighted." Stone rose and indicated for Jason to do so as well. When he started to protest, the mage gave him the barest headshake, followed by a "come along" gesture. Jason sighed and followed, trying hard to contain his impatience. Perhaps this was the first test to see if he could control his emotions. But to his surprise, they walked right past the kitchen and out the other side, into a dingy, dimly lit hallway containing 2 doors. The one at the end was labeled Exit, and the other one said Maintenance. David went to a blank space on the wall halfway between the two, and stopped. He remained there for a few moments, and Jason thought he could hear him mumbling something under his breath. When he finished speaking, the wall shimmered for a second, and then a 3rd door appeared in the blank wall. This one wasn't labeled at all. He pulled it open and motioned them in. Jason, eyes wide, allowed himself to be herded through in front of Stone. A wooden stairway, lit only by a single bulb hanging overhead, led down. Boxes of non-perishable restaurant supplies were piled up on one side, and the foot of it was shrouded in darkness. The dusty odor of a disused space hung in the air. David and the woman headed down without a second glance, and Jason reluctantly followed. At the bottom, they followed a long, narrow hallway for a fair distance. Jason could see, far ahead, something glowing strangely, flickering and phosphorescent like some kind of weird swamp lights. Deciding that this would be a good time to start getting control over his fear, he caught up with the 2 restaurant owners as they stepped into an open room. David reached around the corner and flipped on a light switch. Jason wasn't sure what he expected to see, but this was definitely not it. The room, around 15 feet on a side, was empty of furniture. Its only decorations were a few rugs with Indian patterns spread on the floor. "What is it with you people and doing magic in basements?" he asked. "Somebody'd think you were all a bunch of vampires or something." David laughed. "I assure you, it's purely coincidental. This odd basement is part of why we chose this location for the restaurant. As you can see from the door upstairs, it would be very difficult for anyone to get in, or even find it, without our knowledge." Jason nodded, but he wasn't really listening. Instead, he was staring at the thing in the center of the room. About 7 feet tall and roughly as wide, with no physical frame or boundary, the magical gateway hung in the air like some sort of flickering movie screen. As he watched, transfixed, it cycled through a series of colors: blue, red, green, yellow, purple, white. The colors blended and ran together like watercolors, then flowed away from each other and skittered around the gateway's perimeter. It wasn't quite the most beautiful thing Jason had ever seen in person. A certain young lady he'd known rather intimately a few years ago took that distinction, but it was certainly near the top of the list. Every once in a while, he thought he saw images flickering over the colors, but every time he tried to focus on them, they would shift maddeningly away. It was like trying to watch a color television being washed out by a flood. "Jason?" A hand touched his shoulder and startled him out of his reverie. Stone stood there, looking very much like he understood what Jason was experiencing. "We need to get going." "Yeah." He tore himself away from the beautiful colors and looked at the mage. The reason they were here returning instantly to his mind. "What do I need to do?" "We'll leave you two to it, then," David said. "You'll be all right, Alastair." "We'll be fine. Thanks again. We shouldn't be gone long." They waited until the two restaurant owners had gone, and then Stone turned back to Jason. "All right. Are you ready?" "No," Jason admitted. "But that's okay. I don't really see how I could get ready for this. Let's just do it before I lose my courage. Maybe I should have had a nice stiff drink first," he added, wondering if perhaps he should go back to the restaurant and do just that. Plenty of people got good and drunk before taking flights to keep them from being scared. Why would it be any different for this? "Bad idea," Stone said, shaking his head. "I need you in control of your inhibitions, not losing them." Jason shrugged. "Can't blame a guy for trying." Stone faced the gateway. "All right, be quiet for a few minutes and let me do the spells to focus this properly, so we don't end up coming out in the wrong place. Then we'll step through together. Just stay close to me and remember what I told you. It's only dangerous if you want to make it so." Stone only took about 5 minutes to adjust the gateway, which to Jason looked like he simply stood in front of it and stared hard into its colorful depths. Nothing changed as far as he could tell. The colors were still the same, the strange watercolor effects still danced around, and the flickering images were as elusive as ever. But Stone seemed satisfied, because he turned back with a nod. "Ready to go," he said. "Let's do this. Stay close." "I don't have to hold your hand, do I?" The absurd thought almost made him laugh aloud. Be sure to hold tight to Daddy's hand while crossing the interdimensional space portal against the light. "Not necessary, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to keep hold of my shoulder or something. In any case, just make sure you don't stray far away. I can mask us a bit if we're close, but if you get out of my range, all bets are off." Jason couldn't think of any other ways to stall, so he nodded. "Let's go." He was surprised to hear his voice shaking a little. Together they stepped through the gateway. The feeling was one of the strangest Jason ever experienced, like stepping through a cool waterfall laced with an electrical field. His whole body felt energized. He half expected to look down at his hand and see it sparking. He looked over to make sure Stone was still there, and then took in his surroundings. He stood in what looked like a foggy tunnel. Most of the space ahead of him was featureless and gray, broken up by occasional dark shapes flitting back and forth, or flashes of, for lack of a better term, dark lightning arcing from one side to the other. The tunnel itself was a little larger in diameter than the gateway itself had been. Jason thought that perhaps 3 or 4 people could walk it abreast if they squeezed close. Tentatively, he tried out his voice. "So, we just go forward now?" It sounded dead and mechanical, the fog producing some kind of damping effect that removed all nuance. Stone nodded. Jason noted that the mage's expression was unreadable, but there was a definite tightness in his jaw that suggested this trip was not a walk in the park for him either. "Yes," he said. "There's really no way to get lost. Just follow the passage." He moved forward, and Jason hastened to follow. There were sounds here, too, but nothing that was possible to distinguish. Vague growls, mechanical rumbles, far-off dissonant cries. All of them were soft and almost subsonic, and all of them were making Jason's skin crawl. "Doc," he muttered, deciding that grabbing Stone's shoulder might not be such a bad idea after all. "Hold it together, Jason," the mage said evenly. "Just keep moving forward, slow and steady. That's the way. Try to just look straight ahead if you can, and remember Verity." 1 step. 2. 3. Was the tunnel getting darker? Was it getting bigger? He wasn't sure, but he thought so. 4 steps. 5. The vague, subsonic sounds were speaking to him. He knew it. He couldn't understand them, but nonetheless he was convinced they were focused on him. He took a deep breath. "Something's here," he whispered. Stone nodded. "I can feel it. That's normal. It won't notice us. Just keep moving." "It's looking for me." His hand tightened on Stone's shoulder. The sounds were seeping into his brain now, into his body, into his soul. The tunnel was definitely widening out and getting darker. He could barely see Stone next to him anymore. He was just a dim figure moving along through the fog. He could have been anybody. What if it wasn't Stone? What if one of those things had taken his place when Jason wasn't looking? What if it was even now leading him off the path into darkness, into madness? "Jason!" Stone's sharp voice managed to fight its way out of sounding dead and mechanical. Something poked Jason's hand, and he yelped. "What the—" he demanded, but then stopped. The voices had receded. Stone was right there next to him, solid as ever. He let his breath out slowly. "Thanks," he said, voice still shaking. "I think I needed that." "It's all right." The voice was even again. "Just focus on Verity. Remember that we're doing this to help her. We're almost there now. His head snapped around to look at something behind them. "Oh, bugger." "What?" Jason demanded. But by the time he got the words out, he needn't have bothered, because the reason for Stone's exclamation was obvious. About 20 feet behind them, or whatever passed for that distance in here, a dark something was detaching itself from the fog and moving in their direction. It didn't have a shape. In fact, it looked like nothing more than a darker piece of the rest of the tunnel. But as it broke free, it grew more solid, hovering a few feet off the ground, then proceeding with slow deliberation toward where they stood. "Holy shit," Jason breathed, catching a glimpse behind it. More of the dark things, farther away and still attached to the fog, were converging on the first one's location. His breath quickened. It was all he could do not to let go of Stone and take off, running. Some deep primal instinct told him that if any of those dark things reached him, that would be all she wrote. "What do we do?" he whispered urgently. "Just keep moving. Faster now." Stone's voice was tight and clipped. "My masking is holding, I think. They only got a glimpse when your fear flared back there. Just stay close and keep moving. Go, now." He stepped forward, moving at a brisk pace that wasn't quite a jog, but threatened to become one any second. "If I say the word, run straight ahead. You'll see a light in the distance. It will look like the portal we went through. Head for it and don't stop. It's vitally important that you don't stop. Got it?" Jason nodded several times, feeling each nod as a jerk of his head. "Run when you say. Got it. Think of Verity. I'm doing this for Verity. It's safe unless we attract attention. Gotta get through so I can help Verity." He dared not look behind to see if the things were getting closer, but he was convinced he could hear them breathing on his neck, feel them nipping at his heels. Any moment now they'd catch up. "Think of Verity. You're doing this for Verity." "See the portal up ahead?" Stone's soft, even voice said on his right. Jason looked. Far ahead, so far that it looked like the tiny beam of a flashlight shining toward them. He could see faintly shifting lights. He nodded. Yeah, I see it." An unbidden thought popped into his head, reminding him of a poster he'd seen once in a head shop. What if the light at the end of the tunnel is coming from the oncoming train? "All right. When I say the word, we're going to run for it." The mage's tone was tight and flat. He sounded like a frightened air traffic controller trying to talk down an 8-year-old piloting a jumbo jet. "Ready now?" "Ready." Oh God, oh God, oh God, they're right here." "Go!" Stone's voice boomed out, echoing from one side of the tunnel to the other. Jason felt the mage's shoulder tense as he flung himself forward. Jason barely gave him a one-step head start before he was at his heels. He dared a glance behind him and wished he hadn't. There were more of the things now, milling around in great agitation. As the two of them began to run, the things seemed to catch their scent. "Run, run, run!" Jason yelled. Younger and faster than Stone, fueled by a panic that he couldn't begin to articulate, he soon overtook the mage. He grabbed Stone's arm in a death grip as he went by and pulled him forward, his eyes fixed on the ever-growing, ever-shifting portal up ahead. The things were all around them now. Stone waved a hand, and a shimmering shield formed to enclose them. A couple of the dark shapes dived for them, but bounced off it. The places where they hit flared bright, while the overall brightness of the shield dimmed correspondingly. Jason was pretty sure it wouldn't take much more than a couple of hits. The portal was just ahead. Desperate now and running on animal flight instinct, he grabbed Stone bodily and just about threw him through the glowing space, then flung himself through behind him. Just before he went through, one of the things cruised up next to him, and he got a good, close look at it. But then he was through the electric waterfall and sailing forward, his momentum crashing him hard into a gray stone wall. That was all he remembered. Chapter 32. When Jason opened his eyes, he was lying on a dusty stone floor. Gingerly he sat up. His muscles ached, and for a moment he couldn't remember why. Then he saw the wall only a couple of feet in front of him, and realized what had happened. Stone lay a few feet from him, stirring but clearly not fully awake yet. Jason took a deep breath, let it out slowly, and let his mind drift back over what had just happened. His whole body still shook, as his mind lit on the image of the thing he'd seen right before they'd exited the portal. A sudden, overwhelming wave of nausea swept over him. He looked wildly around and spotted a trash can next to a table. He barely made it there before his entire Passage to India lunch special made a violent and spectacular return appearance. For a while, he just knelt there, clutching the trash can, his hair hanging limply down over his eyes, and tried to get his breathing under control. What the hell had that been? He'd never been more terrified in his life. Those things, it was as if they had contained the essence of everything that was wrong with the world, and they had wanted him. He had no doubt of that. If this was how mages traveled, then he'd take a bus, thank you very much. He was going to have nightmares about that trip for the rest of his life. Again, an absurd thought popped into his mind. That was happening a lot lately, he noticed. He'd never done drugs with his friends back in high school, but he was pretty sure he had just won the distinction of having the worst bad trip ever. Too bad he couldn't tell anybody about it. The nausea abating now, which was good because he didn't think he had anything else to offer if it hit him again, he dragged himself up and took in the area around him. Small stone room, table, wooden door, old bookshelf, light from a couple of electric sconces on the wall. Oh, and of course there was the shimmering portal in the middle of the room. Mustn't forget about that. Jason eyed it warily, not wanting to get too close, for fear one of those things would reach a hand or a claw or a tentacle or whatever else it had through and yank him, screaming for dear life, back through to the other side. Yeah, it was irrational. He didn't care. He thought he was entitled to a little irrationality right about now. He squatted down next to Stone. "Doc, wake up. I think we're wherever we were trying to get to." His mouth tasted horrible, and he wished that guys still carried handkerchiefs, or better yet, that he could get his hands on a large quantity of water. Stone put a hand to his head and winced. "You chucked me into a wall." "Yeah, well, sorry about that. I hit the same one myself. I wasn't exactly thinking straight at the time, you know." "Yes, that didn't go so well, did it?" He pushed himself up on an elbow and looked around at his surroundings. "At least we made it to the right place." Wrinkling his nose, he added, "And what's that smell?" "Don't ask. Trust me." Jason took hold of his arm and helped him to his feet. "So, what now? I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest that whatever book you came here to get, it's not on that shelf over there." Stone glanced over. "What? Oh, no, of course it isn't. Come on, we've got a bit of a hike up to the house. I don't want to stay here long, but I could definitely use a drink, and I think you could too." "Yeah, definitely. But first a nice bottle of mouthwash and a big glass of water." He paused. "What the hell happened in there? You said it was safe if I kept it under control." Stone moved over and opened the heavy wooden door, waving Jason out. "You didn't." "I did," he protested. "I was fine until they started talking to me." That stopped him. "Talking to you?" he asked, fixing that intense, "I may or may not be reading your mind" gaze on him. "What do you mean? They actually spoke to you? Intelligibly?" Jason shook his head. "No, I couldn't understand what they were saying, if that's what you mean. There weren't really words, but I could tell they wanted me. It made me feel strange. It's hard to explain. Like at one point," he shuddered with the memory, "I was convinced that you weren't really you. Like they'd taken your place and were leading me off the path." "Fascinating," Stone said, almost to himself. Then, louder, "I've never experienced anything like that before. But then again, I've never made the trip with a non-magical companion." "Might have told me that before we left, Doc," Jason protested. "Slipped my mind," Stone said. "And would you mind terribly if I asked you to stop calling me Doc? Just Alastair is fine." "Sorry, man, too many syllables. You know how lazy we Americans are. How about I just call you Al?" Stone looked stricken. "No. Just no." Jason grinned. "Al it is, then." Stone sighed loudly, but didn't push it. He once again motioned Jason out, then closed the door behind them. Then he waved his hand at it and muttered something under his breath, and it became just another part of the solid stone wall. There was a stairway outside the door, leading up. "Oh, look, more basements. I'm proving my theory, you know," Jason said with a grin. "I think not," Stone said, heading up. "You'll see." At the top of the stairway was a long, narrow trap door, about the size of a standard interior door, but set into the ceiling. It had a rope attached to one end. Stone pulled it, and the door swung smoothly down to reveal a short stairway of its own, like the kind people sometimes use to get into their attics. "Hold on," he said. He went up first, and Jason heard him fumbling with something that sounded heavy. Then, whatever it was, slid aside, and a patch of dim light appeared above them. "Where the hell are we?" he demanded. "Come on up." Stone was already scrambling higher, and seemed to be climbing over something. Jason followed him to the top of the dropped staircase, and discovered he was standing on a narrow ledge inside an enclosure around 7 feet long and 3 feet wide. There was a stone cover that had been shoved aside. That must have been what Stone was fumbling with. The rest of the room was empty. The whole thing looked vaguely familiar to Jason, and he realized what it was. Leaping out quickly, he stared at Stone with wide eyes. "This is a crypt!" "I told you it wasn't a basement," Stone reminded him, with a quirked eyebrow and a grin, pulling a false bottom over the trap door and settling it into place. "Now budge over so I can put the cover back on." Jason helped him move the lid back onto the sarcophagus. It wasn't nearly as heavy as it looked, he discovered. And then he looked back at Stone. "Why do you have the entrance to your portal inside a crypt?" Stone shrugged. "You have to admit, it's not a place that your random passerby is likely to investigate." He crossed to the exit and muttered something at the door, which made a small click and swung minimally open. "Come on." Outside it was dark. Jason was confused until he remembered that if Stone was telling the truth, they were in England now. If they'd left at lunchtime, then it was already evening here. As he expected, they were standing in the middle of a graveyard. "What is this place?" he asked, looking around. It didn't look large, perhaps a grand total of 40 to 50 graves, with headstones scattered haphazardly around, along with the crypt that dominated the space. The whole area was surrounded by trees, making it intimate and more than a little creepy. "It's my family's plot," Stone told him, heading toward an opening in the trees. "Your family has a private cemetery?" Jason hastened to keep up, beginning to wonder just how much more there was to his strange new friend. It was okay, though, getting the subject of conversation back to mundane things, even mundane, creepy things, was helping him get his bearings again. "Not exactly grand enough to call it a cemetery," Stone said. "It's been here for centuries. Nobody left but me now, so—" He didn't finish that, but kept going. Jason saw he was heading up a small path through the trees. After 100 feet or so, the path broke free of the trees onto a large, empty field. Far off in the distance, the dark bulk of what looked like a massive house rose into view. It was toward this that Stone seemed to be headed. "Is that your house?" Jason said, hurrying to catch up again. "What, you live in a castle?" "Yes, that's my house, and no, it's not a castle. It's a dump mostly, to be honest. You'll see. Come on, it's cold out here, and I'd really like to get inside and have that drink." They'd made it about halfway across the field when Jason spotted a small light bobbing toward them. He stiffened. "What's that?" "Ah, good." Stone didn't seem the least bit disturbed. In fact, he sounded pleased. "It's about bloody time." Picking up his pace, he hurried off in the direction of the bobbing light. Again, Jason had to speed up to catch him. "Aubrey," Stone said, "where have you been?" The light drew up to him, revealing itself to be a stocky old man in a flat cap, heavy coat, and plaid scarf, carrying an old-fashioned lantern.
"I'm sorry, sir," he puffed. "Unavoidably detained. Come on, let's get you inside. I've laid the fire and I've got tea on."
"Excellent." Stone motioned behind him. "Aubrey, this is Jason Thayer. Jason Aubrey Towns. He looks after the place when I'm not around, and generally looks after me when I am." The old man held up the lantern and squinted at Jason, looking him over. He had the severe, craggy face of a man who'd spent a lot of his life doing physical work out in the sun, but it lit up in a pleasant smile.
"It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Thayer."
Jason and Stone followed Aubrey back toward the house. As they drew close, Jason could see that Stone was right. It was not a castle at all. Instead, it was one of those huge, dark, Gothic mansions that you saw on TV adaptations of novels about rich girls who died of consumption, or creepy old men who kept orphans prisoner in their basement. It had a central hall, flanked by two smaller wings, and the whole place presided over a circular, gravelled driveway, like some sort of malevolent spirit. Jason half expected to see gargoyles on the edge of the roof, but all he saw as they passed by were a couple of wayward crows and a whole lot of missing shingles. "This place must be great at Halloween," he muttered, loud enough for Stone but not Aubrey to hear. "It's a little grim," Stone agreed. "Needs far more work than I can afford. The trust fund barely covers basic maintenance and repairs, and Aubrey's salary, and even so we have to close off one of the wings because we can't afford to heat it. It does look a bit better in the daytime. You'll have to take my word for that, though. We'll be long gone by then." Aubrey opened one of the heavy double front doors and waved them inside. They walked through an entryway into a large, open great room with a soaring, shadowy ceiling and an enormous fireplace dominating the left wall. Arranged around it were some comfortable-looking old couches and chairs, and a low table. And it was this area that Aubrey motioned them to head for.
"Please," he said. "Sit down. I'll bring you refreshments. You both look tired."
"What I really need," Jason said, "is a bathroom. And a stiff drink or two," Stone added. He pointed off at a hallway leading from the other side of the room. "Blue's over there, Jason. And Aubrey, don't spare the alcohol." When Jason returned, feeling much more human after rinsing his mouth out several times and drinking a large quantity of water, Stone was seated on the couch in front of the fire. Aubrey must have returned, because on the tables was a plate of small cakes, a teapot and cups, 2 glasses, and a large bottle of something amber and alcoholic. Jason threw himself down at the other end of the couch with a loud sigh. "Feeling better?" Stone inquired.
"Yeah, as good as I can feel after having the crap scared out of me."
"Good. Why don't you sit here and have a drink? Please don't get yourself drunk, though. We're heading back soon, and I think you see now what I meant." Jason froze.
"Doc, Al, I can't do that," he said. "There's no way you're going to get me through that thing again."
Stone gave him a rueful smile. "Jason, I'm afraid there really isn't any other option. If you want to help Verity, we need to get back home."
"I'll take a plane."
Jason leaned over and poured a healthy dose of liquor, he didn't even care what kind it was, into his glass. "That could take days, especially if we have to explain to the authorities how you got here in the first place without a passport. And I can't get on with what I need to do without you."
"You take the plane too."
Jason was aware that he was being completely irrational, but he still felt like he'd earned the right after what he'd experienced. "Jason, you know I can't do that even if I wanted to. There's no way I'm taking what I came here for on a commercial flight."
"I'm sorry. I can't do it."
"You can, and you will. Verity's depending on you. And besides, now that I know what happened to you, I can do something about it." Jason looked up, not daring to let any flicker of hope reach his face.
"What do you mean? You're just saying that to get me in there again."
"No, believe me, Jason. I've no more desire than you do to have a repeat performance of what happened today. That frightened me almost as much as it did you. We had a very narrow escape back there."
"No shit."
He paused, and took another drink. "So, assuming that you really can do something, what can you do?" "I can put a block on your mind so they can't reach it." "What the hell does that mean?" "It's hard to explain. Think of it as being a bit like hypnosis. I'd forgotten that most mages' mental protections are more highly developed than the average person's. You're one of the most stubborn non-mages I've ever met, though, which will help. You've got the raw materials. I just need to tweak them a bit so those things won't be able to get in." Jason thought about that.
"What will it feel like?"
Stone shrugged. "Nothing, really. You won't even notice it."
"Then how will I know you succeeded?"
"You'll just have to trust me on that. And once we've successfully made the trip back, you'll know for sure." Jason took a deep breath.
"Okay,"
he said at last. "For verity, I'll do it, but no more after this. You want me to do any more traveling, I'm taking a plane." "Fair enough," Stone said, nodding. He got up. "All right, then. You sit here and enjoy your post-portal snack, and I'll be off to retrieve what I came here for. We should be back on our way in less than half an hour." Stone returned about 15 minutes later, carrying a leather briefcase. Jason was still on the couch, staring moodily into the fire. He'd finished the whole plate of cakes and most of the tea, but hadn't touched the rest of the liquor. He rolled his head over the back of the couch as he heard Stone approach.
"Find what you were after?"
"I did." The mage dropped down on the couch next to him and put the briefcase down between them.
"That's it? Can I see it?"
Stone considered a moment, then opened the briefcase and pulled out a book. It was a little larger than a standard hardback, bound in cracked, dark brown leather with metal straps holding it together. In the center of the front cover was a dull red gem set into the leather. The book had no obvious title or any other markings. Even Jason, whose experience with books leaned more towards school textbooks and the occasional paperback bestseller, could tell it was quite old.
"So, are you going to tell me what it is now?"
"Not yet. Let's get back to California. All I'll say for now is that the reason I need it is because it contains the instructions for some techniques that might help us locate Verity." Jason looked a little surprised.
"So, we're leaving already?"
"Don't see why not. I've nothing more I need to do here. Do you?" He put the book back in the briefcase, snapped it shut, and stood. After a moment, Jason did too. They said goodbye to Aubrey, who seemed disappointed to hear that Stone was leaving so soon, and trooped back out across the field toward the little graveyard. Far sooner than he wanted to be, Jason was face to face with that flickering portal again.
"So,"
he asked hesitantly,
"you're sure whatever this block-my-mind thing is that you want to do will work? Because I'm not kidding. If what happened before happens again, you might as well just drop me off at the nut house."
"Have a little faith," Stone said. "Just sit down here in the chair and be quiet." Jason did as he was told. Stone took the other chair, pulling it around so the two of them were facing each other, knees only an inch or two apart. Leaning forward, Stone reached out and put 3 fingers on Jason's forehead. "Watch my eyes," he said in a low voice. "Just keep watching, and try to keep your mind as clear as possible."
"You're not gonna, read my mind, are you?"
Jason couldn't help sounding a little alarmed. There were more than a few thoughts in there that he'd rather not have Stone, or anybody else for that matter, mucking around in. "I'll give away one of my secrets, Jason," Stone said, amused. "Mages can't read minds. If anyone ever tells you we can, they're lying."
"You could be lying telling me you can't,"
Jason pointed out. "Quite true," Stone admitted. "Now be quiet and just watch my eyes so we can get on with this." Jason sighed.
"Yes, master,"
he said, in his best Igor the Hunchback imitation. He leaned back and focused on Stone, humming over a mindless tune in his head to try to keep it clear. The mage's eyes were bright blue and quite steady, focusing on Jason's without a blink. "That's it," he murmured. "Just keep doing whatever you're doing." His fingers moved a bit as if probing for a particular spot, then settled. A few seconds passed in silence, and then he pulled back. "There," he said. "All done."
"That's it?"
Jason reached up and touched his forehead. He didn't feel the slightest bit different. There wasn't even a tingle. "I did say that you wouldn't feel anything," Stone reminded him. "Now come on." He picked up the briefcase and motioned toward the portal. "No need to set it this time. It's already good to go." It was the hardest thing Jason had ever done in his life to step into that portal again. But he knew if he didn't do it, he'd never be able to look at himself in the mirror.
"They don't let you have mirrors in the crazy house,"
he told himself, and stepped forward into the flickering light. The trip back through was as uneventful as the previous trip had been horrific. The tunnel of fog was still there, as were the black flitting shapes and the occasional flash of black lightning. But the voices that had plagued Jason on the trip out were absent now. He walked briskly next to Stone, keeping a loose grip on the mage's shoulder, and before he had time to be afraid, they were stepping out into the storeroom of a passage to India. He realized that he had been holding his breath almost the whole time, and let it out in a rush.
"Oh, we made it."
"See? I told you that you could trust me." Stone gave him a wicked grin. "Come on. Unless you want something else to eat, I'd really like to get started on this as soon as possible. Let me just update the settings here so the next user doesn't show up in my graveyard, and we'll be off." Stone and Jason said goodbye to David and Marta, and soon they were heading north toward Palo Alto. For a long time they drove in silence, just watching the mid-afternoon traffic and almost subliminally keeping an eye out for DMW or other potential threats. Jason's mind kept going over everything that had happened in the past couple of days. He was getting better at accepting weirdness, but it still all seemed like a dream. He wouldn't have been surprised if he woke up in Ventura and realized that all of this had been a result of a bad batch of chili and too much beer. Would he regret it if it was? He wasn't sure at this point, if he had to be honest with himself.
"Hey, Al?"
he asked suddenly. Stone winced. "Yes?"
"Can I ask you something?"
"I suppose you can."
"Why are you doing all this? A while ago I asked you if you knew me from somewhere, and you said something like, 'Let's assume for a moment that I don't.' What did you mean by that?"
For a long time the mage didn't answer. "I don't know you, per se, but I knew your mother." Chapter 33. Jason nearly veered off the road.
"What? Jason, drive the car!"
Stone sounded alarmed. "Honestly, I'd rather not survive a trip through extra-dimensional space only to be wrapped around the back end of an 18-wheeler.
"Sorry,"
Jason muttered, getting the car settled back on course again.
You knew my mother? My mother died 18 years ago."
"I know."
"So how could you know her?"
Stone watched the traffic out the front window. "I'm not sure I should say any more right now."
"Why not?"
"Well, driving properly and surprising news don't seem to play well together with you." Jason glared at him.
"Out with it, Al. I won't drive off the road. It's not like you're going to tell me my mom was a mage or anything like that, right?"
Stone was silent.
"Right?"
"Oh, holy crap." "I met her when I was almost 18, Stone said. I'd taken my first trip through the gateway. I told you about that before, to visit America and attend a meeting of a group of mages. She was there. She was ill. I don't believe she had much time left at that point. But I had the opportunity to talk with her for a while, and she took a liking to me, in a mentor sort of way. She told me about her family, her husband and young son and baby daughter, and how much she regretted that magic couldn't do anything about what was killing her." Jason did as he'd promised. He didn't run the car off the road. In fact, he was driving with even more care than usual. Hands knotted around the steering wheel, as if letting go would plunge the car instantly off a cliff.
Did my dad know?"
His voice came out dead, almost as mechanical as it had sounded in the overworld. "I don't think so." Stone's tone was gentle. "She said it was better that way. There would have been too many questions to answer. At that point, she didn't really practice magic much, being more focused on raising her family and dealing with her illness. But she did keep up on the latest developments and attended get-togethers when she could." Jason swallowed hard. A lump was rising in his throat, and he struggled to keep it under control. He didn't remember a lot about his mother. She died when he was still a young boy. But he did remember her as being kind, with a wicked sense of humor that leaned toward the macabre, and much more flighty and spontaneous than his steady, reliable father.
What was she like?"
"I only met her the one time, and it was a long time ago. But I do know that she made quite an impression on me." I think I might have had a bit of a schoolboy crush on her, truth be told, he said, chuckling. She teased me unmercifully about my difficulties coming through the gateway, and I do remember that she was quite practiced in the art, although that was obviously dimmed by her illness. Wow. There wasn't really much else he could say at the moment. Of all the shocking things Jason had heard and seen and experienced in the past few days, to find out that his own mother... Just... wow. He glanced at Stone. So, were you ever going to tell me this if I hadn't asked? Stone nodded. Eventually, yes. After this whole business was sorted and we got Verity back. I didn't want to fragment your concentration with it until then. Jason had to admit he'd been right about that. It was definitely fragmenting his concentration. So, is that how you found me? What? You know, back when you first got me away from the DMW. Were you keeping some sort of magical tabs on Mom's kids after all these years? Does your, I don't know, magic bat signal go off when we're in trouble? Stone chuckled. Hardly. If it did, then don't you think I'd be able to take you straight to Verity? No, I found you because I was investigating some odd murders and disappearances in the area, and one of the missing people turned out to be your sister. I recognized her name, so I changed my focus to look for her specifically. I was actually tracking Charles when I found you. So that's why you decided to help me instead of just getting me out of there and dropping me off somewhere? Exactly. Jason pondered all that for a moment. Well, at least it sort of makes sense. On more than one occasion he'd wondered why this guy, who'd essentially been a stranger, had put his life on the line numerous times to help out some random dude he'd met in a bad neighborhood. I'd really like to talk more about this, he said. We can later, right? I have a lot of things I want to ask you, but right now we should probably be focusing on getting V back. Stone nodded. Don't worry. If I haven't forgotten her after all these years, I won't do it in the next few days. They'd exited the freeway by now, and were heading back towards Stanford. Jason spotted a little knot of vagrants huddled together in a doorway, and it reminded him of the group at the library. I wonder where those bums ended up, he said. The ones at the library? Yeah. It's still freaking me out a little bit what they did. You know, hiding us from those fake cops and all. Are you sure they weren't mages of some kind? If they were, it was a type I've never seen before. I can't say it's not possible. As I told you, I'm reluctant to say anything isn't possible, but it's unlikely. Jason nodded, then remembered something else. The two bums I saw at the rest stop. I don't know if they had any kind of powers or abilities or whatever, but now I'm kind of wondering if those weird symbols are somehow connected to the weird abilities. I've wondered that myself, Stone admitted. About the symbols, anyway. The powers are something I never knew about until we saw them in action the other day. It's one of those projects I've got on my list to investigate that further. Perhaps even by tracking down some of them and talking to them, assuming they'd even give me the time of day. But between work and all the other things I've got on my plate, hunting down groups of hobos, magical or otherwise, has had to take a back seat. Hobos. Why was that word tickling something in Jason's mind, where bums or vagrants hadn't? Something he'd read a long time ago, when he was a kid, and then he had it. Hobos! He yelled. Stone jumped. Don't do that, he said, irritated. Hobos! Jason yelled again, ignoring him. That's it! That's what? Hobo code! So overwhelmed with his revelation that he couldn't hold it in any more, Jason pulled the car off the road and turned to Stone, his eyes blazing. That's what it is! Hobo code! Jason. Stone eyed him nervously, as if expecting his head to start spinning around on his neck or bats to fly out of his mouth. What the hell are you on about? Jason took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down enough to explain. When I was a kid, I read this book from the library about hobos. You know, bums who travel around the country by hopping trains. One of the things that interested me most about it was hobo code. This group of symbols that hobos use to let each other know things like which towns were safe to stop in, which houses had dogs, where nice ladies lived who'd give them food if they told a good sob story. That kind of thing. A couple of friends and I even used it for a couple of weeks, leaving messages around the neighborhood, until somebody read a book about something else and we forgot about it. Stone raised an eyebrow. I've never heard of such a thing. You wouldn't have, I'll bet, if you haven't been here that long. I think it's pretty much an American thing, and it was mostly from a long time ago, back when a lot of hobos used to ride the rails. But man, I wish I still had that book. Those symbols in your notebook look a lot like it. I'll bet the bums use these new ones in the same way, to pass on information, warn each other about dangers, things like that. That would imply some sort of organization, Stone said slowly, thinking. Remember, I told you I've seen those in other parts of California too. I wonder how far-reaching they are, and if they're only used by vagrants who have these odd powers. Does that mean there are a lot of them? Jason finished, eyes widening. That's crazy. How could there be that many magic bums and nobody knows about them? Stone didn't answer. They'd almost reached the cottage now, and he didn't say anything else until they'd arrived and were back inside. He pulled out the old book he'd brought back from England. You might as well find something to do for a while, he told Jason. I'll need time to study what we'll be doing. Believe me, this is not something I want to get wrong because I read it through too fast and missed a step. You still aren't going to tell me what you're planning to do, are you? I will, but not yet. He was looking serious again. An hour later, Stone appeared in Jason's doorway and knocked once. Jason glanced up, startled. The mage looked like a man who'd spent the last hour contemplating his own mortality. You okay? You don't look so good. Stone sighed. I'm all right. Come on. We need to go a couple of places, and I need to find a place to do this. You can't do it here? Jason noticed that he was holding the briefcase containing the book. Not enough room, and not safe. Jason stared at him. Not safe? For who? For anyone. Al? Just bear with me, all right? Let me get what we need, and then I'll explain everything. You'll still have the opportunity to back out after you've heard the details. Back out? You mean I need to be a part of this too? Yes. How? I don't know any magic. Jason tossed the magazine he'd been reading aside and swung his legs off the bed. Jason, please. All will be revealed. Just come with me. Jason followed him out to the car. Do you mind if I drive? Stone asked. It'll be easier than trying to give you directions. Sure. That's fine. The first place Stone stopped was his office on campus, where he disappeared for 5 minutes and returned with a leather satchel. Next, he went back to Madame Juan's, but this time came out with nothing. Jason looked puzzled. If you're going to do a ritual, don't you need all those candles and other doohickeys you got before? It's not that kind of ritual, he said, and started the car again. The few things I need, Madame Juan can't supply, but she did convince a friend of hers to allow us to use a location she knows. Their final stop made Jason nervous. It was a tiny, unmarked store in a bad East Palo Alto neighborhood, where most of the other store windows were broken or boarded up, with faded "For Lease" signs hanging in them. Jason said, looking around. I don't like this. He didn't see any DMW or other immediate threats, but he knew they could appear from around any corner at any time. He did spot what he was pretty sure was an example of the modern hobo code, chalked on the side of the building next to the one to which Stone was headed. He didn't recognize the symbol, though. I know. I don't like it either, but we've got no choice. Just wait here. I'll put a small enchantment on the car so anyone happening by won't notice it. I won't be long. By the time Stone returned 10 minutes later, Jason had swiveled his neck around so much trying to watch everywhere at once that it was starting to ache. A couple people, including one guy Jason was almost certain was DMW, had walked by, but hadn't stopped or appeared to even notice the car. Stone dropped back into the driver's seat and tossed another bag into the back seat next to the leather satchel. So what was that place? Jason asked as they pulled back out into traffic. Another magical supply store. Like Madame Juan's. In name only. This one caters to a slightly more nefarious clientele. Jason stared at him. It's a black magic shop? Stone nodded. Right in one. And you went there and they let you get away? He looked around again as if expecting to find someone following him. Not all black mages are evil, Stone told him. Some of them simply prefer more expedient methods of getting things done, and have a somewhat more malleable moral core. The proprietor of that shop and I go back a long way. I wouldn't call us old chums exactly, but we're not enemies. Occasionally we compare notes on research problems. Did you have to tell him what we were doing? In Jason's mind, the fewer unnecessary people who knew about their search for verity, the better. Stone shook his head. No, the items I purchased were fairly generic. He chuckled a little. If old Stefan knew about what I was preparing to do and how I'd learned to do it, he'd have been practically salivating to get his hands on my book. I can't let that happen. I have a lot of respect for his abilities, but I would never trust him with that sort of thing. Wait a sec, Jason said, twisting in his seat to face Stone. You're going to do black magic? I thought you said that was a bad idea, that it, what did you say, corrupts your soul or something? Not corrupt. Not something this small and simple. Blots a bit, yes. But it has to be done, and it's not like this is the first time I've done magic that's not strictly white. He smiled a little, but his eyes were still serious. I guess you could say I'm a white mage with a few streaks of grey here and there. They continued driving, and Jason soon realized they weren't heading back to the cottage near Stanford. We're not going home? He asked, surprised. Stone shook his head. I'd like to get moving on this as soon as possible so we can find Verity. It will be dark soon, no helping that, but if we succeed, I'd rather not be out tracking her down at midnight. So where are we going? Madame Juan has a friend who lives in the Los Gatos Hills. He's got an outbuilding he's willing to let us use. How far is that? We should be there in half an hour or so. Chapter 34. Jason could tell right away that the place they were going was a much more upscale end of the Bay Area than most of those they'd been visiting. Even nicer than the part of Palo Alto where Stone's place had been. Madame Juan's friend must have money. No doubt, Stone agreed, as they left the main drag and turned right onto a tree-lined, two-lane road. It meandered past some expensive homes for a couple miles, then began to gain elevation and grew more twisty. The streetlights were infrequent, but they all worked up here, and Jason could see the closed gates along the road and the twinkling lights far back from them, indicating homes at the ends of long driveways. Their destination was a small building behind an impressive-looking house at the end of another long, sweeping driveway. Stone got out of the car, gathered up the items in the back seat, and motioned for Jason to follow him. Jason wasn't sure what he expected to see, but if he'd been given 20 guesses, he wouldn't have come close. Looking over Stone's shoulder, he saw a large, empty room with a smooth wooden floor, track-ceiling lighting, and a full-length mirror along the opposite wall. At about waist-height along the mirror was a wooden bar attached to the wall and running its full length. There was nothing else in the room except for a couple of small tables, 3 folding chairs, and a stack of cardboard boxes labeled Xmas stuff piled against the far right wall. The room had no windows, and the musty smell of a disused space hung in the air. "What is this?" Jason asked again, stepping inside. His footsteps echoed ominously. Stone closed the door and put his various bags and cases down on the smaller of the tables. Madame Juan's friend's daughter was quite serious about the ballet, so he built her this studio so she would have a place to practice. She's at university back east now, though, and he hasn't got around to repurposing the room for other uses. So we're gonna do magic in a ballet studio? Jason sounded dubious. I guess it's better than a barn, or a basement. Much better than a barn, since one of my main requirements was a large mirror. Stone grabbed the larger table and began dragging it across the room. "Give me a hand, will you?" Jason picked up the other end of the table and, under Stone's direction, helped him place it directly in front of the mirror, halfway along the wall. Stone retrieved the items from the other table and brought them over. Opening the leather satchel first, he pulled out a wooden bookstand with a small, flexible attached light and put it in the center of the table. Then he removed 2 red candles. Jason was starting to surmise that it was impossible to do magic rituals without at least 1 candle, and placed them on either side of the bookstand. Finally, he took out a purple silk cloth and laid it out lengthwise in front of the stand, and a black leather sheath from which he drew a black-bladed knife. He placed that on top of the cloth. Stone put the satchel aside and took up the bag. From it, he took a shallow copper chalice and put it down behind the bookstand, between the 2 candles. Then he removed a smaller bag. Crouching down near the wall, he carefully poured reddish sand in a thin line, making a semicircle that surrounded the table and about 3 feet of space around it. It looked like he was using icing to decorate some kind of weird cake. When he finished, the 2 ends of the semicircle met the mirror, making the real half and its reflection appear like a full circle. Then he stepped back and examined the scene. Nodding, he picked up the briefcase, withdrew the book, opened it to a particular page, and placed it on the stand, taking care not to smudge the sand. Jason moved in closer and looked at the open book. The pages themselves seemed to be made of some sort of heavy parchment, or possibly thin cured leather. The text written on them was in rust-colored ink, and didn't look even close to any written language he'd ever seen. There were several diagrams on the 2 pages, including a small depiction of a chalice like the one Stone had placed, and another that looked similar to the knife currently resting on the purple cloth.
"Okay," he said. "Looks like you're all set up here. You mind filling me in on what we're doing?"
Stone nodded. Before he spoke, though, he lit the 2 red candles, flicked on the bookstand's light, and then moved over to switch off the overhead lights. The result was an eerie, flickering glow around the table, illuminating the items and about 3 feet of mirror on either side of the table. The bookstand's light was not harsh, but it was bright enough that they could see the open pages. "First of all," he said at last, "I have to tell you that I've lied to you about something." Jason stared at him, startled and a little nervous.
"You did?"
"Yes. I told you that it's not possible to do summoning spells with only 1 mage."
Okay. Yeah, I do remember you saying something like that."
I also told you that it wasn't possible to use magic to locate someone without a tether object, which was why we couldn't try again after your sister's stuffed bear was destroyed in the explosion."
"So, it is possible, then?"
Stone nodded. "It is. The things I told you before assumed that the only magical techniques available were of the white variety." Jason eyed the items arrayed on the table.
"You're going to use black magic to summon something?"
"Exactly." Stone's eyes picked up the flickering flames of the 2 candles, giving him an uncomfortably demonic look. "We are going to summon a spirit and, using you as our tether object, send it off to search for your sister. If all goes well, it will find her and return to us with her location."
"Using me? What do you mean?"
Stone looked him up and down. "This is the part where you get to back out if you want to. I will tell you that this particular technique does involve a certain amount of danger. To me, more than to you, but there is still a chance that something could go terribly awry and you could sustain serious injury, or worse. Consider that a disclaimer."
"What do I have to do?"
Jason was trying to keep his fear under control, reminding himself that he was doing this, all of it, for Verity.
"And how big a chance is there that something will go wrong?"
In order for a living person to serve as a tether for a location spell, 2 things must occur. First, He or she must have some strong connection to the person sought. The stronger, the better. Blood ties work best, though strong feelings will do in a pinch, especially if there's a sexual connection. You, as her sibling, are nearly ideal. The only better choice would be a parent or child.
That makes sense, Jason said, nodding. And since both our parents are dead and she doesn't have any kids, that pretty much makes me the best you got. But what do I have to do? What's the second thing?
The second thing, Stone told him, is that the tether must provide his or her life essence to fuel the casting.
Life essence?
Blood.
Blood, Jason repeated.
He had the wild urge to laugh along with his inner 12-year-old.
Oh, that's a relief. I thought you meant the other life essence. I'm not really feeling up to providing any of that right about now.
But still.
How much blood?
Not much. A few drops into the chalice there. That's what the knife is for. I'll have to provide some as well, since I'll be doing the actual summoning. Jason was still confused.
Okay, I have to cut my finger and bleed into a cup. That doesn't really sound that hard, or that dangerous. I don't get it.
Stone's expression was sober. Jason, first of all, the sacrifice of life essence to fuel a spell is extraordinarily powerful, even in such a symbolic fashion as just a few drops of blood. I've never done anything like this before. This summoning is fairly minor. I'd never attempt it if it weren't, but nonetheless, this is uncharted territory for me. I think I know what I'm doing, but if I'm wrong... He shook his head. If the spirit breaks free from my control, I have no way of knowing what it will do. Spirits don't like to be controlled or ordered about. That's why it normally takes so many mages to do a summoning. It requires that level of willpower to keep the summoned spirit confined, and to ensure that someone doesn't become tempted to use it for his or her own purposes. By doing this ritual, he pointed at the open book, we're circumventing those safeguards. The only thing keeping us safe is my ability to keep this spirit under control, and to not allow it to tempt me.
And if it breaks your control?
Jason started. If it breaks my control, that likely means it's killed me. And since you're the only other living being in the area, you'll probably be its next target, for having the audacity to participate in its summoning. After that, it'll almost certainly return to its home plane, but there's always the chance it will decide that it likes it here and run wild for a while before returning.
But we won't care at that point, since we'll both be dead, Jason pointed out, only half sarcastically.
True, Stone admitted. But it's also possible that it might go after Verity, since she's the one it was meant to go find in the first place. And if it does find her, I can guarantee it will do more than simply point, shout, "Found her," and nip off home. Jason pondered that.
So that's the choice, then? You don't have any other way of finding her?
Stone shrugged. We can always continue looking by more conventional means, but you can see how well that's worked out so far. It's up to you, Jason. I won't think any less of you if you decide you don't want to do it. This is dangerous stuff. To be honest, a small part of me will be relieved if you decide not to do it, but even in this short time we've known each other, I think I know you well enough to guess that that's not going to happen, is it?
No, Jason said.
He sounded resigned, and he didn't look at Stone when he said it.
If you're willing to do it, I'm willing to do whatever I can to help. I owe V that much.
All right, then. He pointed to the spot to the left side of the table. Stand there, inside the circle, but be careful not to touch it or smudge it. Remember before how I told you not to do that because it would give me a nasty headache if you broke it while I was inside? Well, this time it's a bit more serious. Once we've got the spirit here, breaking the circle will almost certainly mean both our deaths. No pressure, he added, with a quirky smile. Jason did as instructed, fearful that for the one time in his life his natural dexterity would desert him and he'd stumble right onto the sand line. But that didn't happen, and after a moment he stood in front of the table. He felt his heart beating a little faster than normal, but he wasn't as nervous now as he had been prior to stepping through the teleportation gateway. Either he was beginning to trust Stone more, or black magic blood rituals bothered him less than traveling through other dimensions. Stone nodded and stepped in next to him, standing to the right side. He took a couple of deep breaths, squared his shoulders, and picked up the knife. "Ready? Last chance to back out?"
"Let's do it," Jason said.
He held out his hand. Stone took his wrist and guided his hand over the chalice.
Jason glanced at him.
His face was utterly expressionless, his eyes focused fully on what he was doing. He raised the knife and quickly sliced Jason's finger. Jason winced a little, but held steady, allowing Stone to turn his hand over so the drops of blood fell into the copper chalice. The mage reached out and turned the page of the book. Jason, now sucking on his sliced finger, examined it, but could make no sense of it. These pages didn't even have illustrations, just densely packed text in the same weird language. Stone began to recite something in low tones. He waved a hand over the chalice, and a faint glow began emanating from it.
"That's you,"
he murmured. "Now we'll add a bit of me and see what happens." He held out his own hand over the chalice and made another slice, allowing his blood to drip down and mingle with Jason's. The glow got brighter, taking on a reddish hue. Stone set the knife down on the cloth, all the while reciting words in the odd language that sounded to Jason a little like Latin, but not quite. Not that he knew any Latin, but he was pretty sure this wasn't it.
"All right,"
Stone said, in a low, murmuring tone, barely moving his lips.
"Now comes the fun part, where we get to find out if we succeeded. Remember, whatever you do, whatever you see, don't step out of the circle or break it."
The mage's jaw was tight, his forehead dotted with beads of sweat. Jason alternated between watching Stone's face and his hands moving hypnotically over the chalice. There was no doubt about it, the glow was brighter now. Something, it looked like a wisp of fog, was forming under his hands. He continued reciting the incantation, his voice growing louder, his hands moving as if he were a sculptor, bringing form to the shapeless mass of fog. After a few moments, Jason realized that was exactly what he was doing. The little reddish mass was taking on a humanoid shape and growing larger. It rose out of the chalice like a genie emerging from a lamp. Stone watched it without blinking, his hands never still. A couple of times Jason thought he saw a jerky motion as he appeared to lose control for a split second, but then he got it back, and the little figure continued to roil and grow. This went on for a while. Jason had no idea how long, and he wasn't about to take his eyes off the proceedings to check his watch. The figure was about half human size now, and Stone seemed to be having a harder time controlling it. His incantation picked up in speed, and Jason could hear his voice shaking a bit, but he was afraid to say anything and disrupt the mage's concentration. Expecting that the figure would continue to grow larger until it reached man-size, and then step out of the chalice, Jason was startled when it suddenly disappeared.
"What?"
he demanded, sure something had gone wrong. Stone's shoulders slumped a little, but he didn't look disturbed. "Watch the mirror," he said softly, raising his head to do the same. "Any minute now." And then a form was shimmering in the mirror. It started out insubstantial, but slowly solidified into a bare-chested, reddish-skinned humanoid a little taller than Stone. It appeared to be standing directly behind the two of them, its head rising in the space between them. Jason whipped his head around. He couldn't help it, but there was nothing there. The room behind them was empty. He turned back, and there it was in the mirror, solid as the two of them. Its body writhed as if it were fighting invisible bonds. Its expression was cold, malevolent, and it was glaring at Stone. It said something, its voice the sound of old bones rubbing against ancient parchment. Jason couldn't make out a word of it, or even that there were words. All he could tell was that the thing looked pissed. Without warning, it lunged at Stone, its muscular arm actually reaching out through the mirror and going for his real-world throat. It took all of Jason's willpower not to leap backward, but Stone stood firm. He raised his hand and barked a command in a booming voice. The figure recoiled as if it had touched a hot stove. Its hand and arm receded back into the mirror, and it was left glaring at the mage from the other side. If looks could kill, Jason thought, Al would be a fine red mist right about now. I think I've got it now, Stone said under his breath. His voice was still shaking, more than a little now. I'm going to send it out. Jason nodded quickly. He'd be glad to be rid of it. To his uninitiated eyes, the thing looked like nothing more than a demon straight from hell. He was a little worried that it might not just settle for finding Verity and bringing back news, but he knew he'd come way too far now not to trust Stone. The mage reached out and put his hands directly on the mirror, one on either side of the spirit's body. He met its eyes without blinking and uttered a short, sharp sentence that sounded like a command. The spirit glared at him for several seconds, but then made a noise that could have been a resigned grumble, executed the most infinitesimal of all possible bows, and winked out. "There," Stone said in a rush of breath, finally allowing himself to focus on Jason. "Did it work?" Jason moved to step back out of the circle, but Stone grabbed his arm and shook his head emphatically. "Don't do that," he said, panting. "We can't leave the circle until the spirit's returned and been dismissed. And as for your question, I don't know. We won't know until it comes back, but it didn't rip us limb from limb, and my commands seem to have worked on it, so at least it appears that I performed the summoning correctly." He swiped sweat off his forehead with his sleeve. Jason let his breath out. "You're sure that thing won't hurt Verity?" "I'm not sure of anything," Stone told him. "If it follows my orders it won't, but there's no way to know that right now. Might as well get as comfortable as you can in here. I don't expect it will be long before it's back, if it's had success." There wasn't any good way to get comfortable within the tiny confines of the circle. There wasn't enough room to sit down, and Jason didn't want to lean against the table for fear of knocking over the book or one of the candles. So he just stood there, shifting from foot to foot and trying to keep himself occupied by studying the strange characters on the open page. Every few seconds, he'd glance up at the mirror to make sure it hadn't sprouted any extra reflections, but so far the two of them were alone in the room. Stone, meanwhile, stood without moving, staring moodily into the mirror without appearing to see it. A minute passed, then 5, then 10. Jason looked at his watch. "You said this would be quick if it worked, right?" "I said I thought so," Stone reminded him. "Remember, this is as new to me as it is to you. Be patient." Jason noticed that he was starting to look a little restless himself, though. 15 minutes. 20. Still no sign of the spirit. Jason let out a loud sigh, his natural tendency to want to move nearly overwhelming now. "How do we know if it doesn't work? Do we have to stand in here forever?" Stone was about to answer when he stiffened, startled. "It's back," he said, pointing at the mirror. Jason spun around. Sure enough, the reddish figure had reappeared behind them in the mirror, looking as angry as ever. It said something to Stone in its bones and parchment voice, punctuated by many growls and other sounds of displeasure. The mage nodded. "She's there now, then?" he asked. The figure snarled and glared at Stone. It appeared to be contemplating another lunge out into the real world, but eyed the mage warily and decided against it. Instead, it spat at him. The spittle flew out, contacted its own side of the mirror, and ran down toward the table with a sizzle. Then it reached out with a ropey, muscular arm and attempted to sweep all the objects off the table on its side of the mirror. The candles, knife, and chalice went, careening silently over the edge and out of sight. The book remained, and the creature screamed in agony as its arm contacted it.
"It's fighting me," Stone said under his breath. "I'm going to release it now."
He reached up with both hands and put them on the mirror again. Loudly and clearly he uttered a long sentence in the strange Latin-like language, then pulled his hands back abruptly and clapped them together in a sudden, sharp sound that made Jason jump. He stumbled, reeling back, realizing with horror even as he did so that he had no way of stopping himself. He was going to fall over backwards, taking out a good chunk of the circle when he landed. As he went over, he got a last look at the creature's face. Instead of looking angry, it looked suddenly surprised and triumphant. That lasted about 2 seconds. It flung itself forward again, clawed hands eagerly reaching in front of it, reaching for Stone, for Jason. And it winked out. Its scream of frustration and agony abruptly cut off as it was sent back to whatever dimension it called home. A second after that, Jason crashed to the floor and, just as he thought he would, smudged a significant portion of the circle. A look of absolute terror flashed across Stone's face before he realized the spirit had already departed. Stone leaned over, clutching the table and breathing like he'd just run a marathon.
"Good Lord, Jason," he got out between breaths. "If you'd fallen only 3 seconds sooner."
Jason was already rolling back up to his feet, shaking as what had almost happened hit him full force. He couldn't even say anything, so he just nodded.
"If we ever do this again, remind me to make a bigger circle, or find a companion with smaller feet."
The mage had recovered himself sufficiently to stand up and was already blowing out the candles.
"Switch on the light, will you? And bring those bags back over here. We have to hurry."
Jason did as he was told.
"Did it find her? It sounds like it did."
"It told me where she is now," Stone said, gathering the candles and chalice and stuffing them into a bag. "I'll clean this stuff up later. We need to get going." He put the knife back in the sheath and put that in the satchel along with the bookstand, then carefully picked up the book, closed it, and slipped it into the briefcase.
"Can't do anything about the sand. It'll take too long to clean up. Just scatter it around. With any luck, we can get back here with a broom before Madame Juan's friend returns from his trip."
"Where's V?" Jason kicked the sand around until it no longer resembled a semicircle, then hustled the table back over to where they'd found it, while Stone finished arranging the rest of the gear in the bags. "San Jose, in an area near downtown. There's some kind of encampment near the Guadalupe River. More than one, I think, but the spirit's given me enough information that I can find her. Come on, let's go. It won't take that long to get there from here, but the way things have been going, I want to be as fast as possible, in case something spooks her and she moves again. Especially since we won't be able to drive the whole way." Jason waited until Stone had shut off the lights, locked up, and stashed all the gear in the trunk, before speaking again.
"Encampment? You mean homeless encampment?"
"Probably." Stone started the car and headed out through the gate and back down the winding road as fast as he dared. Jason shivered. He knew about homeless encampments. They didn't have as many back in Ventura County, but one of his outings when he'd still been a police cadet had been helping to rouse the vagrants out of places they weren't supposed to be. It was a dirty business, even when the homeless themselves didn't cause any troubles. The lack of sanitation facilities made the larger camps into smelly cesspools, full of flies and scavengers.
"You think she's hooked up with one of these groups of magic bums?"
"I'd be surprised if she hadn't," Stone said. "It makes sense. The woman we know she was with seems to be affiliated with them, and from what you've told me, she doesn't have the street savvy to survive on her own. If she's still alive, she must have joined up with someone, or multiple someones, more likely, for protection." Jason leaned forward, willing the car to go faster. He knew it wasn't safe for Stone to push the old Ford any harder, but that didn't stop every nerve in his body from being on edge. They were close now. They had to be. Chapter 35. They were back to the freeway. Jason checked his watch. It was almost 8 o'clock. At least it wasn't raining, and there was enough of a moon out that they'd have some visibility. Stone drove for a few miles, then took another exit. A left turn and a few more blocks took them into the heart of downtown San Jose. Jason noticed clusters of homeless again, squatting under overpasses and in abandoned parking lots. They eyed the car as it went by, and when it stopped for lights, a couple of them approached carrying signs. Stone ignored them and drove on when the light changed. Jason looked everywhere at once, always on the watch for potential danger.
Pretty quiet down here, really.
San Jose is fairly dead at night, from what I hear, Stone told him, unless something's going on at the arena, which there doesn't appear to be tonight. He pointed up ahead. There's the Guadalupe River Bridge.
She's down there?
Jason peered out the passenger window as they drove over it, as if he might be able to see Verity standing there waving at him. Close by. Stone took the next right and drove down another quarter-mile or so, then pulled off and parked. He looked grim. I hate to leave this stuff in the car, but I think it's safer than taking it with us. I'll do what I can to mask it.
Hurry up,
Jason said, impatient. He was already out of the car, and it was all he could do not to just take off running, calling his sister's name. No offense, Stone said, moving around to the trunk, but I'm going to make sure no one gets hold of this book. Just keep yourself together for another minute or two, and we'll be off. Jason grumbled, but didn't argue. He spent the 2 minutes prowling around near the car, keeping watch for anyone approaching them. There, Stone said at last, coming up alongside him. Let's go. Stone had parked the car near a large, open area that Jason could see was a park as they got closer. He could identify a volleyball court, a couple barbecue pits, and several picnic tables in their vicinity, and the park itself seemed to stretch out a fair distance on both sides.
They're in here?
He asked quietly. Stone shook his head and pointed ahead of them. The river's up there, and the encampment is near it. As I said, there are quite a few of them, under overpasses, under the branches of large trees, hidden in the bushes. They're all along the river. The police don't bother them much because they don't have the manpower, and as soon as they break up one camp, another one forms. I see stories about them in the newspapers sometimes. Jason was looking around as they moved forward.
This whole place is pretty creepy in the dark.
Stone nodded. Keep your wits about you. Do you have any sort of weapon? Jason pulled his knife out of his pocket and flipped it open.
Never did find a gun.
He wished now that he'd tried harder. They were moving out of the park area now, down into thicker underbrush. Jason could see evidence of human habitation, discarded food wrappers, a mangled old shoe, some newspapers, a shredded sleeping bag. He was reminded of the story he'd read what seemed like an eternity ago, about the group of homeless who'd been discovered murdered around the remains of their campfire, and wondered if it was near here. He couldn't recall if the article had contained any details. He glanced over at Stone. The mage was still looking grim.
You okay?
He whispered. Fine, Stone replied. Just this sort of terrain isn't exactly my forte. Jason grinned. Guess they didn't have Boy Scouts in England, eh? Stone didn't answer. They continued to move forward. The ground sloped down now, and Jason could see trees and bushes stretching out ahead of them on either side, hiding the river mostly from view. Stone touched his arm and pointed to the left, then started moving in that direction. They walked in silence for another 5 minutes or so, Jason getting more and more impatient. Every once in a while, they could hear or see indications that they weren't alone. The far-off glow of a campfire, the sudden sound of a laugh or a raised voice, a snatch of music from somebody's portable radio, but they all sounded far away.
Are we getting close?
Stone nodded. Yes, this looks like the area the spirit showed me. Spirits are notoriously bad about giving directions,
They don't understand north or south or 300 yards past the rock shaped like a bird's head. They're more about impressions. I've been looking around trying to match the vision it gave me with the landscape, and this looks about right. Come on, let's go down closer to the trees. Jason followed him. Did the spirit show you the camp? Is it under an overpass or under a tree or what? Hard to say. It couldn't really show me the camp itself. It tried, but the vision was fuzzy. I can't explain it better than that. It might just have been the spirit exerting its will any way it could. As you might have noticed, it wasn't exactly ecstatic to be doing my bidding. But it couldn't have, I don't know, shown you the wrong place, right? Suddenly, Jason was even more nervous than he had been before. He wished his mind would shut up and stop giving him ideas like that. I don't think so, Stone assured him. If I had it under control, it had to follow my orders. If I hadn't had it under control, you saw what would have happened. I think the best it could do is try to circumvent my wishes as much as it could. Jason nodded, hoping the mage knew what he was talking about. They were approaching the trees now, only about 20 yards away. He squinted into the dimness, looking for movement, and wishing there was more illumination than what the moon and the few functional lights in the park were providing. "See anything?" he whispered. "Not yet." He crept forward, moving more slowly now and trying to keep as quiet as he could, and Jason followed him. As they reached the trees and stepped under their canopy, the dim light was cut in half, leaving them with visibility of only a few feet. If I'm interpreting the spirit's instructions correctly, they should be somewhere close to the other side of these trees. Jason stayed level with him, his gaze never holding still. He spotted the symbol first and grabbed Stone's arm. The mage jumped a little. "What?" he asked irritably. "Look!" Jason pointed. On the large trunk of a nearby tree was the triangle and ray symbol, sprayed there in white paint. Stone nodded, satisfied. "Then we are in the right place. Good. He didn't get to finish his sentence. Suddenly there was laughter. High, maniacal laughter, and it was all around them. Leather-jacketed figures stepped out from behind 3 of the trees, including the one with the symbol on it. "Hey, assholes!" one yelled. "Right on time!" The others laughed even louder, as if that were the funniest thing they'd ever heard. Jason spun around. More figures were moving from behind other trees. All of them held knives, chains, or other close-fighting weapons. "Shit," he whispered under his breath to Stone. "DMW, we're surrounded." "Stay calm," Stone muttered. He didn't look calm, though. He looked tense. He remained facing forward, while Jason, his back to him, watched the rear. So far the gangers weren't moving, content to form a ring around their prey. The one who'd spoken before laughed again. "We thought you might be here. The boss told us about you, that you might be coming. Big mistake, and now you're gonna die. Any last words?" "The boss?" Stone asked, sounding a lot more confident than Jason knew he was. "And who would that be? Who's telling you lot what to do?" Another ganger snorted in contempt. The leader moved a little closer to Stone. "None of your business. But we know everything. We know you're a magic man, and we know you should keep closer track of your little friends so they don't talk to the wrong people." He laughed again. "'Cause, see, I think he liked us better than he liked you." "What's he mean by that?" Jason whispered, barely moving his lips. Stone didn't answer. Instead, he whispered, "Get ready. I'm going to try to take out the leader. If he drops, try to break through the line where he's standing." "Hey!" the lead ganger yelled. "No talking. You're here to die, not to chat. And we're gonna make it nice and slow so we can enjoy it. How do you like that?" He took a step forward, as did the other gangers. Jason, back to back with Stone, could feel the mage tense. He turned his head in time to see Stone raise his arms and snap out a command. Bright light formed around his hands, then flew out and hit the lead ganger and the one next to him.
They screamed and staggered backward. The second ganger fell, and the leader dropped to his knees. "Get him!" the ganger screamed, as behind Jason, Stone stumbled, reeling. Jason didn't hesitate. Grabbing Stone's arm, he vaulted forward into the place vacated by the fallen ganger. If they could get out of the circle so they weren't surrounded anymore, they might have a chance. He slashed at the lead ganger's arm as he went by, and was rewarded by an angry grunt of pain. "Are we shielded at all?" he muttered in Stone's ear. "Barely. Be careful." The gangers approached now, trying to circle back around behind them. "Take him!" the leader yelled, clutching his arm and trying to struggle back to his feet. "Boss says they can't get to the bitch. Just fucking kill him." Jason clutched his knife, dropping into a defensive stance as two gangers surged forward. He could feel Stone tense again, preparing another spell. The mage was still on his feet, but Jason didn't think he'd be able to get off too much more magic before he was exhausted. He lunged at the ganger on the right, getting in under his wild swing and stabbing through his leather jacket. Dark red blood sprayed out, and the ganger roared in pain. Meanwhile, Stone went after the other one. He ducked sideways and grabbed the kid's arm. Again, his hands flared, and a glowing nimbus formed around the ganger's entire upper body. He shrieked and dropped, but Stone's shield flickered alarmingly. Stone was so busy dealing with the ganger in his face that he didn't notice one of the others in the shadows. Before he could react, before Jason even saw what was happening, a knife flew across the clearing, slipped past the flickering shield, and buried itself in Stone's side. The mage, arm to arm with Jason, suddenly sagged, his face going dead white and his hands clutching at the hilt. He dropped to his knees, then fell over and curled up, writhing. "Al!" Jason didn't know what to do next. Several of the gangers were still functional, and Stone was out of action now. He stood, legs spread wide, crouched low, trying to look in every direction at once, but he didn't see a way out of this one. There wouldn't be any 11th-hour rescue this time. His rescuer was lying at his feet, bleeding, possibly dying. "Oh, man. V, I'm so sorry. I tried." He crouched lower and waited, planning to at least take out a couple of them before they took him down. Then, suddenly, it seemed like the clearing was full of more people than it had been before. "More? I can't even handle these." A ganger leaped forward, swinging a chain at Jason's head. Before Jason could jump back, a female voice, yelled, "Get out!" The ganger did something very strange then. He clutched his head and staggered back, dropping the chain. As Jason watched, some sort of shimmering, barely visible ball of energy flew up out of the ganger's head. It paused for a moment, then darted toward Jason. Jason yelled something inarticulate and held up his hands to block it, but it stopped before it reached him. For a second it hovered there, looking as confused as it was possible for a shimmering ball of energy to look. And then it dissipated, flying into pieces and then vanishing. Jason was so confused by what happened that he wasn't paying attention to what was going on around him. But something was happening. All around him, the remaining gangers were turning tail and running. They didn't even stop to grab their injured colleagues. They simply took off, screaming. Jason could see other figures moving around the area now, figures in shapeless clothes. Bums? How could it... Something hit him hard on the back of the head, and he pitched forward and didn't see anything else. Chapter 36. When Jason awoke, he was lying on something soft that smelled like 6 weeks' worth of B.O. He grunted, opening his eyes. His head felt woozy, but it didn't hurt. He remembered getting hit pretty hard. What had happened? And then the memories rushed back all at once. Shoving himself up to a sitting position, he looked around quickly. "Al?" "Shh," said a voice behind him. He turned to find himself facing a young woman sitting cross-legged by a crackling fire next to the sleeping bag he'd been lying on. A slender, pale young woman with dark brown hair cut boy short, a battered black leather biker jacket, and big, dark eyes. Jason's mouth dropped open, and he didn't even bother to close it. Instead, he spun around so he could face her fully.
Verity?
She smiled wickedly. It lit up her whole face, making her look like a goth pixie. Hi, big brother. Long time no see. He stared at her. He hadn't seen her in years, but even back then he had never seen her look this good. Even with her face smudged with dirt and the lingering odor that told him she hadn't bathed or done laundry in quite some time, her face looked alive, engaged. Okay, let's just come out and say it. She didn't look crazy. For a minute, all he could do was look at her, drinking in the sight of her, not daring to believe that after all this time he'd finally caught up with her. When he did finally speak, all he could manage was,
"Where have you been?"
Again, she smiled, reaching out to pat him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll tell you everything. I knew you were looking for me, but I didn't know how to get hold of you.
How did you...
He started to ask. But then another thought shoved the question out of the way.
Al! Where's Al? Is he...
He scrambled to his feet, looking around. He stood in the middle of what looked like a hobo camp, with a couple fires, some ragged-looking tents, and sleeping bags spread out on the ground. Several figures, covered in tattered, shapeless coats and hats, also huddled around the fires. A shopping cart full of various bags was parked to the side, and somewhere a dog barked. Jason didn't see anybody who looked like Stone, though.
You didn't leave him?
Your friend? Verity got up to join him. At his nod, she pointed at one of the tents. He's in there. He was in a bad way. Lamar's working on him, though. He should be okay. Jason's blood froze. The ganger had buried his knife, his no doubt far from sanitary knife, in Stone's side, and some bum was working on him inside a dirty tent in a camp that smelled, quite literally, like shit. Verity momentarily forgotten, he hurried across past the fire and flung open the tent flap. Inside, by the light of the ancient lantern flickering in the corner, Jason took in the scene. A large middle-aged white woman in a garishly colored sweater, and a slim black man with close-cropped gray hair and wire-rimmed glasses were crouched down on the tent's floor, leaning over the unconscious figure of Stone. The mage was dead pale. They had removed his overcoat and shirt, and Jason could see they'd pressed some kind of compress onto his side. Blood was already seeping through it.
"Hey!"
Jason yelled, and the two crouching figures looked up, startled.
"What the hell are you doing to him? He needs a hospital."
Hush, the woman said, as if speaking to a young child. Your friend'll be fine.
Look,
Jason said, exasperated, dropping down next to them.
I'm grateful that you guys saved us from those gangers. I have no idea how you did it, but that's not important right now. I don't want to offend you or anything, but it's not clean here. You're gonna kill him trying to help him. I'm just gonna go call an ambulance and...
It's all right, the black man said. His voice was soft and gentle, and he didn't seem at all disturbed by Jason's agitated tone. Look. He lifted the bloody compress. Jason glanced down, then did a double take and stared.
What the hell?
Stone's side was covered with blood. It had seeped down to stain the top part of his jeans, and a larger stain flowered on the tattered sleeping bag he was lying on. But there was no sign of a wound. His skin was whole, without any scar or mark, or any indication that it had ever been broken.
How did you...
The old man shook his head and smiled. He's lost a fair amount of blood, and I believe he was already weakened by the spells he cast. He'll probably be unconscious for a while, but I promise you he'll be fine. He's in no danger."
"Well, no more than any of the rest of us ever are," the woman said wryly. She picked up Stone's overcoat and gently covered him with it. The mage shifted slightly, but didn't awaken.
"Wait," Jason said, looking back and forth between Stone and the black man. "You know about magic?"
"Come on out, Jason," another voice said.
Jason turned to see Verity had poked her head unnoticed through the tent flap.
"Let's go get something to eat and we can talk. It looks like your friend's going to be out of it for a while. Good time to catch each other up."
Jason took a last look at Stone. The mage's breathing appeared to be regular, and he didn't look in any immediate danger, so he got up and followed Verity out of the tent. She led him over to one of the campfires, picked up 2 old, mismatched plates, and ladled something that looked like baked beans from a pot hanging over the fire onto both of them. She handed one to Jason, along with a plastic fork.
"Don't worry," she said, obviously noticing the look of suspicion and distaste he hadn't been quick enough to hide. "It's okay. I've been eating their cooking for a while now, and I haven't been sick yet."
She took his arm and steered him over to a tree no one was sitting under.
"Have a seat. You took a pretty good thump on the head back there. They fixed you up too, but I'm betting you're still dizzy."
Jason was indeed still a little dizzy, but he had no idea how much of it was from the hit on the head and how much was from the shock of all that had happened to him. He sat down next to his sister and took an experimental taste of the beans. For bland, spice-free beans, they weren't bad. He realized he was hungry, but more hungry for answers than food. "I don't know where to start," he said with a sigh. He looked Verity up and down. "So, you've been here this whole time?"
"Not here," she said. "We move around a lot. We have to. You saw the kind of thing they have to deal with, and that's just the start. Cops, people who just want to hassle them because they think it's fun. It really sucks."
Jason leaned back against the tree and rubbed his head. "Oh, God. Verity, I have so many questions. It seems like all I've been doing for the last several days is asking questions."
"We're safe here," she told him. "We're not going anywhere for a while, and it's way too early to go to bed. Just start somewhere. I don't know if I can answer them all, but I'll tell you what I can, and I'll ask a few too, okay?"
Jason nodded wearily. "Okay." He ate a couple more forkfuls of beans and thought over all the things he wanted to ask. Finally, he looked at her. "You seem better," he ventured.
"You mean I don't seem like I'm crazy anymore?"
"Well, I wouldn't have said it that way, but yeah."
"Let me get back to that. That part's a little more complicated. But you're right, I'm not. At least for now, and hopefully not ever again."
"Okay, then. Why don't you start by telling me what happened at New Horizons? Why did you leave? What did you see? Where did you go after you left?"
Slow down," she said, laughing. Then her expression sobered. "I heard a rumor that Charles was dead. Do you know if that's true?"
Jason nodded, looking down at his plate. "Yeah." When he glanced up at her, he was surprised to see tears sparkling in the corners of her eyes. "I'm sorry, V."
"Yeah."
Roughly, she swiped her sleeve across her face.
"He was a good guy. He was the only one who even tried to make that hell of a place tolerable for me."
"V,
Yeah, I know. You're sorry you never visited, but you didn't know how to deal with your batshit crazy sister. I get it. Why don't we just forget about that for now, okay? I'm not sure if I've forgiven you for it yet, and I might still tell you what I think about it, but later. Right now, we have more important things to deal with."
Her voice sounded bitter, but surprisingly mature.
When had Verity grown up so much?
She was silent for almost a minute, concentrating on eating. Then she looked at Jason.
"So, yeah. I woke up one night and thought I heard something, so I went downstairs to check it out.
We weren't supposed to be downstairs after lights out, so I was afraid I'd get caught, but I had to find out what it was.
What did it sound like?
Like a kid, screaming. She took a deep breath and shuddered a little. When I got there, I noticed the basement door was open, and it's never open. I heard a voice and somebody whimpering, so I snuck down there. I have no idea why I was brave enough to do that, but the kid seemed like he was in trouble or hurt, and I kind of thought of you.
Me?
She nodded. Yeah. How you always used to protect the little kids in the neighborhood from bullies. Remember? Jason smiled. That had been a long time ago.
Yeah, I remember.
So I opened the door and looked inside, and there was a guy in there standing over a kid. A boy, maybe 9 or 10. The kid was scared to death, and the guy, I couldn't see his face because his back was to me. It was like he was getting off on this kid's fear. Jason's eyes widened.
You mean he was...
Verity shook her head. He wasn't molesting the kid, if that's what you meant. Everybody had their clothes on, but he was definitely getting something from scaring him. And then he reached out and touched his head, and... She paused, as if gathering her courage to continue speaking. And then the kid screamed again, and he disappeared.
Disappeared?
A cold chill ran down Jason's back at that. What she'd described sounded exactly like what he'd seen the night Charles had died. Yeah, I know it sounds hard to believe, but...
No, I believe you. Go on.
She looked surprised by that, but didn't ask. So after he did that, I screamed. I couldn't help it. I was scared to death. And the guy turned round, and his eyes were all freaky, and he came at me, and I just sort of pushed him. With my mind. She looked at him again. This all sounds like I'm back to crazy, doesn't it?
I'm not sure,
Jason said. He had to be honest.
What do you mean you pushed at him?
I can't describe it. It was like I was punching him with my mind, and then something flew out of him. It looked like some kind of shimmery thing. It flew at me, but I shoved it away, just like I'd done with the man. Then it flew away, and the guy fell over. Jason stared hard at Verity, riveted by her words. This was all sounding so familiar, all except the pushing with her mind part. He had no idea what she meant by that.
And then you ran away?
She nodded. I didn't even stay to see if the guy was dead or alive. I just ran back upstairs and straight into Charles. He was in the kitchen. I almost knocked him down, I was going so fast. I thought I was busted for sure, but he saw my face, how scared I was, and asked me what was wrong. I told him I saw something terrible in the basement.
Did he go check it out?
She shook her head. I think he thought there was bad stuff going on at New Horizons for a while. He told me I had to get out and he'd help me. That's when I went to call you, but you didn't answer. Jason sighed. If only he hadn't been out of town for 2 days. If only he'd been there to take her call. How different the events of the last few days could have been.
I'm sorry about that. I wasn't home when you called.
Well, it's good that you weren't just ignoring me, she said, this time without bitterness. I went back to find Charles, and he told me to pack up and get ready to go fast. He said he had a friend I could stay with. After I got back with my stuff, he sent me down the block to a payphone and gave me his friend's address and cab fare to get there. Told me to lie low and he'd be in touch.
This friend, it was Melody Barnes, right?
Verity nodded. Yeah. She's dead too, isn't she?
Yeah. She and her friend Willow were both dead.
So many dead people, Verity whispered, looking down at her lap. For a long time she didn't speak. Then, pulling herself together, she continued. Anyway, Willow and her friend Susanna came to visit Melody. Susanna was homeless. There was something weird about her. We were all just sitting in the living room talking when all of a sudden she looks up like a dog that smelled something. She told us somebody bad was coming, and we all needed to get out.
But Melody didn't want to go, Jason said. Right?
Yeah. She thought it was all a big joke. Susanna was getting really agitated, and Willow kept trying to get Melody to go. She told her to take me out, too. Susanna grabbed my arm and practically dragged me out the back door. Willow told us to go, and she'd bring Melody. We never saw them again after that.
Do you know what was after you guys? Jason asked.
I didn't at the time. I really had no clue what was going on. Remember, I was still pretty much out of it back then. I know now, though, it was that gang, Dead Men Walking, the one that ambushed you and your friend tonight.
Jason nodded. Where did Susanna take you? We talked to Willow at the hospital before she died. She told us to go to this abandoned fruit packing plant in Redwood City. Is that where you were?
Yeah. It was a safe place Susanna knew. She and some of her group were squatting there. We took a bus over as far as we could, then walked the rest of the way. Her group was there, but we didn't stay very long. She was still freaked out that somebody was after us. The others, they seemed to really listen to what she said, so we all cleared out. That was when we headed down here. We met up with another group, and they were the ones who told us you were looking for me. But by that time, I couldn't contact you because nobody knew where you were. Jason leaned back against the tree, picking at his cold beans and mulling over everything she'd told him.
Okay, so that explains where you'd been all this time. But it still doesn't explain why the DMW and God knows who else is after you. Does it have something to do with the guy in the basement? Do you even know who he was?
She shook her head. I don't know who he was, but I'm sure that's what it had to do with.
So it wasn't that Delaney guy?
Dr. Delancey? She looked surprised. No, it wasn't him. He was full of himself and could be a real asshole sometimes, but I don't think he was part of this. Taking a deep breath, she continued. Okay, now you know where I was, but I guess you need to know what's going on here, why I'm hanging out with these people.
I was wondering about that, Jason said, nodding. It sounds like they kind of took you in and took care of you. That's a good thing, but why homeless people? Al, my friend in the tent there, Alastair Stone, and I, are getting more and more convinced that there's more to them than meets the eye. That's true, isn't it?
Verity looked off into the camp, watching the various residents moving around. Yeah, she said. Your friend's a mage, isn't he?
You know about mages?
Jason was surprised. For a bunch who were supposed to be as secretive as Stone had implied they were, a lot of people seemed to know about them. Only since recently, she said. A lot of the Forgotten know about them.
Forgotten?
She nodded. That's what they call themselves, the special ones.
The ones with powers, you mean?
Yeah. Jason leaned forward, searching her face.
What's with the powers? He asked. We've seen some of them in action, but I don't really get it. Do they all have them? Where did they come from? Are they mages? Al says they're not as far as he can tell, but it sure seems like magic to me.
Verity spread her hands in a how-should-I-know gesture. I don't really know anything about mages except that they exist. But a lot of the Forgotten have powers. They don't have a lot of control over them. They just kind of happen, you know? When they need them to, I mean. Jason thought of the way one of the library group had concealed them from the fake cop.
You mean like hiding people?
She nodded. Yeah, that's one of them. That one's fairly common. Most groups have somebody who can do that.
So what would the other ones be?
Lots of things, she said, shrugging. Lamar can heal. You saw that with your friend. That's pretty rare. We're lucky to have him. Some are like detectors. They can tell when something dangerous around or getting closer. Some of them can influence animals, you know, calming down mean dogs and that kind of thing. One lady, I think you met her. She's one of the group who told us they'd seen you. Has a shopping cart with all these bags, and she always seems to be able to dig around and pull out whatever she needs at the time. Jason remembered the old lady with all the tote bags at the library.
Yeah, I think I do know her.
Another one some of them have. I thought this was kind of cool to find out. You know how you can drive by a building a bunch of times and never really see it?
Yeah.
He knew exactly what she meant. Every town had them, those nondescript, faceless buildings, usually government offices or businesses that didn't cater to the public, that everybody missed unless they had some reason to be there. He called them invisible buildings. Some of the Forgotten can do that. Make a building hard to find like that. It's not like you can't find it, but if you're not sure where you're trying to go, or you're not looking for it specifically, you tend to just go right past it without seeing it. Jason thought about how they'd passed the fruit packing plant the first time, and had to turn around and do another pass before they found it.
Where do these powers come from? Does anyone know? Have they always had them?
They haven't told me everything, so I'm not sure about that part, but from what little I've been able to put together, I think the powers started showing up right around the time things started going bad around the country. Jason stared at her. His mind was spinning again, trying hard to put things together.
Wait a minute. Hasn't anybody thought this whole thing is too big a coincidence to be a coincidence?
What are you talking about?
You're telling me the Forgotten started to get these powers around the same time stuff started going to hell? Which is about the same time you started having your episodes. You don't think this stuff is all connected?
He remembered what Charles had said.
And Charles was telling me this. Around that same time is when he said people around here started to get meaner. It might have happened around Ventura, too, but maybe not as bad, since there are fewer people down there.
Verity looked contemplative. Are you saying that something happened back then to cause all of this? That's crazy, Jason. What could it have been, and how could it have happened without anybody knowing about it?
I don't know. I think I need to talk to Al about this when he's awake. It doesn't make any sense, but I can't shake the idea that there's something more to all this.
He looked at her again.
Putting that aside for now, though, I got more questions. I don't think I'm going to run out anytime soon, so what is it about these symbols I see all over the place? Is that a Forgotten thing, too?
Verity nodded. They told me about that. They use them to communicate with other groups. It's dangerous to let the groups get too big. People squabble, and it makes us more vulnerable to attacks. You have to remember, even though they have these weird powers, most of these people have some kind of mental stuff going on. They don't always play well together. But they use the symbols to let each other know things. What places are safe, what places are dangerous, where the evil is.
The evil?
Jason leaned forward, stiffening.
What's the evil?
Oh, right. I didn't tell you about that. That's what they call it. Kind of a dumb name, I know, but
what is it?
They don't know exactly. It's the shimmery thing I saw coming out of that guy in the basement. It's some kind of spirit or being or something, and it possesses people. Some of the Forgotten can see it in people, see when they're possessed. That's one of the reasons they stick together. It's trying to kill them, because they're the only ones who can, or almost the only ones. Nobody knows why.
They possess people?
That explains a lot.
How? Can they possess anybody? Do you know they've possessed you?
Jason considered it a mark of just how far he'd come in the past few days that he accepted this information without questioning it. Verity shook her head, holding up her hands to ward off his questions. Jason, stop. I don't know all this stuff. I've only been around them for a few days, and some of what I only know from listening to them talk. You should really talk to Lamar or to Marilee. They can tell you more. And they're some of the more together of the group. Jason was barely hearing her.
Could being possessed by these evil things have been what caused your episodes? Caused you to
go crazy? No, that much I do know. Forgotten can't be possessed. I think it has to do with the powers somehow, or with how their brains are mixed up.
But wait, that means you're...
Jason's head was reeling again. Yeah, I guess I am, sorta. Though I don't think I have any powers.
What about that mind-pushing thing you were talking about?
Her eyes widened, and she stared at him. Oh my God, Jason, I didn't even think of that. I didn't tell anybody about it because I didn't think they'd believe me, By that time, I wasn't even sure myself that I'd really done it. I thought I was just remembering things wrong, like I used to do a lot. And I wasn't even sure I could do it again, but I did it tonight, to get that guy off you. I saw him about to attack you, and I sort of went on instinct, and it worked.
Good thing, too, Jason said. So how are you not having problems anymore? Did these guys stop it somehow?
Not stop it, she said. I guess it's more like suppress it. It's one of the things Susanna can do. It doesn't always work, though. She said it's only ever worked on 3 or 4 people she's tried it on, and if I get too far away from her, it'll probably stop working. Her main power is keeping us hidden so we don't get found, and sometimes knowing when bad stuff is coming. I guess it's kind of rare to have more than one power, too. She's the only one I know who does.
The DMW, are they part of this evil?
That would make a lot of sense, too. He remembered something else Charles had said. How they'd been a small potatoes gang until a few years ago, then gotten a new leader and took several steps up the food chain in short order. Verity nodded. Yeah, some of them are. They're kind of the foot soldiers. That's another thing I think is true, but like I said, you really should talk to Lamar or Marilee. I think they have, levels. Some of them are more powerful than others. The more powerful ones use the DMW, maybe other gangs too, to do their dirty work. Jason said, thinking that over. He looked up and saw a shadowy figure heading across the camp toward them. As it got closer, it resolved into a familiar form. Hector, the alcoholic ex-military man Stone and he had seen at the library. He stumped up and stood in front of them.
Hey,
Jason said.
Haven't seen you in a while.
Hector nodded, the tang of marijuana mingled with his usual odor.
Your friend's awake. He wants to talk to you, he said in his gruff, abrupt tone,
then turned and stalked off the way he'd come. Chapter 37. Jason leapt to his feet. To Verity he said,
I'll be back soon, okay? I want to talk to you some more. I still have some more questions, and you probably do too.
She nodded and rolled her eyes. Not like I'm going anywhere. Jason grinned and hurried back to the tent, poking his head through the flap. The woman in the colorful sweater was gone now. Lamar waved at him.
I'll leave you two alone, he said, getting up slowly.
Jason helped him up and waited until he'd left, then dropped down next to Stone. The mage was still pale and looked exhausted, but his eyes were open.
Hey, Jason said. You okay? You gave me quite a scare out there.
Stone smiled faintly.
I gave myself quite a scare, he said.
His voice had nearly no volume behind it. Jason had to lean in to hear him.
The man who's been patching me up tells me that I missed the big reunion.
Jason nodded.
Yeah, you did. She's here, Al. I've been talking to her, and I've got plenty to tell you.
Oh? Stone tried to struggle up to a more elevated position, but failed and sank back, panting.
Perhaps I'll wait a bit before I try that. Does it hurt?
Jason indicated Stone's side, covered now by his wool overcoat.
Surprisingly, not at all. I'm not sure why. I distinctly remember seeing that knife sticking out of my side and quite a lot of blood before I blacked out. But all I feel is ghastly. So tired I can barely move, but no pain.
He glanced up at Jason.
I suppose that's one of the things you want to tell me about. You're sure you're up to this? It can wait. If you need to...
Stone glared at him.
Jason, if you have answers to any of our little puzzles, I want to hear them. Don't be cruel. I don't have the strength to zap you right now.
Jason grinned. Same old Al.
Okay, I'll tell you what V's told me so far, but I think we're going to have to talk to the others to get the rest.
Trying not to forget anything or leave anything out, he told Stone the story of what had happened to Verity, and what she'd revealed about the Forgotten. Stone's bright blue gaze, dimmed a little by exhaustion but still laser-sharp, focused in on Jason's face, barely blinking the entire time he spoke. The mage didn't ask any questions while Jason was telling the story, but he tensed when he got to the part about the evil and the possessions. "So you're saying," he said when Jason finished, "that these so-called evil, this force or spirit, can possess people at will?" "I'm not sure," Jason said, shifting position. The tent floor was uncomfortable, and even though he was getting acclimated to the smell of the camp, it was still pretty bad. "Verity said we need to talk to Lamar. I guess that's the guy who was in here. Or Marilee. She said they know more." Stone nodded, but didn't appear to be listening closely. His eyes were closed again. "Al, you okay?" Jason asked him, nudging his shoulder. The mage opened his eyes. "Just thinking," he said. "There's something here I'm convinced I'm missing, but it's eluding me. Brain's a bit foggy right now, but this is fascinating. Somehow all of this seems to be connected to something that happened a few years back, but what?" "I was hoping you'd know," Jason admitted. "You're the resident expert on weird shit and magical phenomena around here. Back then I was neck-deep in criminal law classes and running obstacle courses and getting yelled at by guys with short haircuts and big ears." Stone nodded vaguely. "Can you go find Lamar, or this Marilee person? I don't know how much longer I'll be awake, but this is important. I have questions for them." "Yeah, give me a sec. You want anything to eat?" "No. Just find them." Jason got up and hurried out of the tent, looking around. People seemed to be settling in for bed now, laying out sleeping bags and bedrolls around the two fires. He found Lamar digging into a plate of beans under a tree. "My friend wants to talk to you if that's okay," he said. "Or if you're busy, Marilee. I don't know who that is, though." "Verity's been telling you about us," the old man said. It wasn't a question. "Yeah, and Al, Dr. Stone, she said you knew he was a mage." Lamar nodded. "We saw the spells he was casting when the DMW showed up. Those were no forgotten abilities." "He's a mage," Jason confirmed. "And he wants to ask you about some things Verity didn't know about. Are you willing?" Again, Lamar nodded. He had a slow, methodical way about him that made him seem like a real doctor, rather than merely a homeless man with supernatural healing powers. "I'm willing. You should ask Marilee to come as well. She's over there by the fire, near her cart. I'll meet you there." Jason looked over to where he had pointed and was surprised to see the old woman from the library sitting next to an overflowing shopping cart. He realized he'd never known her name. Moving over to her, he saw that she was knitting something in her lap, while the small black kitten batted at the ends of her needles. "Hi," he said, smiling. Cocking his head at the kitten, he added, "I see you and your friend are still doing fine." The old woman, Marilee, looked up at him and returned his smile. "Well, hello," she said. "Didn't get a chance to talk to you before. It's good to see you, even in times like this." "Same here," he said. "Hey, would you mind coming with me to the tent? Lamar's there, and my friend you met at the library. He wants to talk to you." "I thought he might," she said, nodding. She offered the kitten to Jason, carefully stowed her knitting in one of the bags hanging off the side of her cart, then used the cart to pull herself to a standing position. "Your friend is very lucky." "Yeah, it's a good thing you guys were here, for sure." He followed her as she shuffled toward the tent. Lamar was already inside, seated next to Stone, who appeared to be asleep. He opened his eyes as Jason and Marilee came in, though. The two of them lowered themselves to seated positions. It took a few moments because space was tight and they didn't want to jostle Stone too much. As soon as Jason had sat down, the kitten leapt out of his arms and settled herself in the crook of Stone's arm. "She certainly does like you," Marilee said with approval. "Kitties always know. That's why I like them." When they were all arranged, Stone looked at Lamar.
"Thank you for coming,"
he said, still speaking very softly and more slowly than his usual tones.
"And thank you for whatever you did for me. I doubt I'd be here talking to you now if it hadn't been for your efforts."
Lamar nodded solemnly, but didn't speak. Marilee fussed around the mage a bit, pulling up his overcoat cover and mopping his forehead.
"Jason's told me a bit about you, things he's learned from his sister. He's told me about your abilities, and how you use them to help keep yourself safe from the evil, you call it?"
Again, Lamar nodded.
"Yes. Can you tell me a bit more about it? About your abilities and about this evil? Do you know anything about its nature? Do you know where your abilities came from, or why you have them?"
"Dr. Stone," Lamar said, leaning forward to look into the mage's eyes. "You're a mage. I know this, and I know also how curious your kind are, how they want to know everything and study everything. That's your nature. I understand this, but what we have, what we do, we haven't studied it. It simply is." Stone sighed.
"It can't simply be. Jason told me it started appearing 5 years or so ago, but no one knows why. Is it a cause or an effect? Did it affect people who were already mentally unstable, or did it cause them to become so?"
"Nobody knows," Marilee said. "Maybe both. Take your sister, for example. She said she was fine until she just started seeing things, thinking things were seeking her, trying to kill her. But others—" She shrugged. "Hector, you met him. He had problems with drugs and alcohol before any of this happened, and something about the war did something to him."
"So this, whatever it is, took hold of people, drove them mad, or madder, and caused them to develop these odd abilities? Do all of you have these abilities?"
Lamar shook his head.
"No. And there are degrees of them as well. Some of them are useless, some are common, like the ability to shield one or more people or a location, or the ability to sense when the evil is nearby, while others are much less so, like my particular gift. No one knows what determines a person's ability."
"Verity said you can't control them," Jason pointed out. "That they just sort of happen when you need them."
"Yes," Marilee said. "It's instinctual. It's more a sense of... we see someone we want to help, or we pick up on something in our heads without realizing it, and it just flows out of us."
"And one of you healed my wound?"
Stone asked. He lifted up his overcoat to inspect the bloody aftermath of his knife wound.
"I did," Lamar said. "You healed it completely. It doesn't hurt, I don't feel feverish, which means that you likely haven't left any of whatever was on that knife inside of me. That's amazing. I can do a bit of healing magic, but nothing like this."
He shivered a bit and let the overcoat drop back down.
"So, about this evil, what is it exactly?"
Lamar shook his head.
"Nobody knows that, not exactly. We try to avoid it when we can. It's dangerous and unpredictable, but it seems to be some kind of..."
He struggled for the right words.
"Disembodied life force that seeks out humans to possess." "Why, though? What does it get from this possession? Does it just want a physical body?"
Stone turned a little toward Lamar and paled a bit more. He seemed frustrated with the limitations of his own physical body right now.
Jason could tell his mind was trying to go a mile a minute, but his body was failing him. Merrily pushed him gently back down. It seems to want emotions.
Stone looked startled. Emotions? Strong ones, Lamar clarified, and particularly strong negative ones. It seems to feed best off despair, depression, anger, fear.
So that's what it tries to cause, Merrily finished. It wants to cause trouble, to make people scared or unhappy because it seems to grow stronger when it's near that.
Wait a minute, Jason said, leaning forward. You're saying it gets off on this negative emotion? He looked at Stone, eyes wide. You mean like those things in the overworld? I thought of that too, Stone said. But it's not the same. Those seek to destroy it, not to feed on it. Lots of incorporeal things respond to emotion in one way or another. And remember, we've been using the overworld for decades. Whatever these are, they're apparently quite recent. Yeah, good point, Jason admitted.
Lamar looked perplexed by their words, but responded to the original question.
Yes, we think the evil feed on emotion, and so far everything we've seen has supported it. Verity said she heard you talking about levels of this evil. She said she wasn't sure what you meant, and that we should ask you about it. That much we do know, Lamar said. Just as the power levels of our abilities vary, the power levels of the evil vary as well. We think there are one or two very powerful ones that direct activities in this entire area, with lesser minions doing their bidding. Do you know where these big ones are? Are they possessing somebody too? Jason asked. Is it possible for these things to act independently of a host body? Stone added. His voice was taking on more power now. Clearly, this whole business had piqued his not inconsiderable curiosity, and he was doing his best to fight his exhaustion to find out as much as he could. Lamar and Merrily were looking a little overwhelmed under their two-pronged onslaught of questions, but they did their best to keep up. We don't think they can operate without bodies, Lamar said. You understand this is all based on observation, and not just from our own group. The various forgotten groups compare notes when they encounter each other, but as you well know, we all have our limitations, so some of the stories might be nothing more than the guesses of a disturbed mind.
Stone nodded with a go-on gesture.
Lamar shrugged. Like I said, we don't think they can operate without a body. What we think is that the more powerful the evil, the longer it can exist without one. We're not sure if it's even possible for the weakest ones to find another body once the one they're in is destroyed. But the strong ones, they might be able to go for a while, days or maybe longer. But they can't do anything when they don't have one. Where do they go if they can't find another body? Are they destroyed?
Merrily looked rueful.
We don't know. We're not even sure if it's different depending on how powerful they are. Maybe the weak ones just go poof, and the strong ones go back to wherever they came from. Or maybe they all just die if they don't.
How do you get them out of a body? Do you have to kill the body? Yes, Lamar said. Knocking them unconscious isn't enough to do it, at least as far as we've seen. Some of us are able to see them leaving a body when it's killed. In fact, we think that the more powerful evil sometimes uses the weak ones as pawns. They send them off to do something suicidal, like walk in front of a train, just to generate the strong emotions that the rest of them need to thrive. Or push someone in front of one, Stone said softly. That would explain some things I was investigating when I met Jason. What about what Verity can do? Jason asked.
All three of the others looked at him oddly.
What can Verity do? Lamar asked. Oh, that's right. She didn't tell you, but she said she can make them leave. What?
Lamar's eyes were wide.
Jason nodded. She said she's done it twice now, once at the halfway house and once tonight when one of those gangers was attacking me. She said she can't control it, it just happens. She can make the evil leave its host body without killing it? The old man was staring at him now, and so was Marilee. "That's what she said." Jason looked back and forth between them. "I take it that's odd?" "I've never even heard of anyone who can do it," Lamar told him. "Bloody hell, I'm an idiot," Stone said, looking disgusted. "Huh?" Jason turned back to him, confused. "Why?" "That's it. You told me about it before. It was all right there in front of me, and it went right over my head." "Told you about Your sister's encounter with the man in the basement. How she drove the spirit out of him by pushing with her mind."
"Yeah, and?"
Stone sighed. "Oh, don't you see? From what you've said, all of these people, they have these abilities with regard to the evil. They can hide from it, detect it, do useful things that help them stay one step ahead of it, but none of the Forgotten seem to be able to fight it. Until now." When Jason still looked confused, Stone fixed him with a withering stare. "Honestly, Jason, I'm the one who's supposed to be operating at diminished capacity right now. Let me spell it out for you. Your sister can fight them. She can destroy them. Therefore, she's a threat."
"But she can't control it,"
Jason protested. "But she has the potential to be able to control it," Stone reminded him. "And if she does ever get that ability under control, she actually represents several kinds of threats."
"How so? I get that she can drive them out, but—"
Stone took a deep breath. "Look around you. Look at these people. No offense intended," he added, glancing at Lamar and Marilee. "But they're disaffected. They're marginalized. Most of them have mental issues that make it difficult for them to deal with the general public. They have very little contact, by choice, with the authorities. I'm correct, aren't I?" he asked Lamar. The old man nodded.
"You are, yes.
We avoid the authorities. The police and other similar agencies are prime hunting grounds for the evil. They prefer to possess people in authority when they can, because that lets them get away with causing more trouble without being caught." Stone nodded. "Exactly. So the fact that the Forgotten know about the evil make them a threat, but not a large one. Certainly it sounds like they would like nothing better than to be rid of you, but they don't consider you an imminent threat because you can't tell anyone about them. No one would believe you, you have no way to prove it, and it sounds so far-fetched that it comes out like the ravings of a deranged mind." "You're right," Marilee said, nodding sadly. "Every once in a while one of the younger or more idealistic Forgotten tries to tell someone about what's happening, but it never works. We talk to each other, we know. Eventually we just stopped trying, and we concentrate on our own safety and dealing with the evil when we're forced to." "Right," Stone said. He struggled to a more upright position, and Jason stuffed a couple more tattered pillows under him. "But Verity, though she's by all appearances one of the Forgotten, she's not only lucid, but she's got friends who will believe her about the evil, and who have the capacity to do something about them. Jason here presumably still has contacts in the law enforcement community, and I, as they say, have quite a lot of experience with believing 6 impossible things before breakfast. So suddenly, instead of a bunch of mentally unhinged homeless people, they're dealing with a young girl who has the capacity to destroy them one at a time, her highly motivated brother, and a fully trained mage. That's going to tip the odds in a direction they aren't going to like one bit." Exhausted from getting all that out, Stone sank back, going pale again. Jason was finally catching on.
"So," he said, "that's why they were after her, and after us? They didn't want us all to meet up, because as long as they kept us separated, or better yet, made sure we were dead, then all they'd have to deal with would be the mage and the brother, who were confused as hell about what was going on, and the girl who didn't have any support system."
"Gold star for the man in the leather jacket," Stone said faintly, nodding.
"But the question is, how did they know all of this?" Jason asked.
"I have a theory about that," Stone said. "It's conjecture, but it fits."
"Yeah?"
"Remember the story you said Verity told you about driving the evil out of the man in the basement?"
"Yeah."
"I don't think that one was destroyed.
Lamar here said that the Forgotten think that the more powerful evil can survive outside a host body for a longer time, perhaps even days. I think the man Verity found in the basement was not one of the minions, but one of the more powerful versions. If it was able to escape and find a new host body while retaining its knowledge of what went before, then it would have had very good reason to want to track her down.
That makes sense, Jason admitted. It even fits. If it took it a while to find another body, then it couldn't be tracking V. That would have given her time to get away, and by the time it found one, she'd disappeared and hooked up with the Forgotten, who could hide her.
Exactly, Stone said, nodding.
But Jason's eyes widened. That still leaves another question.
And what's that?
Remember what Verity said she found the guy doing? Draining that kid for power like that ganger did the night Charles died? But I thought you said that was something mages did. Black mages. Not this evil thing.
Stone just stared at Jason for several long, silent seconds.
Bloody hell, he whispered. What?
Stone raised up on his elbow again, heedless of what the exertion was doing to him.
Jason, you're right. You're right, and that changes everything.
Jason didn't even think Stone was aware that Lamar and Marilee were there any longer.
I don't get it. Why?
Because, Stone said, as if talking to a slow toddler, it means these things can coexist with mages. It means they can possess us. Do you realize what kind of danger that could represent? He turned his laser-like gaze on Lamar. When the evil possesses people, does it submerge their personality?
I don't think so, he said. Not entirely, anyway.
And why do you think that's true?
Because we don't know where these things came from, but they're obviously alien, and we've seen that they prefer people in positions of power. They would never be able to perform the sorts of jobs that they do. We think some of the stronger ones have possessed high-level police administrators, politicians, businessmen, with nothing but their own knowledge.
So you're saying, Jason put in, that they let these things possess them? That's pretty far-fetched.
I agree, Lamar said. I don't think they allow it exactly. But I do think, and others agree with me, that some people are more receptive to them than others are.
What kind of people? The old man shrugged. Weak-minded people, or people who might be more willing to do the kinds of things that the evil wants them to do. I think they seek out those kinds of people.
So-called evil people, Stone said, or at the very least people whose moral compasses are a bit more shaky than the average citizen's.
So you think black mages would be more receptive because they don't mind causing pain? Jason asked.
Hard to say, Stone said, finally allowing himself to sink back down again. Mages in general have strong minds. We're trained for it from the time we're apprentices. It's very difficult to compel us to do anything against our will. I'm not sure what this evil could offer a mage that would make him or her willing to let it in. Mental possession. He shivered. To have one's mind taken over by another being, that's something I can't imagine any mage would ever allow.
So, either it's an isolated incident, and somehow they got through to an individual mage, or I'm incorrect, and there's more going on here than I've begun to understand.
Or some of them are powerful enough that they can force their way in without permission, Jason suggested.
Oh, that, Stone agreed.
Jason could see that despite his best efforts to continue with the discussion, the mage's strength was failing.
Listen, he said, you look like you could use a good night's sleep. Why don't we clear out of here and let you rest, and we can talk about this some more in the morning.
His suspicions were confirmed when Stone nodded without protest.
I hate to admit it, but you're right. You could probably do with a bit yourself.
Yeah, probably.
I think I'll go talk to V some more, and then find a place to catch a few hours at least.
He nodded to Lamar and Marilee as he got up. The two of them got slowly to their feet as well. Marilee smiled down at the kitten, who was still snuggled up next to Stone.
She can stay with you if you like. I think she likes you more than she likes me.
Stone didn't answer. His eyes were already closed. Jason exited the tent and waited for the two old forgotten to follow him.
He's gonna be okay, right? I don't need to take him to a hospital or anything?
Lamar shook his head.
He should be fine. He's just tired from the magical exertion and the blood loss. What about my sister? She was saying that someone here was keeping her from having her crazy thing. If she leaves here, she'll go back to the way she was, won't she?
Probably, yes, the man told him.
As I told Dr. Stone, we have no idea what causes these symptoms. There just seems to be some people who are susceptible to them, and your sister seems to be one of them. Unless we can somehow cut off the source of the symptoms rather than simply blocking it, then moving away from the one who can do the blocking will have predictable results.
Jason looked him up and down.
Can I ask you something?
Of course.
Don't take this wrong. You know I'm grateful for what you did for Al, and I'm sure he is too, but you don't seem like the rest of the people here.
What do you mean?
You look like them, he said,
taking in Lamar's thin, stooped frame, ragged clothes, and unshaven face.
But you don't act like them. What were you before you were here?
Lamar smiled gently.
I was a doctor, a long time ago. Seriously?
He nodded.
A good one, too. But I had some issues in my life that I wasn't very wise at coping with.
He patted Jason on the arm.
I like it here, Mr. Thayer. I can take care of people, but the pressure that drove me away from my good life doesn't exist here. Just having to wonder where your next meal coming from and being stalked by some weird disembodied alien body snatcher who wants to kill you because you know too much.
Lamar chuckled.
True, there's that. But we have each other, and we've adapted. The forgotten are very resilient. We have to be. We're all each other have. The rest of the world pretty much ignores us, hence the name we've chosen for ourselves.
Jason nodded, realizing uncomfortably how much truth there was to the old man's words. How many times had he himself walked right by homeless people without even noticing them? It was just too much trouble to stop and talk to them, to give them some change, to even recognize their humanity.
Why do you stay out here? There are places you can go, shelters.
No, that's not possible. Lamar gave him the kind of look you give a beloved small child who had just made an amusing grammatical error.
Don't forget, the evil are hunting us. They want as many of us dead as they can manage.
Wouldn't you think homeless shelters would be the best place for them to hunt?
I guess I didn't think of that,
Jason mumbled. Lamar smiled. We do what we can to survive. It's best to just avoid them, since none of us enjoy the alternative. Maybe if we can find more of us who have your sister's gift, we'll never have to kill anyone again.
You actually care about killing them?
Of course we do. Not the evil, of course. If I could kill every last one of those things by saying the word, I'd do it in an instant. But the people they possessed, they're just people like you or me. Maybe they've made some bad choices in their lives, but that doesn't give us the right to pass final judgment on them. Jason nodded. He supposed that was right. He'd never been a religious man, but his instincts were to protect people, not to kill them. Even homicidal gang members deserved trials, or society would degenerate even further than it already had. Again, Lamar patted his arm. Go find your sister, Jason. Get some sleep.
Yeah, I should do that. I'll see you in the morning.
Lamar moved off back toward the fire, and Jason went in search of Verity. By now, most of the forgotten were asleep, huddled around the two fires or wrapped in heavy old blankets. He thought he spotted Frank the scribbler a distance away, but he didn't head over to check. Hey, Jason, over here. He looked up and saw Verity still sitting leaned against the same tree where he'd left her. Hurrying over, he sat down across from her. Is your friend okay?
Yeah, he'll be fine. I'm just glad you guys had somebody who could help him.
Verity nodded. Lamar hasn't been here long, but everybody respects him. He's kind of the leader of our little group, and sometimes he helps out settling disputes when other groups get together. These guys squabble a lot when everybody gets their different kind of crazy going at once. You ever watch somebody with germophobic OCD trying to deal with somebody who never takes a bath, even when they get the chance? In spite of himself, Jason chuckled. I feel bad for some of them. There's this one little boy about 9 who never says a word. He just sits and rocks and goes along wherever somebody leads him. He mutters to himself in some kind of weird gibberish language and seems to get really agitated when the evil's nearby. They use him kind of like a canary in a coal mine. But up until a day or two ago, nobody could talk to him. Then this other guy showed up and seemed to hit it off with the kid right away. He couldn't figure out why nobody else could understand what he was saying.
Wow,
Jason said, shaking his head.
This is all just so overwhelming. A few days ago, I was back home playing poker and getting in bar fights, and now look at me. My crazy sister is a magic bum. My new friend is a mage who moonlights as a college professor and travels by teleport gateway. I've seen more people get killed than I have during the whole rest of my life, and I've found out some weird spirit things from Dimension X are out to take us all over and make us miserable so they can get their jollies.
He shrugged, flashing her a lopsided grin.
What's next? Talking cats? We're all just living in somebody's fishbowl? I wake up to find out this was all the world's most elaborate dream?
Verity chuckled. Don't call us magic bums, Jason. That's not cool.
Sorry. Just realizing how freaked out I really am, and how much I've had to keep hold of it so I don't just start running around like I'm as crazy as some of these folks are.
Think of how I feel, she reminded him. Meeting Susanna, having her be able to block whatever it is that was causing me to have problems, it was like coming up from being underwater. I know you don't know it or realize it, but there were lots of times during the last few years when I was perfectly okay. It was weird. It was like waking up from a dream, having no idea where I was or what I was doing, and knowing that there was nothing I could do to prevent it happening again. You know how hard that is? It got better toward the end. I'm glad, or I never would have gotten out of that place alive. I hope you're not mad at me for all those times I yelled and screamed. I hope Dad wasn't.
You know, Dad's gone, right? Jason asked gently.
She nodded, her eyes sparkling with unshed tears. Yeah, I know. They told me once during one of my lucid periods. She looked up at him. Jason, what will you do now? The question startled him.
What do you mean?
Well, tomorrow you're going to wake up, and your friend's going to wake up, and there's no reason at all why you need to stay here. You have lives, jobs, things to do. You're not crazy, and you won't go crazy if you get away from the people keeping you sane. So what will you do? For a long time, he didn't answer.
I don't know, he said at last. I don't know what I can do. I don't want to leave you here, but it sounds like you don't want to go.
I can't go, she said. I want to go home with you, or maybe just get a place around here and start having a normal life, but until we figure out why I'm like I am, I can't do it. She sighed. I like these people a lot, but I can't help feeling like I've given up one prison for another, you know? Jason nodded.
Yeah, I can see that. I'll think about it, see if I can come up with anything. Or maybe Al can. He's good with that kind of thing. I'll ask him tomorrow.
How did you meet him, anyway? She asked. You two don't exactly seem like you run in the same circles. He wondered if he should tell her, or if it would just make things more complicated. But as usual, he knew the answer.
V, he knew Mom.
What? Her eyes went wide. How could he...
Long story. I'll tell you the whole thing later. Short version is that he was investigating some of these weird disappearances, and he recognized your name as one of them. We ended up at the same place, and he got me out of a jam. That's why he agreed to help me. To help us, he added, nodding toward her. This I gotta hear, she agreed. But you're right, tomorrow. Unless you're planning on leaving right away. You really should get some sleep. You look tired. We're not going anywhere for a while. Too much we still need to talk about with these guys. They seem to have the other piece of the puzzle we've been trying to solve, which means I won't be able to pry Al away with a crowbar. Maybe between us all we can come up with something. He dragged himself to his feet. Where do you sleep, anyway?
There's a tent on the other side of the fire. I share it with Susanna and Lissy. Jason remembered the Spacey girl from the library and nodded.
Okay. I'll see you in the morning. And V.
Yeah? Impulsively, he pulled her into a quick, hard hug.
It's good to have you back.
She kissed his cheek. Yeah, it's good to be back. Thanks for not giving up on me.
Chapter 38. Jason didn't sleep that well. The ground was hard, and his mind was too busy to let him get much rest. That, and he still wasn't convinced that the DMW weren't going to show up and massacre them all while they slept. That didn't happen. He wasn't sure if it was because one or more of the Forgotten were masking them for view, or if the gang had simply decided to call it a night and lick their wounds. Either way, by the time the filtered light of the sunrise woke him, he'd only gotten about 3 hours of sleep. When he sat up, he was surprised to discover that some of the Forgotten were already awake, including Marilee. The old lady was cooking something in a pot over the near fire, occasionally seasoning it with various things she pulled from the bags hanging off her shopping cart. "Morning," Jason said as he came over.
Oh, good morning. I didn't expect you to be awake yet. Would you like something to eat?
She motioned toward the pot.
I'm making some oatmeal.
No, thanks. I'm gonna go check on Al.
I checked on him a little while ago. He's still asleep, but he looks fine. I'd leave him alone until he wakes up, though. He can use all the rest he can get.
You need help with anything?
Oh, no, I'm fine. But thanks for asking.
He wished she did have something for him to do, since he hadn't brought any of his gear, and he didn't feel comfortable wandering off. He was lucky, though. Apparently these people weren't much for sleeping in. By the time the sun was up, so were most of them, gathering their things and rolling up their bedrolls. Some of them filtered off in groups of 2 or 3. Jason didn't ask where they were going. He figured by that time it was safe to go check on Stone, though, and then he'd go find Verity. The mage was awake when Jason poked his head through the tent flap. He did look better, still tired, but not nearly as pale as he'd been last night. The black kitten was still curled up next to him, fast asleep. "I was wondering when you were going to show up," he said, a little irritably.
"Sorry. Marilee said you weren't awake yet and that I shouldn't bother you. Just woke up a bit ago. How do you feel?"
"Still fairly ghastly. My back hurts from sleeping on the ground. I'm starving, and I'd like very much to get out of this tent, but I'm not sure whether I should chance it yet."
"Why don't I bring you something to eat? Marilee's making oatmeal. Then we can talk for a bit and figure out what we want to do next."
"Excellent idea." Jason got up and went back outside. He'd collected a largish bowl of oatmeal and a plastic spoon from Marilee, and was heading back to the tent when Verity intercepted him. "Morning," she said, falling into step. "Where are you going?"
"Taking this to Al," he said, indicating the bowl.
"Ah, can I come with you? I want to talk to you guys some more."
Sure."
Soon they were back inside the tent, seated on either side of Stone's makeshift bed. He accepted the oatmeal gratefully and made a tentative attempt to prop himself up to a mostly sitting position. He evaluated that for a few seconds, then nodded and began eating.
"So," Jason said, "Verity wants to know what we're planning to do. She can't leave here because she'll lose it again if she gets away from Susanna, but we can't stay here forever."
"No," Stone said. "We can't." He looked at Verity. "Pleasure to meet you, by the way. Forgive my lack of manners." He set the bowl and spoon carefully down and offered her his hand. "Alastair Stone, and I've heard a great deal about you." Verity shook his hand, looking amused. I've heard quite a bit about you too, last night, she told him. All of it lies, I'm sure, Stone said, raising an eyebrow. So, Jason here tells me that your current lucidity is due to some sort of power one of these people has. Something about blocking out whatever's causing your mental issues? Verity nodded. Susanna, she can do that sometimes. I'm not sure if it's permanent because I'm afraid to get too far from her and find out, but she says I'll probably go back to the way I was if I do. I see. I wonder if there might be something I can do about that. What do you mean? Stone shrugged. I'm not certain unless I examine you, but I have some expertise with this sort of thing. There's a chance that I might be able to put a more permanent block in place. Her eyes widened, her expression warring between hope and cynicism. You can do that? She asked, leaning forward. As I said, I don't know, and I'm not really in a position to check now, but it's possible. I'm assuming you don't want to remain here. No. It's like I was telling Jason last night. I'm really grateful for what these people have done for me. I wouldn't be alive if they hadn't taken me in and hidden me from the DMW, but... She sighed. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in a homeless camp because that's the only way I can avoid going back to the halfway house. Or somewhere worse when I turn 18. Quite understandable, Stone said, nodding. Then he looked at Jason. We need to figure out our next move. Do we even have a next move? I mean, we found V. That's what we were trying to do. If you can do something that will block the crazy rays so she won't go right back to the way she was before, then that's it, isn't it? She can come home with me, or... He shrugged. I don't really have much dragging me back down to Ventura. If she'd rather stay up here, I can find odd jobs here as easily as I could there. Well, Stone mused, it can be it, if you want it to be. It's up to you. Jason cocked his head like a confused dog. I don't get it. What else would there be? We could go after it at its source. What? He stared. Al, are you getting hit by the crazy rays? We don't even know what the source is. Even if we wanted to, how would we find it? I think he's right, Verity said suddenly. Jason swung around to face her. What? Why? Haven't you had your fill of whatever these things are by now? She spread her hands in an encompassing gesture. Look around you. All these people are always scared, always hiding, because whatever this thing is, it's looking for them. It wants to kill them. They don't really have any way to stop it. And you think we do? She looked at Stone. I don't know. Do we? No idea, the mage said, but the wheels in his mind were obviously turning. It would take a fair bit of research, not only to figure out where the one in charge is, assuming that Lamar and the others are correct and there even is one in charge, but in order to go on the offensive against such a thing, we'd need to prepare. Jason sighed. Clearly his friend and his sister hadn't realized that it was safe to step out of the Twilight Zone now and come back to the real world. Can we talk about this later? I think right now our priority is getting V straightened out so she can leave, then getting back to civilization. And a shower, he added, sniffing his leather jacket and wrinkling his nose. Verity glared at him. Don't you get it, Jason? You're part of the problem. You use words like civilization. The Forgotten are plenty civilized. Just because some of them are a little strange and they have to live like this doesn't make them any less human. You're quite right, Stone said softly. This past night has been quite an eye-opener for me. It fascinates me that this whole subculture, this whole society, has existed right under our noses, and I never noticed it. I don't think anybody has. And you, she said, turning her glare on Stone, you sound like you just want to study them. They're not some kind of science experiment, they're people. Believe me, I spent enough time like them to know. Do you know how much it sucks to have people ignore you or be scared of you because you don't act normal? What the hell is normal anyway? Stone raised his hand to ward off her words. Calm down, he said. I make no secret of the fact that, yes, I'd like to know more about this society, and especially about these unusual powers many of them possess. As a mage, that interests me professionally. But in case you've forgotten, they've also saved my life. I owe them something for that. If there's anything I can do to help rid them, and the rest of us, as it happens, of this threat, I'm willing to do what I can. Verity turned back to Jason. Jason, what about you? He shrugged, looking resigned. Looks like I'm outvoted, so I guess I'm in. But I still don't think this is a great idea. He paused for a moment, and then, so what now? Now, Stone said, you hand me my shirt and help me up. I think I'm feeling brave enough to venture out, and we need to discuss some things with the Forgotten. Jason did as requested, helping the mage shrug into his shirt and overcoat. The kitten, unceremoniously evicted from her warm sleeping spot, mewed a protest and began looking for a new one. Verity scooped her up. I'll take her back to Marilee, she said. You guys come out when you're ready. Stone, once Jason hauled him up to his feet, was alarmingly unsteady at first. His face paled again, and he looked like he was going to keel over any second. But things seemed to improve the longer he remained upright. You gonna make it? Jason asked, hovering nearby, ready to grab him. I think so, he said. As I said before, nothing hurts except my stiff back, which is hardly short of amazing. Just feeling a bit dizzy. Jason nodded. We need to get you more to eat than a bowl of oatmeal. His stomach rumbled in sympathy at the thought. And me too, it sounds like. The camp was fully awake now, split between people sitting around eating and those who were cleaning up the area, striking tents, putting out fires, gathering trash. They found Lamar sitting under his favorite tree with Verity and a couple of other Forgotten they didn't recognize. You guys look like you're getting ready to leave, Jason said, helping Stone sit down, and then doing so himself. Lamar nodded. We are. We can't afford to stay in the same place for too long. Our concealment abilities aren't foolproof, so we like to move around every few days at least. Where are you going? One of our scouts found an abandoned building in Mountain View. We'll probably head there. We prefer buildings to outside camps. They're more defensible and obviously warmer this time of year. How do you guys operate? Jason asked. How do you get food, move around? It seems like you're pretty mobile. Lamar shrugged. We do what we can do. Sometimes we take the bus, though for obvious reasons we can't do that as a large group, so it can be dangerous. Some of us do odd jobs to earn money, some beg, and some know the places to go where they can find things that others have discarded. There are people who help us, sympathetic restaurant owners and such. Sometimes we'll deal with charities that we know to be safe. There are a few around here, like the Salvation Army and Gordon Lucas's events when they come around. They're two of the few outfits where we've never sensed any evil involvement. Forgotten groups don't really have any formal organization, but generally each small group takes care of its own, pooling resources, using our talents to help how we can. How many groups are there around here? No way to know, really. We cross paths occasionally and compare notes. Aside from our symbols, I believe Verity told you about them, that's the only way we have to communicate with each other. Sometimes we leave notes in specific places in public buildings. Libraries are popular, naturally. And you pretty much stay in this general area? As much as we can. Sometimes a group is forced to move completely out of its area, but that's a drastic choice and not made lightly. Our group moves around from a little north of Palo Alto to the south part of San Jose. It's safer when we know the area. The safe places, the places to avoid. Stone, who'd been silent thus far, nodded and then said, May I ask you a few questions? Of course. You're looking much better this morning, by the way. I'm glad. Thank you, and thanks again to you, the mage said. You said before that you believe that there are levels of evil, that there are more powerful ones directing the activities of lower-level ones. Lamar nodded.
Yes. Do you have any idea how this hierarchy works? Is it a formal structure? Do they literally report up a chain of command? Or is it more of an informal thing, where the powerful entities have an agenda and they communicate it to their minions and leave it up to the minions to implement it? I don't know that, Dr. Stone, Lamar said. I don't think any of us have any desire to get close enough to the more powerful evil to be able to figure that out. If I had to make an educated guess, I'd say that the powerful ones confine their influence to more high-level issues, trying to infiltrate government, business, law enforcement, while the lower ones are more concerned with simple mayhem to feed their need for emotion. So, Stone appeared to be working things out as he went along. The more powerful entities can gain their sustenance by more abstract methods? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I mean, if what you say is true, then whatever they seek or need can be supplied in different ways. The weaker ones cause mayhem and misery to individuals or small groups, and they drink it up, while the more powerful ones incite their mayhem on a more subtle but larger scale. Perhaps it's an issue of concentration. If you're causing pain in one person, you need to cause a great deal of it to get the same effect as you would from causing a large number of people a smaller amount of pain. He shrugged. I'm just tossing out ideas now. I'm likely completely off track. It's as good a theory as any, Lamar admitted. As I said, we don't really have any way to check, even if that were something that we wanted to do. Generally, any of us who come into contact with the evil's higher echelons don't come back to tell the tale. Let's leave that for a moment, then, Stone said. Do these evil have any powers? Do they have abilities like the Forgottens, or like a mage's? Or is their power simply derived from the person they choose to possess? For example, if they possess a gang member, then they would acquire his strength, his knowledge of the streets and so forth, while if one possessed a police chief, its power would be largely in the chief's influence and his ability to direct the actions of numerous other people.
Lamar thought about that for a couple of minutes, staring off into nothingness in a way that reminded Jason of Stone in one of his contemplative moods.
I don't think I've ever heard of them exhibiting any abilities beyond what they get from possessing someone, he said at last. Unless they possess a mage, Jason reminded him. And we know they can do that. We know they've done that once, Stone corrected. As I told you before, I doubt there are many mages who would allow it. And like I said, maybe they don't have a choice, Jason said. And anyway, it's not once, it's at least 3 times that we know of. Stone raised an eyebrow. 3? Yeah. Don't you remember the DMW ganger who torched that kid to kill Charles? And the one who said he talked to your spirit thing. You said that there were a few minor talents in the DMW. I did, but there's no proof that the ganger was possessed, or even that the majority of the DMW are possessed. He gave Lamar a questioning look. We don't think they are, Lamar confirmed. I wasn't aware that there were mages in the gang. If there are, there aren't many. But if there were enough evil around to possess every member of the DMW, along with all the others we've encountered... He shuddered. I doubt any of the Forgotten would still be alive. Marilee came over with Lissy, who was humming to herself.
Mind if we join you? The old lady asked.
When Lamar waved her to a seat, both of them settled down next to the tree. Stone nodded politely to them, but kept going. Which brings up another question. Do they reproduce? Marilee's eyes widened.
The evil?
Dr. Stone has many questions about the evil, Lamar told her. I'm trying to answer them as best I can. To Stone, he said, that's another question we don't know anything about. Given that they essentially showed up a few years back, we have no idea where they came from, or whether more are able to come from that place. Nor do we have any idea if they're reproducing. Stone nodded. It rather makes sense that they do. As sinister as they are, from what I understand, they operate like any other living entity. They seek out sustenance, and they seek to further their own agenda. It only makes sense that they have some way to reproduce, even if it's simply to split themselves in two. I never thought about that, Lamar said.
I guess we've got enough to worry about with the ones that are already here, without thinking about them producing more. He tilted his head. Do you mind if I ask you a question, Dr. Stone? Not at all. Lamar nodded. Why are you so interested in the inner workings of the evil? I understand that as a mage, curiosity is unavoidable, and this kind of phenomenon must be very interesting to you, but I sense that there's more to it than that. Lissy, unnoticed until now, giggled.
Magic Man wants to kill him, she said matter-of-factly, waving a long blade of grass for Marily's kitten to bat at. Lamar and Marily both stared at him as that sunk in.
Is that true? The old man asked in a near whisper. He had a strange expression, not quite fear and not quite hope. Stone looked troubled. I don't know. The thought had crossed my mind. If we can track down the ones in charge, perhaps we can destroy them, or at least force them to go back to wherever they came from. That might put the rest of them into such disarray that they'd be a reduced threat and easier to deal with individually. But there are a lot of problems with that approach. For example, we don't know where these so-called leaders keep themselves. And if driving the evil out of a person requires killing that person, then what I'm proposing essentially amounts to mass murder. I'm not really prepared to go down that path.
But it doesn't, Verity reminded him. Remember, I can drive them out without killing the person.
True, Stone said, but you said yourself that you have no conscious control over your ability, and you're only one person. Lamar said he's never heard of anyone else with your ability. Even if you were willing to do it, the danger would be immense.
Verity shrugged. I don't care about danger. I'm pissed at these things for taking away a third of my life. If there's a way to kick their asses, I'm in.
Jason started to say something, then got a look at his sister's face and decided not to. Stone sighed. Well, in any case, it's not something we could do overnight, even if we decided to give it a go. It will require thought and planning, and probably more than a bit of help on the part of the Forgotten, if they're willing. I don't see any way this can work unless we can identify where their leader, well, at least the one who's taken over our area, is located, and I don't see how Jason or I would be much help there. He looked at Lamar. Your group, the other groups you talk to, you see things, you hear things, you communicate with each other. That's what we'd need. But perhaps you don't even want to get involved, and I certainly don't blame you. It could be dangerous for you as well, and I wouldn't want to put you and your people in danger. When Lamar started to say something, he held up his hand. Please, don't make any decisions now. I'm not going to either. Just talk it over with your group and any others you happen to encounter in your travels. If you all decide you're willing, then I'll do what I can to help you.
Me too,
Verity said. She looked at Jason. He took a deep breath. After a long pause, he nodded. Back to the Twilight Zone, he muttered, just loudly enough for Stone to hear. Good, Stone said briskly. Now then, I'm going to have to head back home for a while, and I think Jason wants to come along as well. The question is, will it be safe to bring Verity along with us, if we get her back to Susanna's care by tonight when you've arrived at your new location?
I think it'll be okay, Verity said. A couple of days ago she left for a few hours, and I was fine. I could feel something trying to touch my mind a couple of times, but I think it has to, I don't know, kind of build up a bit before it really takes hold.
A few hours should be plenty of time, Stone said. Slowly and carefully he got up and turned to Lamar. Thank you again for all you've done for me, for all of us. Believe me, although there's no way I can adequately repay you for saving my life, I'll do my best to help you if we decide to go through with this mad plan.
Lissy giggled again. Doc's funny, she announced.
Jason and Verity got up too. Yeah, Jason said. Thanks for everything. I don't even want to think about what might have happened to V out there on the streets if she hadn't found you guys.
Verity went over and hugged Lamar, then Marily. You guys rock, she said. We'll be back, I promise. If they try to keep me away, I'll sneak out and hitchhike.
She looked back at Jason and Stone.
I'm gonna go get my stuff and say goodbye to the others, and tell Susanna I'll be back soon."
Jason and Stone waited for her to return, getting the group's proposed new location and directions from Lamar. "We'll be back later today," Stone told him. "Just need to take care of a few loose ends and see if perhaps I can't do something a bit more permanent to help Verity."
"So she doesn't have to stay," Marilee said, a little sadly.
When Stone started to speak up, she shook her head.
"No, don't worry about it. Of course she shouldn't have to stay here. This is no life for a young girl, or anyone if they have any other choice. Maybe if your plan, whatever it turns out to be, works out, then some of the others of us will be able to go back to their other lives."
She sounded wistful. Stone leaned down and patted her shoulder. "We'll do what we can to help you all." He cocked his head toward the kitten, who was now playing with the hem of Lissy's dress. "After all, I've taken a liking to that little one there. I can't let anything happen to her friends." Verity was coming back across the camp now, carrying a small backpack.
"Okay," she said. "I'm ready. Susanna says she thinks I'll be okay for 6 or 8 hours."
"Well then, we'd best get moving," Stone said. Chapter 39. Amazingly, the car was still where they'd left it, and didn't look like anybody had messed with it or was currently watching it. Stone let out his held breath in a rush of relief as he opened the trunk and discovered the leather-bound book was still there, safe in its briefcase. "I'm glad I was too out of it to think about this last night," he said. "I would have been frantic worrying about it." Leaving it where it was, he climbed into the passenger seat and motioned for Jason to drive. Verity got in the back.
"Nice ride," she told Jason, grinning. "Very attractive. Never thought I'd see you in something with 4 wheels, especially something old ladies would turn down for being too uncool."
"Yeah, well, Al doesn't like to ride on the back of my bike," he told her. "That and the DMW blew it up." He turned to Stone. "Where are we going?" "Back to Palo Alto," he said. "Ideally, I'd like to stop at the nearest restaurant and order one of everything on the menu, but given how we look, and doubtless smell, I think a stop at home for showers all around should be our first destination. Then I want to go to my bank and put that," he hooked his thumb over his shoulder toward the trunk, "in my safe deposit box. Then food." It took them a little over an hour to get back to their temporary home near campus, clean up and change clothes, and take the book to the bank. They did most of this in comparative silence, each content for a while to just sit back and catch up with his or her own thoughts. It was only after they were all seated around a table in the back of a little diner off El Camino and polishing off pancakes, eggs, and the rest of the sizable late breakfast they'd ordered that they'd started to discuss their plans. "So," Jason said, around a large mouthful of sausage, "you think you might be able to help V with her problem?" "I might," Stone said. "Once we get back to the house, I'll see. I don't really understand how these forgotten powers work. They've got to be some sort of magic, but, as I said before, it's no type I've ever seen. Nor do I understand the way the evil, or whatever it is that's causing these widespread issues, operates, so it might take a bit of effort to figure out how to block it."
"I hope you can do it," Verity said. She looked like she was hardly daring to hope that it might be possible. "I want my life back."
"Too bad she's not a mage too," Jason said, offloading more eggs onto his plate. "You have to admit it would make things easier."
Verity rolled her eyes at him. "Yeah, and while I'm at it, I've always wanted a unicorn." She started to laugh, then stopped abruptly. Why are you staring at me like that, Dr. Stone?" At Jason's words, Stone had stiffened in his chair, fixing his probing gaze on Verity.
"Al?" Jason was looking at the mage now, too. "Did I say something wrong?"
"I'm a bloody fool," Stone whispered, looking disgusted with himself. "I seem to be making a habit of that lately."
"What's going on?" Verity demanded. Stone didn't answer. He continued staring at Verity, unblinking, until she shifted in her chair. "Jason, tell him to stop looking at me like that. It's creepy."
"Al, what the hell is going on?" Jason asked, looking angry.
The mage broke his gaze away from Verity with obvious difficulty, shaking his head as if clearing a vision.
"I'm not certain," he said. "I'd need to do more checking. Finish up. We need to get back home."
There was a certain urgency in his tone now. "Is something wrong?" Verity asked, looking back and forth between them.
"Al, stop being cryptic, damn it!"
Jason's voice raised a little now, causing an elderly couple 2 tables down to glance over at them in disapproval. Stone fixed his focus on Jason.
"I didn't tell you something before,"
he said evenly. It was clear he was trying to keep something under tight control.
"What?"
"Remember when we were in England and you were asking about my gateway? I told you that it was many years old and that I came from a long line of mages." Jason nodded.
"Yeah, and?"
Stone sighed. "Magical talent is hereditary. It doesn't always show up. I don't think anyone's ever studied the genetics of it. But it's fairly uncommon, even if both parents are mages. But when it shows up, it's much more likely to follow the same sex line for whatever reason. Fathers tend to produce magical sons, and mothers tend to produce magical daughters." He emphasized those last words, driving them into Jason's brain like bright nails. Sometimes it took Jason a little while to catch on to things, particularly things in the realm of the strange and unbelievable. But when Stone's words finally sunk in, he just sat there, eyes wide, mouth open, looking like somebody had just punched him hard in the soul.
"Oh, holy shit."
"What?" Verity yelled. "Look, I hate to sound like a kid butting into the grown-up conversation here, but it sounds like you two are talking about me. I'd kind of like to be in on the joke."
"I assure you, there's no joke,"
Stone said. He looked dead serious.
"V."
Jason turned to face her, forcing himself to be calm.
"Al told me before. The reason he agreed to help me find you after we ran into each other. Remember I told you last night he knew Mom, a long time ago?"
She stared at him, then turned to stare at Stone. "I forgot about that. You really knew our mother?"
He nodded. "I did. But that's not all he told me," Jason continued, dragging her attention back to him. "V, he says that Mom was a mage."
Only the fact that the diner had gotten much busier over the time they'd been there masked the loud clatter of Verity dropping her fork onto the nearly empty plate.
"Mom was—"
Jason patted her shoulder.
"It's okay, I understand how you're feeling. I've spent the last few days in a perpetual state of, what the hell's the next weird thing going to be? You get used to it after a while, but it's a little hard at first."
Verity looked like she wasn't sure who she should be paying attention to. She darted her gaze back and forth between them, and finally settled on Stone. "You're saying that our mom was a mage? Like you?" Again, Stone nodded.
"Quite a good one, too."
"I never knew her. She died when I was a baby." She stared down at her plate, then back up again. When she spoke again, she sounded uncertain. "Am I understanding you right? You said magic can get passed down, and that mothers pass it to daughters usually?"
"Yes."
"So there's a chance—"
"There is. And from the look of my very preliminary once-over, a strong one. But I wouldn't say for sure until I've had a chance to give you a proper examination."
She cocked her head at him and gave him a sideways look. "Examination? Don't worry, it's quite painless. It mostly involves you sitting in a chair and me running a few tests." She didn't answer for a long time. Then she said, "And if it's true? If you find out I am one, then what?" Stone shrugged.
"Then it's up to you.
Being a mage isn't something you simply wake up one day and discover. Even having the talent doesn't give you the ability to cast spells or perform any other sort of magical rituals. It takes years of study to be any good. I've been at it for over 20 years now, and I still have a lot to learn. Where do you study? Generally, you apprentice yourself to another mage. As I told Jason before, there are no magic schools per se. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. I don't want to get your hopes up and then find out that you don't have the talent. But I will say this. If it turns out that you do, it will make things easier on us. Why is that? Jason asked. He still looked like he was recovering from being gut-punched. Because it means I'll be able to teach her how to do her own blocking. She won't need to depend on me or Susanna or anyone else to keep her mind safe. She'll have control over it on her own. Verity was getting that I'm not even daring to hope look again. I will? She asked in a near whisper. You mean whatever it is that's messing me up won't be able to do it anymore, and I'll control that? If you have magical talent and apply yourself, yes. Stone waved to the waitress for the check. If it turns out that you don't, then I'll do my best to put the blocks up myself. You'll probably have to come back to me to have them renewed every once in a while, but either way, you should be able to live a normal life. Verity's shoulders slumped a little, and tears shone in her eyes. She swiped them away in frustration. I can't believe it, she said softly. Finally, after all this time. Stone paid the check, and they got out of the diner. He walked fast toward the car, seemingly lost in thought, so Jason hung back to walk with Verity. Do you really think he can do it? She asked him. I think so, he said. I've seen him do a lot of fairly amazing things, and some damn weird ones, too. He's an odd guy, but so far everything he's claimed to be able to do, he's done. He ruffled her hair. A mage. He shook his head. That's going to be pretty freaky if it turns out to be true. It's hard enough having a mage for a friend. Now I'm going to have one for a sister? You'd better treat me right, she said, laughing, or I'll turn you into a frog. Then she got serious. I don't know, Jason. This is all too weird. Why can't things just be normal like they used to be when we were back home? I've been asking myself that a lot in the last few days, he admitted. I think we might be done with normal for a while, though, so we better get used to it. Pick up the pace, you two, Stone called. He'd already reached the car and was waiting impatiently for them to catch up. Yes, master, Jason replied in his Igor voice. If I end up being a mage and studying with him, I don't have to call him master, do I? Verity asked, wrinkling her nose. 'Cause that would be creepy. He'll probably make you do his laundry, too, he told her, keeping his face deadpan and ducking as she aimed a punch at his shoulder. Chapter 40. They arrived back at the house, and Stone waved Verity toward a chair in the living room. We'd best get this sorted now, because it will affect some of the things we do going forward. Nervously, Verity took the indicated seat. So I don't have to do anything? Not a thing, Stone assured her. He pulled up a stool in front of her and sat down on it, facing her and about as close as he'd been to Jason when he'd shielded his mind before they went into the overworld. And it won't hurt or feel weird? Stone shook his head. No, and I won't have to touch you in any way if that concerns you. She looked relieved, and Jason knew from her expression that it had concerned her. You, want me to clear out? He asked. No need, this won't take long. Jason nodded and took a seat on the couch. Al? He didn't look up from what he was doing. Yes? Is there any chance that He did look away then, facing Jason with a gentle, rueful smile as he shook his head. I'm sorry, Jason. No. I would have noticed when I did your shielding before our return trip. You're 100% non-magical. Jason sighed, not sure whether he was happy or dismayed to hear that. He supposed it didn't matter since it wasn't going to happen either way. Okay. Thanks for checking, I guess. I'd have told you if I'd found something, but I saw no point in disappointing you. He turned back to Verity. All right then, let's get this over with, shall we? I'll go ahead and put up the block if I can. Even if you have the talent, you'll need a bit of study and practice before you can do it on your own. She nodded. Okay, let's do it. The process took only about 5 minutes, during which Jason could see nothing happening other than Stone staring in that unblinking, laser-like way of his into Verity's eyes. Once, he held up a hand and slowly passed it across Verity's face from a distance of several inches away. For her part, Verity looked like she was trying to sit as still as she could, even though it was obvious this whole process was freaking her out more than she wanted to admit. When Stone finally switched off the stare and leaned back on the stool, she asked jokingly, "So, Doc, am I gonna live?" Stone didn't answer for several seconds. He appeared to be deep in thought. "Well," he said softly, getting up, "this is a first for me. I'm honored. I've never had the privilege of identifying a new mage before." Verity's eyes widened. "Then I am?" "You are," he said. "And if I'm any judge at all, you've got the potential for some pretty impressive ability once you're trained. It doesn't surprise me, though, really. As I said, your mother was quite talented." She seemed stunned. Looking back and forth between Stone and Jason, she slowly got up out of the chair and rubbed her hand across her eyes. "Wow," was all she could get out.
"Did you do the shielding?" Jason asked Stone. "Is she going to be okay away from Susanna?"
He nodded. "I think so. It was very strange. That's most of why it took so long to do it. The identification itself was easy, but there's definitely something trying to get into her head." "Something?" Verity asked. "You mean like one of those evil things?" "I don't think so. It's not that specific. It seems more like a force or an aura rather than an individual. Mind you, this is just wild speculation on my part, but if I had to qualify it, I'd say it's something that just exists in the world that you're susceptible to."
"I don't get it," Jason said. "How could that be? You're saying there's something just floating around out there, and it makes some people crazy but not others?"
"Essentially, yes. That's my impression anyway. I could be dead wrong."
"But whatever this is, it just showed up a few years ago? Could it have been around before? Did it show up and affect her, or did something happen with her? Like, maybe that doctor was right about puberty. That made her more vulnerable to it?"
Stone spread his hands in an "I don't know" gesture. "I couldn't tell you. I couldn't get a handle on what it was. The best I could do was make an estimate of its magical frequency, as it were, and put up some protections to block it from getting into her head." "And this is the thing you meant I'd have to renew every once in a while?" Verity asked.
"Yes, but with any luck, you'll be well enough along in your training before that happens that you'll be able to take over the blocking yourself. Assuming," he added, turning back to face her, "that you even want to be trained. There's no requirement that you are. I'll warn you, the training isn't easy. At the beginning, you're likely to be bored senseless by some of it, and as it goes on, you'll be doing things that could potentially be dangerous as you stretch your abilities and learn your limitations." "If I did decide to go ahead with the training," she said after a long pause, "how would it work? Would you be the one doing it?"
"That's something we can discuss," Stone said. "It will have to be a mutual decision. Let's not talk about that now, though. It's something neither of us should decide quickly. You'll need time to examine your other options. Right now, if we're going to help the Forgotten and deal with the evil, we'll have to concentrate on that. There's no way we could split our focus by beginning any sort of training now." She nodded, looking disappointed.
"What do we have to do?" Jason asked. "Where do we start?"
Stone sighed, sitting back down on the other end of the couch. "The way I see it, there are several problems we need to solve. The first, as I said before, is that we need to figure out somehow where our quarry is located, and how many of them there are. If there's one top-level evil running the entire area like some sort of district manager, then we'll need to find out who that one has possessed, and where he or she is. Obviously, if what Lamar said is true and the more powerful ones seek out more powerful hosts, then likely this one will have protections in place that we'll have to circumvent.
That's problem number 1,
Jason said.
What about the others?
Well, I would say the second one is that even if Verity can drive it out of its body, we have to figure out how to either destroy it or contain it until it's simply destroyed, or sent home because it can't secure another host.
Or we can kill the host, Jason pointed out.
That won't work, Stone said, shaking his head. Don't you remember what Lamar said? They think the powerful ones are able to remain without a body for as long as a few days. If we kill the host, all we'll be left with is a dead person, quite likely a dead person of considerable power and influence, and the need to resume our search again when the evil finds a new host. That is, of course, he added, with a raised eyebrow, if they haven't tossed a lot of us in jail because we've murdered the mayor or the chief of police or some such.
Okay,
Jason said.
Is that something you can do? Contain it, I mean.
I don't know. It would require some experimentation, most likely with the lower-level specimens.
Wait, you mean we're going to have to grab a DMW guy or something, and try to catch the thing that flies out of his head when Verity boots it out?
Crude, but accurate. And this will also give Verity some practice to determine whether she can control her power enough that she can use it at will. If she can't learn to do that, then we might be in trouble. At the very least, we'll have to explore other options. Verity nodded. I don't know if I can do it when I want to. I've actually never tried. Like I said, I thought the first time was a fluke, and the second time I was doing it to save Jason. Our third problem, though this one is easy to solve, relatively speaking, Stone went on, is that battling the hosts of these evil is likely to require the sort of magic that I'm not used to performing.
Combat stuff, you mean?
Jason said. Exactly.
I won't be much use if I'm keeling over from exhaustion every time I cast a spell.
Which means I'll have to work on building some magical items to help me channel energy more efficiently when casting those sorts of spells.
You can do that?
I can, but it will take some time. Remember I told you before that white magic was ultimately more powerful than black? Because we can cast permanent spells and imbue objects with power to use later, so we don't have to draw it from ourselves or others. Jason nodded.
I remember you did say that, yeah.
So, Stone said, I suppose the first item on my agenda is to get started working on those. And what are we doing in the meantime? Verity asked. We're going back to the Forgotten later today, right? Stone nodded. Yes, we need to talk to them. Find out if they're willing to help out with this. If they're not, and I certainly wouldn't blame them, then things will be a great deal more difficult. He sighed. Actually, I think my first step before anything else is to secure better lodgings, especially if Verity's going to remain with us for a while. This place and its 2 bedrooms won't work. It's also not practical to do magic here. Not enough room. Tell you what, I'm sure you two have a lot of catching up to do. Why don't you do that for the next couple of hours, and I'll make some calls and see if I can't locate a better place, at least temporarily. I wouldn't leave the house if I were you, though. Too much risk that someone will spot you. I think for the duration of this little adventure, it would be best if we remain together as much as is practical. Jason nodded. He didn't like the feeling that he couldn't go wherever he wanted, but Stone's words made a lot of sense. Now that he had Verity back, he really didn't want to take her out to the mall and get ambushed by a DMW hit squad. All right then, Stone said. I'm off to my room to make those calls. If I can find a place quickly enough, we'll go there and set up our base of operations. If not, we'll head back to the Forgotten a bit early. This left Jason and Verity sitting in the front room. She leaned back in her chair with a loud sigh. Well, I guess nobody ever promised us a normal life, huh?
You got that right, he said.
So, I'm going to get to do magic, she said, her big dark eyes wide with wonder. She stared at her brother. What do you think? Should I do it? Should I ask him to train me? This is all sounding so weird that I'm even saying it. Do I want to let somebody train me in how to do magic? Jason grinned.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a head start on you for getting used to weirdness. The funny part is how soon it all starts sounding normal. At first, I thought the only thing I wanted to do was find you and get back to our boring, normal life in Ventura, but now—" He shrugged. "I don't know. This is all kind of interesting in a way. Freaky as hell, sure, but it's a nice change of pace from fixing old motorcycles and getting tossed in jail for starting bar fights."
"What do you think of him?" she asked, hooking a thumb toward the back room where Stone had disappeared. "Should I ask him to train me? You don't think he'll hit on me, do you? 'Cause he's kind of hot and all, but he's old. That would be—"
Jason laughed. "If that's all you're worried about, I don't think you need to be. He's okay. He's a magic nerd. Seems like magic's all he's interested in. That and puzzles. If you showed up in front of him wearing a string bikini while he was in the middle of running some magical experiment, he wouldn't even notice you, except to ask you to bring him a candle or a dead frog or something."
"Is he gay?"
"I don't think so. He told me he had a schoolboy crush on Mom back when he knew her, which is also not something I want to think too hard about."
Now he looked at her.
"By the way, speaking of that, when were you going to tell me?"
"Tell you? Oh!" She smiled and shrugged. "I don't know. You didn't exactly come to see me, you know. I couldn't really tell you much of anything, could I? And anyway, I'm not gay. I like guys, too. I just like girls more. And it was a lot safer in the halfway house to stick with girls, you know?" Her expression grew more serious. "You don't have a problem with that, do you?"
"Why does everybody keep asking me that?" he said, rolling his eyes. "V, I'm just glad to have you back safe, and having you safe and non-crazy is a huge bonus. At this point, I wouldn't care if you were into Russian circus midgets, if it meant that you had a shot at a halfway regular, normal life."
She giggled. "Oh, good. Because I was really worried about how you'd react to the circus midgets. Maybe you better tell your friend to get a place with more rooms, so I can tell them it's safe to come home now. Sergei and Natasha will be so happy to get out of that refrigerator box."
Jason laughed again. It felt so good to be laughing, after the past few days of fear and death and non-stop weirdness. "I'd forgotten what a goofball you used to be."
"And I'd forgotten what a dork you used to be," she said, grinning. "I guess some things never change, huh?"
Chapter 41.
When Stone returned an hour later, the two of them were sitting on the couch together, cheerfully making fun of an old black-and-white movie on the television.
"Well," he said, smiling, "looks like the reunion went well." "Did you find anything?" Jason asked, turning down the volume.
"I did. Fortunately for us, I found another colleague who has a furnished rental property that will fit our needs nicely. Once I assured him I would do my very best to ensure that it wouldn't get blown up by a faulty gas main, he agreed to let me take it on a month-to-month basis. I'm still on the lookout for something more permanent, but this will do nicely for now."
"Blown up?" Verity asked, alarmed. "Does it have a basement?" Jason asked at the same time, with a wicked glint in his eyes.
"I also took the care of making some arrangements with my insurance company to cover some of the items I lost in the explosion," Stone continued, ignoring them both, "and located us a rental vehicle until I can replace the Jaguar."
"What, you don't like my car?" Jason asked innocently.
"Explosion?" Verity asked again.
"Tell you later," Jason told her. "His housekeeper tried to murder us a few days ago by blowing up his last house."
She stared at him, then at Stone, wide-eyed and obviously not sure if they were pulling her leg. "Your housekeeper?" Suddenly something clicked in Jason's mind. His joking expression turned dead serious.
"Al, Mrs. Oliveira."
Stone nodded, looking equally serious.
"I just had the same thought."
He sighed. "Really the only way they could have gotten in without setting off my defenses." "What the hell are you two talking about?" Verity demanded. "This is going to get old in a hurry if you keep talking like I'm not even here."
"Sorry," Jason muttered. "We're thinking now that one of the evil must have possessed Mrs. Oliveira and made her set that bomb. Remember how Lamar said sometimes they sacrifice the weak ones to do things they need done, or just to cause people to commit suicide so they can feed off the emotion?"
And then, when it was finished with her, Stone said sadly, it simply caused her to have an accident that killed her. Perhaps it was even able to secure another body if one was close enough. He sighed, looking down. What a waste.
Just a sec, though, Jason said. Didn't Lamar say the Forgotten don't think the evil takes over people completely when it possesses them? Remember, he said it couldn't, or else they wouldn't be able to do their jobs.
Yes, but he also said that no one knows for sure, Stone pointed out. Perhaps they're capable of doing it either way. Oh, I really don't know. It would definitely be something to study at some point, but for now, I think we'll have to go on the assumption that they can choose to take people, at least some people, over completely if they need to. Possibly only for a limited amount of time, which is why the more powerful evil use the weakest ones for their suicide missions.
That makes sense, I guess, Jason said. Just makes this whole thing scarier, though.
Come on, Stone said, grabbing his coat. Get your stuff together and let's take a look at the new place and pick up the car. I want to be as settled in as we can before heading back to Mountain View. The new house was near the border between Mountain View and Palo Alto. It was a nondescript, tan, single-story place in the ubiquitous California ranch style, with a two-car garage and a patch of lawn blanketed in fallen leaves from a mature tree. The neighborhood looked quiet and respectable. Several of the nearby houses sported cheerful Halloween decorations in their front yards.
How suburban, Jason said.
Yes, well, beggars can't be choosers, and at least it has 3 bedrooms and a large family room I can use for doing magic, Stone reminded him. It will do until I can find something more to my liking, and the 2-car garage means we don't have to keep our cars visible, in case anyone happens by who might recognize them. The inside was as nondescript as the outside, furnished in early Middle American boring. The 2 bedrooms at the end of the hall are yours, Stone told them. You can fight over who gets which one, but make it quick. I want to be out of here in 15 minutes at most. They beat that by nearly 10 minutes. They didn't have much gear to stow. When they came back out front, Stone was installing their meager food stores in the refrigerator and cabinets. Ready? Their next stop was the rental agency, where Stone revealed the car to be a beige van with tinted windows in the back.
Seriously, Al? Jason asked, amused. This one doesn't look like your style either.
Right now, style isn't nearly as important as blending in, Stone reminded him. These things are all over the place, so it's likely we won't be noticed. Plus, it's got more room if we need to carry any of the Forgotten. I'll get something more interesting again once we've sorted out our little problems. Jason, with Verity riding shotgun, followed Stone back to the house in the Ford and stashed it in the garage. Then they all piled into the van.
Where to now?
I want to stop at Madame Juan's, and we should probably go back to her friend's house and clean up the sand we left in his studio. And it's early enough we probably have time to stop by the mall again. I'm guessing Verity might like to pick up a few more clothes. I can do that? She asked. She looked like she hadn't thought about it, but now that she had, she was quickly warming to the idea. I don't have any money. Don't worry about that, Stone said. We're not buying you fur coats or ostrich boots or anything. Just a few things to get you by until you can decide what you want to do. These stops ended up taking almost 2 hours between them, but by the time they were finished, Stone had a bag full of items he planned to use to make magical batteries and focusing objects. The ballet studio in Los Gatos was cleaned up and back in the state they'd found it, and Verity had picked out several new pairs of jeans, a few subversive black t-shirts, and a pair of black leather Doc Martens that Stone caught her eyeing longingly and insisted she have, despite her protest over the price. This feels weird, she told him, as the salesperson rang up the purchases. It's like you're my sugar daddy or something. He chuckled. It's not a hardship, believe me. And if you and Jason feel that you must do something, you can always take care of the chores around the house. I'm abysmal at housekeeping.
See?
Jason said, grinning.
He is going to make you do his laundry.
You can do the laundry, she protested. I'll mow the lawn or cook or something. They were heading out now, and she looked back at Stone. Are we going back to the Forgotten now? Right you are. We'll drop this stuff off at the house and be on our way. We're not actually far from their new location."
"Can we get some food first?" Jason asked.
Despite the big breakfast they'd had only a few hours ago, his stomach was rumbling again. "I wish we could take something to them, too," Verity said. Stone nodded. "Both excellent ideas," he agreed. "One more stop, then." When they arrived at the address Lamar had given them for the Forgotten's new base, they found it to be an old auto repair shop in the back of another of the area's numerous abandoned industrial parks. It was built like a warehouse, but only half as large. As they pulled around the back of the building, they immediately spotted the triangle and rays Good Place symbol chalked on the asphalt near the door. The door opened, framing Lamar and Marilee in the doorway. They both looked surprised as Stone, Jason, and Verity all got out of the van, each one bearing a large cardboard box.
"What?"
he asked. "Lunch is catered today," Stone announced, handing his box to Lamar. The old man looked inside, and his eyes widened. The box was filled with wrapped sandwiches from a local fast food sub-shop, the mingling scents of meats, vegetables, and condiments wafting up enticingly.
"Coming through,"
Jason said. He carried another box full of 2-liter bottles of soda, along with plastic cups, forks, and napkins. Verity brought up the rear with a second box of sandwiches. The inside of the building was one large open space. About 15 of the Forgotten were sitting around inside, but most got up and began to filter over when they smelled the food.
"I don't know what to say," Lamar said, "except thank you. Your kindness is appreciated."
"Think nothing of it," Stone said. "We were going to pick up lunch before we came over here, and Verity quite rightly pointed out that you all might like to join us." Jason and Verity started setting out bottles and cups on the makeshift table the Forgotten had fashioned out of a door and 2 empty cardboard boxes. And soon everyone had grabbed a sandwich and a drink and had found a spot to eat. Stone sat down near the back wall with a small group consisting of Lamar, Marilee, Verity, Jason, and the gruff military man, Hector. Intent on eating, no one spoke for a while. But then Stone addressed Lamar. "Have you given any thought to what we discussed this morning?" He nodded.
"I've been thinking about it all day,"
he admitted. He looked troubled.
"I've talked it over with Marilee and a couple of others, and we want to help. Some of our group are afraid, though."
"I'd be surprised if they weren't," Stone said. "Whatever we decide to do, I doubt it's going to be safe. But the risk to you and your group is minimal if we do this correctly. All I really need you to do is to help us figure out where the leading evil of the area keeps itself. I need you to communicate with other Forgotten groups and try to figure out where its base is, because if we do strike, it only makes sense to strike there." Lamar nodded.
"That does make sense," he agreed. "I warn you, though, such a thing will take time. We don't encounter other groups that often. Of course, we have a few places where we can meet or leave messages for each other if we need to, but it's not as simple as calling them on the phone or putting out the call for a group meeting. We're not that organized, partially by necessity. Our groups are large enough for protection, but not big enough to attract the evil's attention."
"Well," Stone said, "if you can do the best you can, that's all we can ask. I have some things I need to do in the meantime to prepare, but all of this hinges on knowing where to look. We can be ready when we find out, but until we know—"
"I understand,"
the old man said. Stone pulled out a small notebook and jotted down the phone number at the new house. He tore off the page and handed it to Lamar along with some cash. "This is where you'll find us," he said. "Since we may not know where you've moved on any given day, it's probably best if you contact us when you find out something, or if you need anything."
"We can't accept,"
Lamar protested, trying to give back the money. Stone shook his head. "As I said, what I'm asking you to do could be dangerous. The least I can do is try to help you a bit so you don't have to worry so much about your livelihood for the next few days. Don't worry," he added, as Lamar still didn't look convinced.
I've got a fair bit of money squirreled away, and it's nice to have something helpful to spend it on.
Lamar nodded.
All right, then. Thank you. We do appreciate everything that all of you have done for us.
That's mutual, I assure you, Stone said, patting his formerly wounded side for emphasis. And if all goes according to plan, I'm hoping you'll all be in better circumstances soon. Lamar looked philosophical.
I'm not going to think that far ahead, Dr. Stone. Around here, we pretty much take things one day at a time.
He stowed the phone number and the bills away in his coat.
But I promise you, as soon as we know anything, we'll find a way to contact you.
For the next several days, they heard nothing from the Forgotten, and Jason and Verity were both starting to get restless. Jason had a serious problem with being confined anywhere for any length of time, and was going stir-crazy inside the house, despite their daily trips out for food and general shopping, while Verity mentioned she was worried that something had happened to her friends. They kept busy by watching television and doing the chores around the house. Verity, it turned out, was a talented cook and enjoyed experimenting with different recipes, while Jason put his mechanical aptitude to work on various small projects, both inside and outside, and spent every spare moment doing what he could to make the old Ford run better. Meanwhile, Stone spent most of his time either holed up in his room doing research or puttering around in the large family room, which he had commandeered and was in the process of turning into a place to perform magical rituals. A couple times he called Verity in to help him with some mundane task, but mostly he kept to himself.
"It's a good thing I've a lot of practice doing this sort of thing," he said at one point, annoyed. "Losing the better part of my research collection in the explosion is making things more difficult than they have to be."
When he wasn't doing research or filling the house with the smell of incense and burning candles while building the various magical devices to help him combat the evil, Stone did take a bit of time out to begin explaining the way magic worked to Verity. It was the same lecture he'd given Jason, about the difference between black and white magic and how they operated.
"You need to know this stuff no matter who you decide to apprentice with," he told her.
"So I might as well give you a head start and not have you get it second-hand from your brother." Verity proved to be a quick study and very interested in the topic, asking many of the same questions Jason had asked. Toward the end of the week, when she wasn't attempting to whip up some new exotic dish, she found excuses to spend more and more time in the family room, watching Stone do his thing and asking more questions. One evening, as they sat around the dining table eating Verity's latest experiment, lasagna, like most of them, it had turned out to be quite tasty, though a few of her failures had required Herculean feats of diplomacy on Stone's and Jason's parts so as not to hurt her feelings. Stone said, "So I think I've got all my items sorted. So now it's time to move to phase 2 of our mad little plan."
"And that is?"
Jason asked.
"I thought we had to wait for Lamar and his people to get back to us before we can go further."
"Not necessarily. There is something else we can do, though we will likely have to hunt down the Forgotten to help us with this part, so I hope they've left us some way to contact them." "What do we need to do?" Verity asked. "Find one of the evil, so we can have you practice and see if you can control your power to drive it out of people without harming them."
"You want to find somebody who's possessed and experiment on them?"
Jason looked dubious.
"I still say that doesn't sound safe. What if they can communicate to each other somehow, telepathically or something? That can bring them all down on us at once."
"Well, I wasn't proposing to do it here," Stone said with a raised eyebrow. "And in any case, I don't think that's how they operate. Again, it's a theory, so I could be wrong, but we've seen no indication yet that they're in any sort of constant communication with each other. At least not when they're possessing a body. I don't think we're dealing with a hive mind here." Jason was still looking apprehensive.
"So you want to find somebody who's possessed, lock him up somewhere, and let Verity play with him until she figures out how to kick the hitchhiker out of his body? And then what?"
"And then we need to figure out how to capture it," Stone said, "and confine it."
"Al, if you want a pet, why don't you just ask Marilee if you can borrow her kitten?"
Jason's tone was light, but his nervousness was evident.
Seriously, you mentioned this before, but you didn't seem like you had any ideas how to do it. Do you have any now?
Stone shook his head. Not really. Hence the experiment. Not only do we need to determine whether Verity can drive it out at will, but I also need to study it so I can construct some sort of magical prison capable of holding it long enough that it will either die or dissipate before I can locate a new host.
How do you think you're going to do that, though? Jason asked.
That's where the study comes in. My working theory is that if I can do something similar to what I did to block Verity's mind against the influence of whatever's causing her mental issues, find the magical frequency these things operate on when they're non-corporeal, then I can create a magical containment field that will cancel out that frequency and prevent it from seeking out another body to possess.
Theory, Jason said. That seems like a big stretch to me.
If V can get the thing out of the guy we grab and you can't hang on to it, what's to stop it from flying off and phoning home? Because the one we grab to experiment on will be one of the weak ones, Stone reminded him, and we'll make sure to do it when there aren't any other humans in the vicinity. So when it vacates the premises, as it were, it won't have anywhere to go and will simply be destroyed.
And what makes you think that the little ones operate on the same frequency as the big ones?
Jason persisted. That's why I keep you around, Jason, Stone said with approval, because you ask all the good questions. He glanced at Verity. These are the kinds of questions you should be asking, by the way. Whomever you end up apprenticing with is going to expect you to keep your mind sharp at all times, and open to possibilities. Questioning and critical thinking are key to magic. Sorry, she said. I'll do better next time. See that you do, he said, his smile and quirked eyebrow taking the edge off his words. Then he turned his attention back to Jason. The answer to this particular question is, I have no idea. As I said, it's a theory. In this case, I think it's a pretty decent one, though. We've no reason to believe that the powerful ones and the weak ones aren't the same species, so it follows that they'd operate on the same magical frequency, albeit no doubt at different potency levels. So all I have to do, theoretically, is figure out what that is, and extrapolate from the house cat to build a cage that will hold the tiger.
I hope you're right, Jason said, because I'm not in a hurry at all to have that tiger come flying out of your cage and decide to hitch a ride in one of us.
He paused to dish up another helping of lasagna.
You said we have to find the Forgotten for this part? How come?
Oh, and you were doing so well asking the good questions, too, Stone said, chuckling. Because, unless you've developed some way of detecting the presence of people possessed by the evil, we're going to need someone who has one. I get it, Verity said. You're going to see if you can get one of their folks who are sensitive to the evil to come around with you until they find somebody. Exactly.
I see two big problems with that, Jason said. First thing, the only one of those I've seen is a girl who can barely function under normal circumstance, and who freaks out and goes all catatonic when the bad stuff is around. And second, what are you going to do? Just drive around at random until she goes off? That could take weeks.
There's more than one of them, Verity told him. I've heard of at least one other one. Remember, Jason, I told you about him. The young boy? Jason thought back.
Oh, yeah, the canary. The one you said the guy finally showed up who could talk to him. I never saw him around, though.
He travels with a different group, but Lamar's group could probably find him if they had to. Stone was sitting back thinking while the two of them discussed this. As for your other problem, he said when there was a pause, no, I wasn't planning to drive around randomly. We've established that these things are attracted to strong emotions, particularly negative ones, yes? Jason nodded.
Yeah, everybody seems to agree on that.
Well, then, we need to locate some place where they might find them in high concentration, operating on the assumption that they would prefer to take the path of least resistance. If they could find a way to be in the vicinity of strong emotions without having to do anything themselves to cause them, then they can simply sit by and
get their emotional rocks off without risking getting arrested or discovered, Jason finished.
You've such a way with words, Jason, Stone said with an amused sigh. But essentially, yes. So, we just need to come up with a place like that and go look there? Verity said. That doesn't sound too hard.
It might be harder than you think, Stone cautioned, because remember, the second part of this plan is that we have to be able to get hold of a test subject. That means that places like hospitals or prisons are right out. Too much security. We'd never manage it, even using magic. If you don't mind, I'd really rather not show up at a DMW meeting or anything like that, Jason said. No, that wouldn't do at all. Let's think for a moment. They prefer negative emotions. Fear, suffering, anger, despair, depression. What kinds of places do those occur in concentrated form? Verity shrugged. Mental institution? A boxing match? Jason offered. Or some kind of underground fight? Stone considered. Might be too hard to get into a mental institution, even if they had one around here. And underground fights don't generally allow tourists. Horror movie? Verity suggested. Good thought, but horror movies are strange things. Yes, there's fear, but it's usually more excitement than fear. Most people don't go to horror movies against their will, so it's assumed they want to be scared. Same reason I don't think an amusement park would work. That, and again, it would be hard to get someone out of a theatre and drag them out to the van without someone seeing them. Wait! I've got it! Verity yelled suddenly, grinning. Stone and Jason both looked at her, startled by her sudden outburst. What? Jason demanded. Her eyes darted around the room until she spotted a newspaper on the kitchen counter. She hurried out, grabbed it, and brought it back to the table. Shoving the serving dishes out of the way, she spread it out and turned a few pages, then stabbed a triumphant finger at one of the ads. There! The two men stared at the place she was pointing. Fear Asylum, the scariest haunted house in the Bay Area, Jason read. Right, she said, nodding. I remember reading about these when I was at the halfway house. I wanted so much to go, but of course they never let us. Charles went once, though, and told me about it. He said it was plenty scary. They actually had people faint and have to leave because they couldn't get through the whole thing. They do it every year around this time. Oh, right, Jason said. They have one down in Oxnard, too. All the teenagers go there. He looked at Stone. You have no idea what we're talking about, do you? Not a bit, Stone said. Keep going, though. It sounds fascinating. It's at the fairgrounds, Verity said, pointing at the ad. They take over some of the exhibit buildings, and sometimes they build mazes outside, too. And why is this any different from a horror movie? Stone asked. Oh, trust me, it is, Jason told him. In a movie, it's all on the screen. It can make you jump, but you know in the back of your mind that it can't hurt you. These things are all based on that little fear everybody has. What if these aren't all just employees who get paid to scare me? What if there's a real axe murderer hiding in here somewhere? Sounds like a pretty good hunting ground for the evil, Verity said. I'll bet some of them even had their hosts get jobs there, so they could get a steady diet of fear. They hire a lot of teenagers and people my age, Jason said. And a lot of them don't ask too many questions, you know? Excellent, Stone said. Sounds like just the sort of place we're looking for. Now, all we have to do is find Lamar's group and see if we can convince Lissy, and perhaps a minder for her, to come along with us. Jason cocked his head at the mage. Al? Just doing a reality check here. You do realize we're basically talking about kidnapping, right? Stone nodded. Quite so, but given the stakes, I think it's worth it to take the chance. We'll have to be careful, of course, and find another location to do our experiments, but... He looked at Jason. You're not backing out now, are you? Jason shook his head. No. Just making sure we all know what we're getting into is all. I'd say, if you want to get down to it, what we're really doing is stopping a kidnapping, Stone pointed out. Tell me, would you rather have yourself borrowed for a few hours' worth of harmless and painless magical experiments, or have some sort of alien hitchhiker riding around in your brain? Well, when you put it that way... Chapter 42. As it turned out, it wasn't hard at all to locate Lamar's group. Stone, Jason, and Verity simply drove around the Mountain View area
until they spotted likely-looking groups of vagrants, then showed them the triangle and raise symbol and asked if they'd seen anyone matching the description. The first few gave them blank looks, but finally they found a group in Sunnyvale who immediately recognized the symbol and suggested that they look in the back quadrant of a mostly abandoned mall not far away. After that, it was a simple matter of going there and driving around until they spotted the symbol. They didn't even have to find a way in. Hector was just coming outside for a smoke as they were getting out of the van, and he led them through a maze of maintenance corridors to a large, empty storeroom. It was only Lamar's group now, which at some point seemed to have merged with Hector's. Lamar himself, Marilee, Benny, Lissy, Frank the Scribbler, Hector, Susanna, and a couple others that Stone and Jason hadn't met yet. Marilee's cart was packed off to the side, and the kitten played among the bags.
"Good to see you again," Lamar said. "We didn't try to contact you yet because we're still working on getting the information you wanted. Things move slowly in our world, and some folks are nervous about getting involved."
"That's all right," Stone assured him. "We're not quite ready for that step yet, so if it takes a while, that's not an issue. We need to ask you something else, though."
"Go ahead."
Stone took him and Marilee off in a corner along with Jason and Verity, and together they explained their plan. Both of the Forgotten looked scared. Marilee glanced across at Lissy, who was, as usual, humming to herself with a vague, happy smile.
"I don't know," she said. "Lissy is vulnerable, as you've seen, and she can be hard to manage for anyone who doesn't know her well. We take care of her here. She'd never make it on the streets on her own."
Stone nodded.
"I wouldn't even ask you to consider it if there were any other option. You mentioned, Jason said, that there was another with a similar power, a young boy?"
Marilee shook her head.
"No, that's Cody. He used to be with us for a while, but he's moved on. He finally found someone who could communicate with him, and when he moved on, Cody went with him. We haven't heard from either of them since they left."
"So you don't have anybody who can communicate with Lissy?"
Jason asked.
"Susanna can, a little. She seems to have a calming effect on her, unless the evil are very close. You saw how she gets."
"Would Susanna maybe come along too?" Verity asked. "This is really important, Lamar, and we won't let anything happen to her. You know we wouldn't."
"Wait a minute," Jason spoke up. "Wasn't Susanna the one who figured out the DMW was coming when you guys were at Melody's house? Isn't she the one who made you get out? Couldn't she just come with us and do that?" "Sadly, no," Lamar said. "Susanna's ability is more general. She can detect the approach of danger. Any danger, not just the evil. And it's very spotty."
"Plus," Marilee added, "from what it sounds like, there wouldn't be any danger for her to notice. If the evil has some of their people working at this place to be near the fear, they won't need to do anything to cause it other than what their job needs, right?"
Stone nodded. "Very good point." He sighed. "So, we're back to Lissy. If you have any other ideas, I'd be happy to hear them, but I'm fresh out at the moment."
"I'll ask her," Marilee said,
still looking troubled.
"I'll ask her and Susanna if they'll go with you."
After she'd gone, Stone turned back to Lamar. "We need one other thing as well. A place to do what we need to do, preferably one that's not far from this haunted house." "That shouldn't be too hard," Lamar said. "That isn't the best area of San Jose. I'm sure there are abandoned buildings there. Let me talk with the others for a moment. I'm assuming you want to do this soon." "As soon as possible, I think, yes." Lamar left as well, and after about 5 minutes, Marilee and he returned together, with Lissy and Susanna trailing behind them. Susanna turned out to be the large, middle-aged woman in the multicolored sweater who had helped work on Stone when he was injured. Jason and Stone hadn't got a close look at her before. She bore more than a passing stylistic resemblance to Willow from the hospital. Both were large, had frizzy hair, and had a certain Earth Mother look to them. She didn't look too pleased about the plans.
"I'm not liking this at all," she said. "Taking Lissy out among regular people, she gets real nervous doing that." "It won't be for very long," Stone assured her, "and we'll make her safety and yours our top priority." Lissy smiled a wide, vague smile and started humming a radio jingle under her breath. "Plus," Susanna said, "I've seen these haunted house places. It'll scare the stuffing out of the poor little thing." "She might not even have to go inside," Jason said. "Depends on how they've got it set up." Susanna sighed. "I know there's no helping it. I know what you're trying to do, and if you can do it, then things will be better for all of us. But it just don't seem right to take advantage of her like this." Lissy patted her hand. "Boo, scary," she said, making a peekaboo gesture. "All right," Susanna conceded with a sigh, putting her ample arm around Lissy's thin shoulder. "If we're going to do it, though, let's get it over with." Stone, Jason, and Verity came back the next night to implement their plan. They'd spent the rest of the day going over strategies, trying to anticipate contingencies or possible things that could go wrong. "You know you can't do that, right?" Jason said as they got into the van. "No matter what kind of things you plan for, something always happens that you didn't expect. That's the way these things work."
"There's my good old optimist brother," Verity said, grinning. But she, too, looked nervous.
All three of them were dressed in dark, nondescript clothes that would blend in with the crowds of teens and 20-somethings that would be the attraction's largest clientele.
The Forgotten were waiting for them. Not just Susanna and Lissy, but also Lamar, Marilee, and Hector were standing outside, hidden in the shadows. To the new arrival's relief, Susanna had exchanged her colorful sweater for a drab brown one. Lissy's dress was covered with a shapeless dark coat, and she wore a jaunty knitted cap that actually, if you didn't get too close to her, might make passer-by think that she was a normal high school or college girl. It was only when they got too close and saw her eyes that they would realize otherwise. "Ready to go?" Stone asked. Lamar gave them the address of an abandoned gas station near the fairgrounds. "We won't be able to join you there. It's too far to travel in such a short time, but there shouldn't be anyone else around either. There's a Forgotten group over there, but you might not be able to find them. They know you'll be there, though." Stone thanked him, waited until everyone was in the van, and drove off. Next to him, between the driver's and passenger's seat, was a black leather shoulder bag containing some of the magical items he'd created. He also wore a couple of things he hadn't had before. A ring with a blocky purple stone on his right hand, and an odd-looking amulet pinned to his shirt underneath his overcoat. Nobody spoke for a while as they drove. Stone had the radio on, and Lissy entertained them by humming along to most of the songs and many of the jingles, though it was soon obvious that while she was responding to the music, the tunes she hummed were of her own devising, and had little resemblance to the ones actually playing. "What's the deal with Lissy?" Jason asked at last. He was pleased to note, but of course didn't say this, that both Lissy and Susanna appeared to have bathed recently, and put on the closest they had to clean clothes. Aside from not making the van smelly, that also meant that they would be less likely to draw attention to the group. "She's been with Hector's crew a long time," Susanna said. Lissy herself seemed oblivious that she was being talked about. "His group and ours only just joined up, after we lost a couple. But we've helped each other out a lot over that time. Nobody knows where she came from. We found her wandering around downtown San Jose one day, picking flowers in the park and dancing around to the music in her head. When she tried to dance out into traffic a couple of times, Hector dragged her back and took her to Marilee. She seemed to take a liking to the group, especially Marilee, and she's been there ever since." Jason nodded. "So you don't know if she was okay before whatever happened?" "No way to know that," Susanna said. "Hey, you mind if I smoke?" She'd already started fumbling in her shapeless handbag. Stone said, uncomfortable. Rental van, no smoking policy. Sorry. Damn.
She tossed the bag back on the seat in annoyance. They spotted their destination from a couple blocks away. It was one of the few parts of the area that was lit up. A large sign towered above the fairgrounds box office area, proclaiming Fear Asylum Haunted House, with appropriately gory artwork, surrounded by flashing orange and purple lights. Loud and spooky classical music performed in heavy metal style boomed out over the area, and a large knot of people were gathering around outside in a rough line waiting to buy tickets. As they drove by on the way to the parking lot, Jason scanned the group as best he could. He didn't see any leather jackets with red and black logos on them, which was a good thing. Glancing back at Lissy, he noticed she was still humming to herself and didn't seem at all agitated. To the contrary, she appeared to be taking in the whole scene with wide-eyed wonder. Nobody looked at them oddly as they waited in line to get tickets. Although most of the crowd was teenagers and young adults, there were a few families and older couples as well. The loud music made conversation difficult, so they just drifted along together until they got to the front of the line, Susanna keeping a tight hold on Lissy's hand. She still wasn't showing any signs of distress. Once they handed their tickets to the attendant and went inside, they found themselves standing in a large, open area full of milling people and little booths selling T-shirts, glow sticks, buttons, and other paraphernalia with the haunted house's logo on them, along with snacks. On a whim, Jason bought everyone caramel popcorn balls and a green glow stick for Lissy. She waved it around happy, her eyes shining. Susanna gave him an approving nod, though she still looked like she'd rather have a cigarette than a popcorn ball. When they'd entered, the attendant had given each of them a little map showing the locations of the various different areas of the show. The largest of these was the Fear Asylum, which, by the images that went with it, appeared to depict a horrific mental institution. Other secondary attractions included the Haunted Forest, the Church of the Damned, and the Circus of Terror.
"Where do you want to start?" Jason muttered to Stone. "It could take us all night to go through all of these."
"Why don't we wander around outside each of them a bit?" he said. "With any luck, if any of the evil are here, Lissy can give us a general idea as to their location, and save us having to take a trip through each of them." Jason nodded, and the four of them began a slow circuit of the area. All but the Haunted Forest were inside exhibit buildings, while the forest was set up in a large vacant area behind temporary fencing. They moved past the Fear Asylum and the Church of the Damned without any reaction from Lissy, other than to continue happily waving her glowstick. But when they approached the Circus of Terror, she began to move more slowly. Her eyes, big with excitement, grew fearful.
"Wait," whispered Susanna.
The others stopped.
"Is this it?"
Stone asked.
"In there?" "I think so," she said.
She had her arm around Lissy and was holding her close. The girl was clearly shaking now. "I'm not sure we're going to be able to get her in there." Stone contemplated that for a moment. She was obviously right. Lissy was growing more disturbed by the minute. Instead of humming, she was moaning. Her glow stick fell out of her hand and landed in the dirt. Verity picked it up and brushed it off, looking worried.
"Al," Jason said, "how about this? Susanna, you can hide the two of you, right? You can make that work here?"
Susanna nodded. "All I got to do is worry about keeping Lissy safe, and it just works automatically. It's probably already working."
"Okay, then. What if you stay here, or maybe go sit somewhere away from here so she's not so scared, while Al and V and I go and look for the guy?"
"But Jason, how are we going to find him without Lissy to show us?" Verity asked. Stone, however, had caught his line of reasoning and nodded. "Right," he said. "We just go in there and look for someone who's getting entirely too much, personal pleasure from watching all these people being frightened."
"Yeah, exactly. It might take us a little while to find him, though. Will you guys be okay?"
"We'll be all right," Susanna said. "It'll give me a chance to have a smoke. Let me have that back." she said, pointing to the glow stick Verity held. "It'll keep her calmed down once we get away from here. We'll go sit by the food stands."
"We'll be back as soon as we can," Stone said as Verity handed it over.
As they once again approached the Circus of Terror, they noticed that the music had switched from heavy metal classical to macabre, minor-key calliope.
The lurid painting on the outside of the building depicted a nightmarish clown with graying fangs and claws, blood dripping from his chalk-white face above a ripped clown suit in black, purple, and gray polka dots. "Charming," Stone commented. "I've always hated clowns," Verity said, shivering. "I probably saw something like this when I was a baby." The crowd here wasn't as large as the Fear Asylum, but they joined a little group of about 15 people and moved past the attendant, dressed as a sinister ringmaster, into the darkness.
The calliope music got louder as they moved in.
The whole place smelled like sweat and sawdust and a hint of popcorn. Inside, the cavernous area had been broken up into a maze of twisty corridors by portable barriers that occasionally opened up on one side or the other to reveal a tableau. The barriers were painted black, while the tableaus themselves were garishly colored and lit by ubiquitous blacklights.
"Just like the one back home," Jason said, bored. "This wouldn't scare a chihuahua."
It appeared he was wrong, though. As they approached the first tableau, which depicted some sort of horrific clown-related torture session, they noticed that more than one member of the crowd looked agitated. When one of the clowns, who'd been hiding in the back of the group behind one of the black barriers opposite the tableau, lunged out with a roar and brandished a realistic-looking chainsaw, several people screamed and leaped backward, then giggled nervously as the clown subsided back into his hiding place to await the next group. One young boy started to cry. Jason, under cover of the milling crowd trying to reassure the boy as they shuffled off toward the next tableau, peeked around the barrier at the clown. He was standing back there with a buddy, chainsaw leaned against a wall, and both of them taking quick swigs from the beer cans they'd stashed. Jason quickly backed up and caught up with the rest of the group. The next tableau was a sinister magic act, where the tuxedo-clad magician was sawing a curvaceous woman in a slinky red dress in half, as two more evil clowns cavorted around off to the sides. The magician kept up his patter, looking relaxed, but suddenly something went horribly wrong, and the blade sliced through the woman's torso. She screamed so loudly that there had to be a microphone hidden around her somewhere, while blood shot out in all directions and her guts came spilling out of her body. The magician, meanwhile, went into hysterics, screaming and running around while the clowns tried to catch him.
"Wonder how long it takes her to stuff all that back in between groups," Jason muttered to Stone and Verity.
His sister grinned. Stone wasn't listening, though. He was looking behind them, just in time to see another clown, this one wielding two large, bloody machetes, leap out and scream incoherently. He buried one of the machetes in the midsection of one of the straggling group members, who shrieked and fell to the sawdust-covered ground, writhing in agony and fountaining blood. The crowd was going crazy, and even Jason had a look of wide-eyed horror now.
"What the hell?"
Stone, however, looked unimpressed. "I wonder how long it will take the rest of our group to realize he wasn't with us when we started." As if to punctuate his words, the victim got up, laughing, pulled out the machete, and darted off behind the barrier. The clown was slower to follow. He waved his remaining machete a few more times, then moved off after his victim. "Hang back," Stone muttered to the other two. They did so, pretending to watch the magician for a moment, then used the crowd as a diversion while they slipped behind the clown's secret exit. By the time they got back there, neither the clown nor the victim were anywhere to be seen. "Damn," Jason said under his breath. But Stone touched his arm and pointed. Barely visible in dark clothes and a dark stocking cap, a skinny boy around 17 sat in a corner with his arms wrapped around his knees. A broom and dustpan were propped next to him. His eyes were closed,
His face lit up in a rapture of pleasure.
"I think we've got our man," Stone whispered, waving Jason forward.
It went just like they'd planned. Stone cast a spell that made the boy slump over, his head dropping onto his knees. Jason picked him up, supporting him as if helping a drunken friend. Verity pulled off his dark stocking cap and replaced it with a red and gold San Francisco 49ers one from her pocket. Together, the three of them quickly headed for the emergency exit, dragging the boy with them. His eyes were open, but his head lolled alarmingly to one side. Stationed outside the emergency exit was a burly man in a Fear Asylum t-shirt. He looked at them suspiciously when they came out, but Stone made a surreptitious hand movement that caused the boy to jerk in Jason's grip and vomit violently on the floor.
"Too much excitement," Jason said to the man as the teen continued heaving. "My cousin couldn't take it. What a wuss," he added with contempt.
The man stared in disgust at the splashes of vomit on his boots and waved them off. Jason doubted he even looked at their faces, let alone registered them. Once they were safely away, Stone and Verity remained with the kid while Jason ran off to retrieve Susanna and Lissy. It was nearly 10 minutes before they came back. Verity was pacing around, growing more and more nervous, and even Stone was starting to look apprehensive by the time the three arrived.
"Sorry," Jason said. "Susanna had to finish her cigarette."
"Hey, you don't waste a good smoke," Susanna protested. "They make you put it out in here if they catch you."
Lissy, meanwhile, was agitated again. It was obvious their efforts to grab an evil-possessed individual were successful, because the closer Lissy got to the boy, the less responsive she became. She sat down on the ground as far away from him as she could get and began to rock back and forth.
"Bucka,"
Stone muttered. Now they had two unresponsive people to deal with. He thought fast, then dug in his pocket and tossed the van keys to Jason.
"Go get the van and bring it around to that side exit over there," he said, pointing. "I think that will be much more unobtrusive than trying to drag them through the front gate."
Jason nodded and jogged off. It seemed an eternity before Jason returned, but in actuality it was only about 10 more minutes. They had a brief fright when a couple of leather-jacketed DMW gangers swaggered by, but Susanna's concealment power appeared still to be working, since the gangers passed less than 10 feet away and didn't react to them.
"Hurry up,"
Jason said when he arrived, glancing back over his shoulder.
"I'm parked illegally."
He grabbed the boy again, while Susanna and Verity helped Lissy up and hustled her out the exit. Stone hurried ahead of all of them, jumping into the driver's seat while the others arranged their passengers, seating Lissy as far as they could manage away from the boy. Stone drove off quickly, careful not to draw attention. He pulled out a paper from his pocket and consulted it, then took a right out of the little side street where Jason had parked. "How far is it?" Verity asked. She kept casting nervous glances at the kid, as if she expected him to wake up any minute.
5 minutes. Just sit tight, we'll be there soon."
2 more rights took them down a largely deserted commercial street, lined with gas stations, small auto body and machine shops, and other similar light industrial buildings. The gas station Lamar had told them about was right where it was supposed to be, and did, in fact, appear to be abandoned.
"Go check the left side roll-up door,"
Stone told Jason as he drove through the weed-choked parking lot up close to the building.
"Lamar said it would be unlocked."
Jason leapt out of the van and ran over to tug on the door. It was indeed unlocked. He pushed it up the rest of the way, then pulled it back down again once Stone had driven the van inside.
"Everybody out," Stone announced. "End of the line."
Jason hustled the kid out. When they looked back at Susanna, she shook her head. "We're gonna stay right here," she said. "I think Lissy'll be okay once she's away from that boy." She started to fumble in her bag for a cigarette again, glanced at Stone, grumbled something under her breath, and settled back in the seat with a resigned sigh.
"I don't know how long this will take," the mage told her. "It might be a bit of a wait."
"That's fine. We'll just get us a little sleep.
It'll be nice for a change to sleep without worrying something's coming after us." He nodded, grabbing his leather bag out of the front seat. "All right then. With any luck, we'll make this quick." Taking the lead, he motioned for Jason and Verity to follow him out of the garage area and into the gas station's office. It was in the back of the building and didn't have any windows. Stone fished in the bag and came up with a flashlight, which he switched on and put down on an old desk. "Set him down in the chair there," he directed. "I'm hoping we can do this without ever having him wake up." "How?" Verity asked. "We don't need him, we need the thing inside him. And if he doesn't wake up, then there won't be any chance he'll see us. Safer that way." He opened the bag and started laying out items on the desk. Jason set the skinny boy down in the chair, where he immediately tried to slump forward and fall. Stone tossed Jason some light rope, which he used to tie the boy's hands behind him, more to keep him in the chair than to restrain him. "So," Verity said, "how are we going to do this? Do you just want me to stare at him and concentrate really hard on trying to get the thing out of him?" "Not yet," Stone said, still fiddling with the various objects on the table. "First, I want to see if I can determine anything about the nature of the evil, so I can try to get my cage right. We won't be able to contain this one since it's so weak, I suspect, but any readings I can get will be invaluable." Selecting something that looked like a short black wooden rod with a red crystal attached to one end, he moved closer to the boy. "Is that a magic wand?" Jason asked, half joking. "Not exactly." Stone sounded completely serious. "It's more a focusing object, to help me ignore outside astral influences while homing in on the one I'm trying to study." "Of course it is," Jason said to Verity. She nodded and grinned. "Oh, be quiet, both of you." It was hard to tell if he was irritated or amused. He dragged another chair over, sat down, and held the crystal up near the boy's face. For a long time he neither moved nor spoke. He just did that weird, unblinking stare thing that Jason was learning to identify as doing something magic. The boy twitched a bit and seemed uncomfortable, shifting back and forth in the chair, but he didn't wake. "You're in there, you bastard, aren't you?" Stone murmured. "I can feel you in there." "You can?" Jason whispered. "Shh." He moved the crystal again, this time touching it to the boy's forehead. Again, he remained there, his arm shaking a little, but otherwise unmoving, for nearly 5 minutes. Then he pulled back and let his breath out. "Did you get anything?" Verity leaned in as if trying to see whatever it was for herself. Stone seemed to be gathering his thoughts. "I did, but I'm not sure what I got exactly. I've got the maddening feeling that it's familiar somehow, but I can't figure out why or how. It's fighting, though. It can't move the boy's body because he's unconscious, but it's trying. It's afraid. I think it suspects what we have planned for it. Best that we make this quick. I doubt this is good for its host's blood pressure." "Did you get enough to make the cage?" Jason asked. "I think so." Stone had already moved off and had pulled a notebook and pen out of the leather bag. He opened the notebook, moved over by the flashlight, and started writing rapid-fire notes. "Just see if you can evict it now," he said to Verity, without looking up. "I want to get this all down while it's still fresh." Verity, looking thoroughly confused, cast a "what do I do now" glance at Jason. When he shrugged, she moved closer to the boy and stared at him. She closed her eyes and screwed up her face. To Jason, it looked like she was either concentrating really hard or trying to lay a particularly troublesome egg. After about 30 seconds, she opened her eyes and let her breath out. "I have no idea what I'm doing," she said.
Maybe you have to tell it to get out," Jason suggested. "When you did it before, I heard you yell, 'Get out!'"
He glanced over at Stone for help, but the mage was still writing in his notebook, oblivious to their conversation. "Guess it's worth a try," she said. Facing the boy again, she glared at him and yelled, "You! In there! Get out!" The boy shifted in the chair, but nothing else happened. "I feel stupid," she complained.
Al? Jason called. Little help here? Stone glanced up from his notebook. What? Oh. He thought for a moment, then said, you told me before that you pushed with your mind. Try that. Verity rolled her eyes at him. And I'm going to maybe study magic with you? I can't wait for my first lesson. Okay, do magic. Stone put the notebook away with a sigh and came over. I can't really explain it, since I don't know exactly what you're doing. Remember, this sort of thing isn't the kind of magic I understand. He stopped, his expression shifting from confusion to revelation to disgust. He put his hand to his face, shaking his head. Honestly, I don't know why you two bother to listen to me at all. What are you talking about? Jason demanded. This isn't magic, Stone said, spacing the words out for effect. Verity's ability to drive the evil out of a host isn't a magical ability. It's a forgotten one. So? Jason was still confused. I get it, Verity almost yelled in her excitement. It's a forgotten ability, so I can't use it because you did something to block my connection with whatever was causing me to be crazy. Stone nodded, looking pleased. Bright girl, he said. Brighter than me, at any rate. If you end up studying with me, I won't be able to slack off at all if I want to stay ahead of you. But yes, exactly. It appears there's some sort of connection between the energy that causes the mental problems and the forgotten powers. Block one, you block the other one. So, can you lift the block? Will that be safe? Verity asked. Yes, and it should be. If what you tell me about it needing to build up is accurate. This should only take a short time, and then we can put it back in place. But the first thing I'll have to teach you when this is over, even if you decide to go elsewhere, is how to control the block, to place it and remove it yourself. That's for later, though. Let's get this sorted before the kid wakes up and I have to put him under again. Lifting Verity's block took less than a minute. Now that it's established, Stone told her, it's easier to manipulate. Once you learn to do it on your own, it will literally be like flipping a switch on and off. She nodded. Okay, should I just try the same thing again? It's a start. We might have to experiment a bit. If I can even do it at all, she muttered. I think you can. I have a theory. Since you're a potential mage, you should, even untrained, be able to have more control over a mentally based power, even if you don't consciously know how to do it yet. She looked dubious. I hope you're right, she said. Turning, she faced the boy again and resumed her laying an egg expression of concentration. I want you out of there, she growled. The boy shifted in his seat again. It was subtle, but it appeared that there was some kind of internal struggle going on with him. Is it working? Keep going, Stone said, his voice even. He was watching the boy as closely as she was. Try touching his forehead. Might help you focus. Verity looked like that wasn't her first choice for something to do. The boy's face was dotted with a nasty case of acne, but after a moment she reached out and tentatively put one finger in the middle of his forehead. Out! She ordered again. The boy's squirming grew more pronounced. He appeared to be fighting his way to consciousness, or something inside him was trying to fight its way out. So far, Stone's spell was holding. It's not working, Verity said under her breath, her voice thick with concentration. It is, Stone murmured. I can feel something trying to fight you. Keep going. Verity leaned forward, putting her hands on each side of the boy's head. Leave him alone, she yelled in frustration. Without any warning, the boy lunged forward. Jason hadn't tied his hands tightly, since all he was trying to do was keep him upright in the chair. Nobody had noticed that while they were all focused on his face, he had apparently been busy working his hands loose from the bindings. Flinging his arms forward, he locked his hands around Verity's neck, and the two of them overbalanced and went over backward with a crash. Jason moved almost instantly, leaping forward and grabbing the kid's arms to loosen his grip on his sister. The kid, though skinny, fought with the strength of a madman, his eyes blazing with hatred. You can't stop us,
he spat out through gritted teeth. Stone was only a little slower than Jason, moving in to grab the boy's other arm. Together they managed to pull him off Verity, who skittered away, puffing and scared. They struggled with him as he flung his body back and forth, apparently heedless to any damage he was doing to it. His only obvious motivations were to escape, and to injure as many of his captors as he could before he did it. "Do something!" Jason yelled to Stone. "Unless you want me to clock him one." Verity, however, had gotten back to her feet. She regarded the kid with a mixture of anger and disgust. "Get out of here, damn you!" she yelled. "I'm sick of screwing around with you!" She closed her eyes and pushed. Just as suddenly as he had lunged from the chair, the boy went limp in Stone's and Jason's arms, his head slumping forward. At the same time, a dimly glowing ball of energy shot up out of him, hovering over his body for a few seconds. Like the one before, this one made a few quick and desperate darts around, hovering in front of each of its captors in turn, and then exploded in what looked like a feeble and silent white firework. Verity let her breath out. I did it," she said, like she hardly believed it herself. "You did," Stone said, puffing. Together with Jason, he hustled the unconscious boy back into the chair. He checked to make sure he still had a pulse and was breathing, then turned back to Verity. "Nicely done. I was even able to get a couple of readings, though I didn't expect him to go after us like that." Jason was looking at Verity with concern. "Are you okay? Did he hurt you?" He shot a nasty glance at the boy, tempted to give him a good swift kick or two for his trouble. She felt at her neck, then shook her head. "No, just scared me. He didn't get a very good grip. That was pretty freaky." Stone nodded. "But the important question is, do you know what you did now? Do you think you can duplicate it at will?" "I'm not sure," she said slowly, "but I think maybe I can. I did what you said, just pushed with my mind, but it seems like it takes some kind of scary thing to make it work right. Like I need to be afraid it's going to hurt me or somebody else." Well, that's better than nothing, I guess. It will have to do for now." He motioned toward the boy. "Come on, let's get him back to the van. We need to take him back where we got him." "Why can't we just leave him here?" Jason asked. He wasn't feeling too much like making life easy for this kid. "Safer to take him back. I don't think he'll remember any of this. He'll probably think he just passed out from drinking too much beer, or fell asleep. But we can't give him too many reasons to question that, like waking up in a location he has no knowledge of. That would bring up awkward complications." "Okay, whatever." Jason got the kid under his arms and hoisted him up, then hung back as Verity left the room first and headed toward the van. "Hey, Al?" "Yes?" "Did you really have any idea that her being a mage would make this any easier?" "Of course not." He raised an eyebrow. "She might be bright, but she's still 17. I've got a few years of deviousness on her yet." Jason grinned as he resumed dragging the boy out of the room. Chapter 43. After collecting Lissy, who was asleep, still clutching her glowstick, and Susanna, who guiltily scrabbled around trying to put out her cigarette before she got caught, they managed to drop the sleeping boy off in a shadowy corner near the side of the haunted house without incident. Of course, a little concealing magic didn't hurt either. "So, now what?" Jason asked, as they were once more on the road, heading back to the Forgotten's current location to drop off their two guests. "Do you go back and try to work out how to build your cage?" "Exactly," Stone said. "Hopefully, by the time I finish, Lamar's feelers will have come back with some solid information about where we need to look for our big baddie." "Well, I hope it doesn't take too long," Jason grumbled. "I'm getting sick of being cooped up in the house, even though I know it's not really safe to make too many appearances out in public right now." Stone nodded. "I know, and I sympathize. But you're right. It wouldn't make sense to go through all this effort to deal with the evil, only to have you two picked off by a couple of DMW because you simply had to go to the cinema. Once again, they were met by a small party of Forgotten before they even parked the van. Marilee and Benny looked relieved that Lissy and Susanna had made it back safely.
"No problems?"
Marilee asked as they all went back inside to say their goodnights, and Stone broke off to have a quick chat with Lamar. "Nothing," Jason said, "but Al says that we can't really do anything else until we get more information about where the head evil thing is hanging out." Marilee nodded.
"I know. We've put the word out to every Forgotten group we know, but nothing's come back yet. Like Lamar said, I think a lot of them are afraid. They don't think it's a good idea to poke at the evil. We've spent so long hiding from them that going after them seems suicidal."
She sighed.
Still, though, I'm sure something will turn up."
"I hope so," Jason said. Stone spent the next 3 days once again splitting his time between his magic setup in the family room and his bedroom office with the door closed. The only time he came up for air was to disappear for about a half hour after Verity complained of being bored and running out of new recipes to try. "Here," he said when he returned, handing her a small stack of leather-bound tomes. "Start reading these. They'll give you some of the basic theory and concepts behind magic. It will give you a leg up when you're ready to begin your studies." She riffled through one, wrinkling her nose. "These look like math books," she complained. "Our sort of magic has a lot of math in it," Stone told her. "Might as well get used to it if you want to be any good." She grumbled something non-committal, but took the books to her bedroom. On the third night, Stone was a little late for dinner. Jason was about to go hunt him up when he came down the hall and dropped into his chair, plunking a small object down next to his plate. Jason looked at it curiously. It looked like an open cube, a little smaller than a child's building block, comprising 8 crystals of varying hues held together by gold, silver, and copper wire. He was about to ask what it was when he remembered what Stone had been doing all this time. "Wait, that's the cage?" "That's it." Verity regarded it with a tilted head. "It doesn't look very powerful," she said. "I thought it would be, I don't know, bigger. How's it work?" "Well, it needs to be small so we can take it wherever we need to go without someone noticing it. Since I don't expect we'll be able to lure our big evil out of his hidey hole, we'll likely have to go in after him. And if he's some sort of powerful entity like a police chief or a politician, walking in with a large, strange-looking object hardly seems prudent, does it?" "How's it work?" Verity asked again. She extended a tentative hand and, at Stone's nod, carefully picked it up and examined it. "It's attuned to the wavelength of the evil, at least as much as I could determine it through my brief experiments with our young friend. When activated, it will create a magical field that, if we're fortunate, will contain any specimen of the evil that happens to be nearby." "Is it powerful enough?" Jason asked. He, like Verity, was dubious. The thing looked like something a moderately talented beginning jewelry maker might cobble together from spare parts. "Well, the power doesn't come from the object, but from me," Stone said. "The object merely focuses it and attunes it to the proper energies." He took it back from Verity, holding it up in his palm. "It also, I believe, has another serendipitous side effect." "What's that?" "I'm not positive, since it's impossible to test it here, but I'm fairly sure that it will resonate when it's near the evil." Jason's gaze on the little thing sharpened. "You mean it'll buzz or glow or something when it's near somebody who's possessed?" "That's the theory. If it works, it solves another problem that I was concerned about, that wherever our quarry ends up hiding, we'd have to take one or more of the Forgotten with us to help triangulate on its precise location." Jason let his breath out slowly. The thought of dragging Lissy and Susanna into a police precinct or office building or some other restricted public place didn't sound like a great idea. Something else was bothering him too, though.
Well, yeah, that's a good thing, but this whole thing seems pretty sketchy. You keep saying things like, if I'm right, and if we're lucky, and I can't be sure, but...
He shook his head.
It sounds like one big magical house of cards that will crash and burn on us if one of these maybes or I hopes of yours is wrong.
If he was hoping for some reassurance from Stone, he was disappointed. "You're absolutely right," the mage conceded, "and I'm afraid that's the best we're going to get. We can't spend too much more time planning. Every day we take is another day something could go wrong, especially with Lamar putting out feelers among other forgotten groups. No offense intended to our friends, but having a whole army of mentally unhinged individuals in on the fact that we're planning to hunt down and execute our enemy's leader doesn't exactly fill me with warm feelings of confidence." Either by coincidence or by design, they didn't have long to wait. When Verity went out to get the paper the next morning, she found a small triangle and raise symbol chalked on the front porch next to it. She quickly called Stone and Jason out to look at it, and Stone looked satisfied. "Aha!" he said. "It appears that we have our sign."
You think they've found something?
Jason asked. "Let's go find out." The Forgotten were still in the same place. Apparently they either felt safe at the mall storeroom, or else were risking remaining there a bit longer than was technically prudent, so Stone and the others could easily find them. As usual, the reception committee came out to meet them. This time Lamar himself was among the group.
"Good morning,"
he said.
"I see you got the message."
He looked uncharacteristically grim. Jason handed over the large box of donuts and pastries they'd bought on the way over, and they all trooped back to the storeroom. "Something wrong?" Lamar nodded. He waited until they were seated to speak.
"The DMW are growing more active. They're trying to find you, or any of us who've helped you. 3 homeless people were found dead 2 nights ago, not far from here. They'd been tortured. They weren't forgotten, but we hear things."
"The evil are getting closer,"
Marilee said. Fear shadowed her wrinkled face. Stone bowed his head. "Damn," he said. He looked like he was wrestling with something, then finally said, "Perhaps you should just stay away from us. Stop looking for the evil. We'll find another way." Verity nodded. "Yeah, you shouldn't risk it. If you guys got killed over this—" Lamar shook his head.
"We said we'd help, and we will. But some of the group are starting to have second thoughts. It's getting harder to convince other groups to talk, but that's why we contacted you. We think we found something."
"You found him?" Stone asked. "Or her," Verity added.
"Well, yes and no," Lamar said. "We're closer, but we still have more work to do."
Stone frowned. "What do you mean? You haven't found him yet?"
"We've narrowed it down," Marilee said. "It took a while because he's not nearby. We're pretty sure that he's in San Francisco. Or she added with a glance at Verity. "It took a while to get the information back because the Forgotten over there are very frightened. Apparently it's much more dangerous to be homeless in San Francisco than it is on this end of the bay, even with the DMW on the rise down there. Many of them, not just Forgotten but homeless in general, have disappeared without a trace, and naturally the police can't be bothered to try to figure out why, so the Forgotten learn to keep their heads even further down than usual." Jason looked disappointed. It was bad enough that the evil were getting closer to tracking down the Forgotten, but he'd been sure they were finally going to get the answer that would lead them to their quarry. Now, though, it seemed like they still had a long way to go.
"San Francisco's a big city," he said. "We can't exactly drive around with Lissy in the back seat looking for readings. I'm betting there's tons of evil up there."
"Well, it's a start," Stone said, clearly trying to make the best of it. Do you have a contact with the Forgotten up there? Can you ask them to help us narrow things down a bit?"
"We're already doing that," Lamar said. He sighed. "I'm sorry. I wish we could move faster, but there isn't really much else we can do, especially now. We have to be even more careful." "It's okay," Jason assured him with a sigh, trying to hide his frustration. The thought of having to go back to the rental house and spend an indefinite amount of time puttering aimlessly around in an attempt to kill time was a tiny version of hell for him. He wanted to do something. "You gotta keep yourself safe. That's the priority. We know you're doing your best." "We're going to have to move again," Lamar said. "We've stayed here too long." He gave Stone a small piece of paper. "Here's where we're going next. It's in Mountain View." Marilee started to speak, but then she noticed something and quickly struggled to her feet. "Hey now," she called, heading off at a quick waddle. The others turned to see what she was so agitated about, and all of them grinned. The black kitten had somehow gotten herself stuck head first in one of the shopping bags hanging off the side of Marilee's cart, and her tiny legs were pistoning around, trying to get purchase, while her stubby tail waved in agitation. Marilee quickly dug her out and set her on her feet, where she proceeded to look around with proper feline indignation, and then began licking her back leg as if to say, "I meant to do that." Stone chuckled. "Another intrepid explorer foiled in her plans," he began. But then he stopped. "What is it?" Marilee had turned to come back to where they were sitting, but she only made it a couple of steps before stopping again. For several seconds she just stood there, looking deep in thought. Her expression glazed over as if she were seeing something far away, and then, without a word of explanation, she turned her back on them and moved back over next to the cart. "What's she—" Jason started, but Lamar put a finger to his lips, watching her intently. Her back still to them, Marilee stood regarding the cart for several more seconds. Then she reached out and plunged her hand into one of the several shopping bags she had attached to various points around its perimeter. She rooted around a bit, after a moment coming up with a piece of glossy paper in black and white with garish red highlights. Then she turned as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened, returned to the group, and plopped back down next to Lamar. "What have you got there?" Stone asked her, curious. She handed it over without a word. The glazed look was still in her eyes, but it was fading. Stone took it and smoothed it out. His eyes darted back and forth as he took it all in, then put the paper down so everyone could see it. Even at first glance it was obvious that it was a flyer for some sort of nightclub. They were all quiet for several moments as they read over the copy. "Exclusive Bay Area engagement. Nile. Wirtswirflung. Razor babies. One night only. Fetish wear strongly encouraged. Will to power. Free your urges." The flyer was covered with stylized symbol of anarchy and rebellion, along with an image of a square-jawed young man and woman in leather and sunglasses, staring off into the distance at a sky filled with missiles. The date for the show was the following night. "Look at the address," Stone said. There was an odd note in his voice. Jason's eyes widened. "It's in San Francisco." Verity was staring at Marilee. "You find things in your cart," she said, like she couldn't quite believe it. "I've seen you do it before. Could this be—" Marilee's expression had returned to normal by now. She looked at the flyer almost as if she'd never seen it before. "It could be," she admitted. "Sometimes I just find things I need, even though I don't ever remember putting them in there." Jason was looking at Stone. Why would she have a flyer for a show at a club in San Francisco? he asked. "Do they advertise down here?"
"They might, if it's a big enough show," Stone said. "But this does seem to be quite a coincidence." He looked at the flyer again. "I've heard of this place. Some of my students talk about it occasionally."
"What kind of club is it?" Jason asked. "Fetish wear strongly encouraged? Is it some kind of S&M dungeon?"
Stone nodded. "Yes, among other things. The upper part, well, the main part actually, is a nightclub that features bands that play dark music. Gothic, industrial, that sort of thing. Lots of bands imported from Germany and Scandinavia. Occult studies tends to attract people who enjoy that lifestyle. Some of them are Wiccans, some are Goths. Some of them just like anything that's spooky or mystical or evil." He put finger quotes around the last word. "And some of them just like dressing up in studded leather, black trench coats, and too much makeup."
"But what about the rest?"
Jason asked, trying not to notice that Verity was looking far more interested than he thought she should in this whole topic. "The rest is a bit foggier," Stone said. "From what I understand, the lower level of the club is invitation only, and caters to what a couple of my students call the scene."
"The scene?"
Jason was perplexed. The kind of clubs he frequented were more properly called bars, and the music played there was generally of the garage band hard rock variety. "It's a BDSM sex club," Stone said, "for people who are into leather and whips and tying each other up and playing slave and master. That sort of thing." Jason was silent for several seconds.
"And he's in there?"
"It sort of makes sense, doesn't it?" Verity said, speaking up for the first time. "They like pain and misery and strong emotion. What would be a better place to get a steady source of that than a place where people go to hurt each other and get hurt on purpose?" "That's a damn good point," Stone agreed, nodding. He looked at Marilee. "You've done this before, then?"
"Yes," she said. "Lots of times. I usually find things that our group needs. Coupons, sometimes old tools or a hat or socks or that kind of thing. Occasionally a little bit of money. It's never anything very valuable or new, just stuff I might pick on the street. Except that I never remember picking it up after I find it in there."
"Interesting," Stone said. "So if this ability of yours helps you find the things you need, then we need to locate this person, and you find a flyer for a club in the very city he's supposed to be." He looked at Jason. "I'm inclined to take a chance on this," he said. "I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen some of their abilities firsthand, but this just seems like too much of a coincidence not to follow up."
"So we're going to an S&M club,"
Jason said. He didn't sound at all enthusiastic.
"Are you sure about this, Al?"
He glanced at Verity, unable to hide his big brotherly concern.
"It's probably 21 and over. I bet V can't even get in."
Verity rolled her eyes. "Come on, Jason. I spent the last 5 years in the nut house, and even I know about fake IDs. We'll just have to get me one."
"Yeah, I guess," Jason grumbled. "And where are we going to find fetish wear? I don't even know what that is. I'm not going anywhere in skin-tight spandex pants and a leather harness, and there's no argument about that. The evil can take over the world before that's going to happen."
Stone chuckled. "I don't think it'll come to that," he said. "I'm not exactly enthusiastic about the idea myself. I'm a bit old for this sort of thing, but we'll do what we have to. As I said, I have some students who are familiar with the place, or at least the club. I'll give one of them a call for advice. They can probably also give us the basic layout so we don't have to go in blind." Lamar and Marilee had been watching them, saying nothing. Now, though, Lamar spoke up.
"You don't want any of us to go with you to this place, do you?"
Stone shook his head.
"No,"
he said gently. "You've all done enough already, and we can't begin to thank you for it. There wouldn't be any point in putting you in further danger. In fact, I'd say it would be best if we didn't contact each other any more until after we've checked this place out. Of course, if you need help, you only have to call." Both Lamar and Marilee looked relieved.
I hope this is what you're looking for, Marilee said, nodding toward the flyer. I hope you can do it, and I'll pray for your safe return.
Spontaneously, Verity threw her arms around the old lady and gave her a hug.
You keep yourself safe, she told her,
her voice shaking a little bit. Then she pulled back and smiled. Hey, you don't happen to have a fake ID with my name on it in that cart, do you?
Chapter 44. "You're sure about this?" Jason asked. It wasn't the first time he'd done so. It was 8 o'clock, the night after they'd last seen the Forgotten. He, Verity, and Stone were in San Francisco, in the front room of the small suite they'd rented at a motel that wasn't too far from the club. "Jason, stop being a wuss," Verity told him, rolling her eyes, "and quit worrying about me. I'll be fine." Stone's students had come through not only with information about the club and advice on what to wear so they would blend in as much as possible, and where to buy it, but one of them had also put him in touch with an art major who was known in student circles as a wizard with fake IDs. Stone had sent Jason along with Verity to approach her, since he didn't think a professor trying to obtain a fake ID for an underage girl would go over too well. The young woman was a little hesitant at first, but changed her mind when Verity offered double her normal fee. By early that morning, she had produced an extremely realistic-looking driver's license, proclaiming Verity to be 21 years old. Verity had enjoyed the subsequent shopping trip immensely. Her two male companions, not so much. Stone and Jason spent much of their time trying to be as inconspicuous as possible and not to look like they were as uncomfortable as they were. Verity, meanwhile, moved around the stores like she'd spent her life there, picking out items both for herself and for them. When she'd finished, both of them had to admit that she'd done a good job finding them outfits that wouldn't make them feel completely ridiculous. For Jason, she'd chosen black jeans, a studded black belt, combat boots, a tight black t-shirt with the logo of an industrial band he'd never heard of, and a black leather biker jacket. She'd declared that his own leather jacket, which was brown, was simply all wrong. She had even more fun with Stone, deciding he needed to look more formal. When she got done with him, he was reminiscent of a German SS officer, albeit without any of the Nazi iconography. She put him in a black military-style tunic, black pants tucked into tall, shiny black boots, and an impressive-looking black overcoat. When he got a look at himself in the mirror, he glared theatrically at his reflection. "Where's my bloody riding crop?" he asked, half sourly, half amused. Verity herself looked like she was finally able to dress the way she wanted to. Her outfit consisted of her own black biker jacket that was similar to Jason's, a tight leather top that laced up the front, a black leather spiked dog collar choker, black miniskirt, fishnet stockings with artful holes in them, and her black Doc Martens. Jason took one look at her and started to say something, but her glare silenced him. He had to concede, albeit grudgingly, that she carried the look off. She didn't look vulnerable. She looked completely in control of herself, and more than a little intimidating. It scared him a bit. What was his tomboy sister turning into? She had also picked up some hair dye and cosmetics, and when they got back to the hotel, after permitting themselves dinner at a good restaurant for a change, she locked herself in the bathroom for an hour while Jason and Stone sat out front and went over the crude map of the club that the students had given them. Unfortunately, Stone hadn't been able to track down either of the two students who were familiar with the lower level, but at least they wouldn't have to go in completely blind. Stone was arranging his various magical items in the pockets of his overcoat when Verity emerged from the bathroom. He and Jason both stared at her with wide eyes. She dyed her hair jet black and used some sort of gel to spike it up into points, and done her face in dramatic makeup that made her look paler than she was and emphasized her large, dark eyes. Her lips were blood red. "What you think?" she asked, grinning. "I think you're having entirely too much fun with this,"
Stone told her. "Well, you did say we had to blend in, right?" Jason didn't say anything. He wasn't sure what to say, and a little afraid that if he spoke up, he might say something he'd later regret. In many ways, this new transformation in his sister was causing him more mental difficulty than the entirety of the insane and magical proceedings that he'd been dealing with for the past couple of weeks. She was becoming an adult, and there was no stopping it. He couldn't keep treating her like she was 12, even though that was the last time he'd really known her. He had to let her grow up, regardless of whether he approved of the way she was doing it. He knew that in less than a month she'd be 18, and technically he wouldn't have any control over her anymore. Not that he did now.
"We ready to do this?"
he finally asked. Stone, who'd been smiling at Verity's enthusiasm, sobered. "Ready as we can be," he said. Will to Power was on the waterfront, a mile or so off the main part of the Embarcadero. Here, glitzy souvenir shops and seafood restaurants gave way to derelict warehouses and ugly, looming industrial buildings. "Definitely not the posh end of town," Stone commented, but that's not too surprising, given its focus. They were in a cab. The driver was a dark-skinned Middle Eastern man who barely spoke English, but who had given them a strange look when they told him their destination. He didn't comment, though. Jason figured they were just a few more of the tourist weirdos he had to endure daily. He leaned back in his seat and looked idly out the window as the cab inched through the thick Friday night traffic. He hadn't been to San Francisco since he was a kid up here with his dad for a vacation, and he didn't remember much about it except the Golden Gate Bridge and the tourist part of Fisherman's Wharf. They had come past the wharf, but they soon left the lit-up tourist area and moved into a part of the docks where most tourists weren't brave enough to venture these days. He wondered if he could spot any of the forgotten symbols, then almost immediately noticed one spray-painted on the side of a rotting warehouse. The circle, X and squiggly line. Bad place. Danger. He touched Stone's arm and pointed it out. The mage nodded. "I've been noticing them for a while," he murmured over Verity, who was seated between them.
"All the bad ones, I take it?"
He nodded soberly.
"Haven't seen any others. Wherever this place is, the Forgotten seem to avoid it like the plague."
Indeed, they had not seen one homeless person or group for the last 15 minutes, despite the fact that the buildings they were passing were run down and many were abandoned. It looked like a prime area to be colonized by a few enterprising forgotten groups, but none were in evidence.
"Weird," Jason said. "I wonder if even the normal homeless groups avoid it."
"Quite possibly. Remember what Marilee said about homeless people up here disappearing without a trace?"
"You think that has something to do with this club?"
Stone shrugged.
"No idea, but I wouldn't be surprised."
Jason sighed.
"You know, I'd give just about anything right now to be able to call in some heavy hitters on this. It feels wrong to me to be playing Batman, trying to solve this on our own. We ought to be able to call the cops, or the government, or somebody who's better equipped to deal with it. It just feels wrong that they're the ones we can't call, because they're probably mixed up in the whole thing, and there's no way to know who's clean and who isn't."
He shook his head and dropped his voice even further, glancing at the cabbie to make sure he wasn't listening.
"You know, taking care of this guy, whoever he is, isn't going to solve the problem. There's still going to be all the second-tier evil in the cops and the politicians and the business leaders. What's to say one of them won't just step up and take over the operation?"
"That's a damn good question," Stone said, "and I don't have an answer for you, except to say that honestly this probably won't end it. The best we can hope is that it tosses whatever organization they have into disarray for a while, and perhaps gives us, and others, time to deal with what's left before it can reorganize."
"That doesn't sound very encouraging."
Jason shook his head, still looking out the window. The cab was slowing down now, working its way over to the right lane. Stone, Jason, and Verity all switched their attention to the front window. "Here it is," the cabbie said, double parking next to a group of motorcycles. Jason didn't know what he expected to see, but it wasn't anything like the reality. The club was in a large old industrial building of indeterminate type, its front-facing wall painted black. Will to Power shone in glowing purple neon above a set of windowless, black, padded double doors, and a poster-sized version of the flyer Marilee had pulled from her cart was tacked up behind glass to the right of the doors. Even from inside the cab, the three of them could hear the pounding beat of the music, muted but still quite loud. A large group milled around outside, smoking and chatting. Most of them were dressed similarly to Stone, Jason, and Verity. Lots of leather, military styles, skin-tight vinyl, and gothwear. Most were young, early to mid-20s, but there were a surprising number of people Stone's age or even older. They exited the cab, and Stone paid the driver while Jason and Verity got a look around. Jason noticed two beefy guys in tight black club logo t-shirts and jeans standing on either side of the doors. He watched for a moment as a group went up to them, noticing that they were collecting the cover charge and doing cursory weapons checks, but didn't appear to be paying that much attention to checking IDs. Verity tapped his arm. "Look," she whispered, pointing. Jason looked. They were hard to spot this time, chalked nearly at sidewalk level on the side of the building near the corner, and only 3 inches or so high, but there were 5 of them in a row. Bad place forgotten symbols. "This must be a really bad place," he muttered under his breath. "I hope that means we picked the right one." Stone rejoined them. "Shall we, then?" The bouncers didn't give them a second look, including Verity and her fake ID, but just collected their money and waved them in with a bored, "Enjoy the show." Beyond the padded doors was a steep, black-painted stairway, lined with posters and flyers from bands who had previously played at the club, along with a lot of graffiti. Most of the latter seemed to be names and phone numbers, band names, and general obscenities regarding one band or another. Jason didn't spot anything that looked like gang tags, and surprisingly he could find no evidence of forgotten symbols. When he mentioned this to Stone as the 3 of them were borne along up the stairs by the rest of the crowd, he shook his head. "If you were forgotten, would you have any desire at all to come in here?" "Good point," Jason had to admit. Both of them had to shout over the music. The stairway ascended what appeared to be 1 or 2 floors, and then opened out onto a large, crowded dance floor. The music, no longer muffled even by one wall, was nearly deafening now. The 3 of them stepped out of the flow of traffic and stood to the side so they could take in the scene. It was impossible to see everything from where they were. It was evident that the place was designed in such a way that it wouldn't allow unrestricted sightlines to much of anything. There were no windows. The only things they could see clearly were the enormous purple neon-rimmed bar on the other side of the room and the stage far off to their right. Small tables dotted the landscape, spread out and hidden back in alcoves, so no more than 2 or 3 of them were near each other. And all around them people stood in little knots, holding drinks or writhed on another dance floor in front of the stage. The band currently performing consisted of a slim young woman behind an impressive-looking synth, a dark-haired man in sunglasses playing guitar, another man they couldn't quite see on drums, and an animated lead singer with short-cropped, bright blonde hair and a military-looking outfit. There was no way to make out any of the song's lyrics between the distortion, the volume, and the fact that the lead singer was growling into the mic. The crowd was eating it up, though. "Where do we start?" Jason shouted over the music. Verity tapped his arm and pointed to a miraculously empty table near one of the walls. They hurried over and commandeered it. Once they were seated, Jason leaned in toward Stone and yelled, "Is your magic thing buzzing yet?" Stone raised an eyebrow, but pulled the little cube out of his pocket and held it in one hand, shielded by his other. The crystals were glowing faintly. "It is," he said. "As I expected. I wouldn't be at all surprised to find a decent contingent of evil in here.
"That doesn't help much," Jason said. "What do we do, just wander around until we find something? I don't want to split up."
At Verity's glare, he glared right back at her.
"I'm sorry, V, but I'm still responsible for you another month, and there's no way I'm going to let you wander around a place like this by yourself."
"He's right," Stone said. "I don't think it would be the safest thing for any of us to wander around here alone. It's unlikely we'll be spotted or recognized, but if that were to happen, I think our chances would improve significantly if we remained in a group." Verity nodded. "Yeah, I guess you're right. Most of these people look like fun, but I've seen a few sleazeballs, too." "I don't think what we're looking for is out here, though," Stone said. "We need to investigate the dungeon area."
"Where is it?"
Jason asked. The crude map Stone's student had provided didn't include the entrance to the dungeons.
"We can't exactly walk up to somebody and ask, 'Hey, can you tell us where the bondage dungeon is?'"
Verity grinned. "Sure we can. We just have to do it the right way." She started to stand, then waved Jason off as he reached for her to pull her back down. "Just keep an eye on me. I'm not going far." She pointed at a balding, middle-aged man dressed in a leather jacket with a mesh shirt underneath, 2 tight pants, and a dog collar similar to hers. He stood about 10 feet away from their table on the periphery of the dance floor. "Gonna go talk to him for a minute." Before Jason could protest further, she was gone. Jason and Stone did not take their eyes off her while she sidled up to the man, close enough that their leather-clad shoulders touched, and appeared to be saying something to him. Everything about her body language suggested that she found him the most attractive man in the club, and it was everything Jason could do not to leap up and punch the guy's lights out. "Steady," Stone cautioned with a hand on his arm. "Let's see if she can pull this off." The man's pasty face broke into something resembling a leer as it became clear that this attractive young woman seemed interested in him. He said something to her, to which she replied with a predatory smile. He said something else, pointed across the room toward the bar, then reached out as if to touch her. She danced deftly out of his grasp, shaking her head and waving her finger at him in a naughty boy gesture. He looked briefly crushed, then brightened, said one more thing to her, and moved off into the crowd. Verity came back over to the table about 3 seconds before Jason was about to jump up and drag her back. She dropped down into her seat with a long sigh. "What a perv," she said, wrinkling her nose. "I took a chance. With an outfit like that, he might have just been a leather daddy with bad taste in clothes. But no, he was a straight perv. I told him I was looking for a little more interesting action, and he practically drooled on me." "Did you find out where the dungeon is?" Stone asked. She nodded. "The entrance is over there past the bar. It's on the 1st floor, which is why we have to come up here to get to the club. There's no other way in for the public besides through here. Supposedly you don't get in without an invitation, but he said you can bribe your way in, and women and cute guys pretty much just have to smile at the door guy." She looked the two of them up and down. "I think you two qualify. We should be okay."
"How did you get rid of him?"
Jason asked, hooking a thumb toward where Perv Guy had disappeared, while doing his best to ignore what she'd said about him and Stone. She chuckled. "Oh, that's easy. I told him to get out of my sight. I think he thought I was a dominatrix, which means he'll probably be looking for me once we get in there, but I'll just tell him to lick my boots or something, and we'll be good to go." Jason looked at her sideways.
"You know way too much about this stuff. I'm not going to ask where you learned it."
She shrugged. "Hey, it was pretty boring when I was in the nuthatch. I did a lot of reading." Stone stood. "Well then, I don't know about the rest of you, but I can think of many places I'd rather be spending my time. Shall we get on with this?" Jason was all for that. The sooner they got done and out of here, the happier he'd be. This wasn't his kind of club, even if it wasn't a haven for grand poobah evil of this part of the state. And much as he was loath to admit it, Verity's comfort level in here didn't sit well with him at all. He wondered sometimes, often actually, how she managed to deal so well with the aftermath of the 5 years she'd gone through. Nobody just shrugged off that kind of situation. He kept catching himself watching her, as if expecting her to lose it at any minute. The fact that she hadn't yet he attributed less to Stone's blocking magic, and more to a growing fear that it was building up and getting ready to blow at the smallest provocation.
"Can't worry about that now, though," he told himself,
hurrying to catch up with Stone and Verity.
"Gotta deal with this now. Time for the rest of it later."
He might not be able to cast lasers from his hands, but his fists were in pretty good shape, and he wasn't about to let anything happen to Verity and Stone while he had the power to prevent it. On the far side of the bar, obscured from where they'd been sitting by the seething crowd, was a door with an unobtrusive "No Admittance" sign. Like the rest of the place, it was painted black, and it looked like it led to the kind of hallway you'd go down to get to the restrooms. The only thing that indicated that it might have other purposes were the two beefy, tattooed guys dressed in tight leather pants and harnesses that showed off their impressive physiques. They lounged on either side of the door, drinks in their hands, doing their best to look like a couple of club patrons who'd simply decided to hang out here for a while and watch the show. Stone stopped Verity and Jason as they drew up to the bar.
"Order us something,"
he muttered under his breath to Jason.
"I want to get a read on them."
Jason moved over to the bar, Verity following closely. It was crowded, but they were able to worm their way in. He ordered a beer for himself and a Guinness for Stone. Verity looked like she was going to try ordering something alcoholic, but at Jason's glance decided it wasn't worth the effort, and instead got a sparkling cider. By the time they escaped the crowd and got back to Stone, he appeared to have finished whatever he was trying to do.
"Anything?"
Jason asked, handing him the Guinness. Stone nodded.
"The one on the right appears to be evil, though I can't quite be sure. At least one of them is for certain. They're too close together for precise evaluation. We need to be careful."
"Could you tell if they like girls or boys?" Verity asked. Stone looked surprised.
Why?"
When she didn't answer right away, he shrugged.
"I think they're straight, at least judging by the leers they gave two scantily clad young ladies I saw trying to get in, while completely ignoring their male companions."
She grinned. "Let me handle this, then," she said. "Just follow me and play along." She looped her arm through Stone's and began moving toward the guards. As the three of them approached, the guards casually moved toward each other to block the door. "Hey, you two," Verity said, with her best wolfish grin. The two men looked her up and down.
"Haven't seen you around here before," the left one said.
"I'm new in town and looking for a little action," she said. Her expression suggested what sort of action she was looking for quite effectively. The other guard indicated Stone and Jason.
"Who are these two?"
She smiled, squeezing Stone's arm. "He's my date, and he," she added, pointing at Jason, "is my bodyguard. He makes sure everybody plays nice, you know?" Jason pulled himself up to his full height, moved a little closer to Verity, and glared at the guards. This was a role he could play with ease. "So, what do you say?" she asked them, reaching out to tweak the closest one's nose, then let her finger continue halfway down his chest. "You gonna let us in so we can liven the place up a bit?" The two guards looked at each other for a moment, then the one she'd tweaked shrugged.
"Sure, why not? You're gonna have to pay for your friends, though. $20 cover each."
He leered.
"Or you can leave them here and go on in yourself."
"Oh, that's quite all right," Verity said. "I like having them around. Pay the man, will you?" she said to Stone.
"Of course,"
he murmured, handing over the money. The guards stepped aside.
"Oh, look,"
Jason said, when they were safely past and the door swung shut behind them.
"A pretend basement this time. This is really getting to be a theme."
Stone grinned.
"Well, it is San Francisco," he pointed out. "Not too many real basements around here, what with the earthquakes and all. They have to make do."
Ahead was a short hallway lined in more band posters and ending with a staircase down. The music was a lot quieter here, but there was an odd odor in the air. A mixture of vinyl, body oil, sweat, and what smelled like incense. Jason was getting a bad feeling about this, but there was nothing to be done about it except to follow Verity and Stone down the stairs. The main source of his concern was the fact that if this really was the only public entrance to the dungeons, then the door above them was the only exit from this place they knew about. He never liked going anywhere dangerous that only had one exit. Once again, he wished he'd been able to obtain a pistol, though he had to admit that getting inside this place would have been difficult, unless Stone had more magic tricks up his sleeve than he was admitting. At the foot of the stairs was a wide doorway that opened out onto a large space that had been divided into smaller rooms by barriers that reminded Jason of the ones at the hospital, except these were taller, more substantial, and painted black. The music was louder in here, but different. Still dark, but more ambient and instrumental, with a hypnotic, driving beat. Occasionally a moan, laugh, or some other sound of pleasure or pain rose above it. The walls were black, too, with flashes of neon scattered around for effect. The ceiling was dotted with strobes and blacklights. The whole effect was disorienting, eerie, and very strange.
"Where the hell do we start?" he asked.
"Let's look around a bit," Stone said, stepping aside to allow a couple to move past them. The man was naked, except for a tiny thong, sandals, a ball gag, and a dog collar. The woman was dressed similarly to Verity. She held the end of a leash attached to the man's collar and was pulling him along. Neither one acknowledged Stone and the others, but the man looked utterly blissful. To their right was a large table covered in safe-sex literature, boxes of condoms, small individually wrapped disinfectant towelettes, and rubber and latex gloves. A poster above the table depicted a couple of indeterminate genders engaged in enthusiastic sex and read in large purple letters, "Play hard, play safe." Jason took a deep breath. This wasn't going to be easy. He'd been to strip clubs many times before, and always enjoyed them. He'd even once spent the night with what he jokingly called commercial affection, when he'd been at a particularly low point in his love life. But this... He shuddered a little.
"You can't get any kind of good read down here, can you?" he asked Stone.
The maid shook his head. "No, not where we are. There are definitely evil here, but no way to tell where or who. Come on, the sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can get out of here." Oddly, it made Jason feel a little better that Stone didn't seem to be enjoying himself here either. Even Verity was looking a little freaked out. He imagined that whatever idea she had about how these places were supposed to work didn't match up with the reality. "The floor is sticky," she said, wrinkling her nose and picking up one of her Doc Marten-clad feet as if she'd stepped in a pile of dog leavings. "Come on," Stone said grimly, and started off to the left. The other two hastened to follow him. For the next 20 minutes, all three of them got a crash course in a subject they all would have preferred to avoid. As it turned out, the dividers were there to delineate spaces both small and large. The small ones, equipped with beds that were little more than stained mattresses on cheap frames, had black curtains covering their entrances, and were obviously meant to be used by groups of 2 or 3 people. The larger ones, which ranged in size from a medium-sized room to a large garage, were set up for various scenes. One contained a wooden rack with leather straps and an assortment of whips and floggers neatly arranged on a table along one side. One was set up like a medical office, with a surgical bed, a collection of wicked-looking instruments on a tray, and a glaring overhead light. Another was, with the help of fairly artful painting on the barrier walls, designed to look like a prison cell, and contained a large metal cage in the back, occupied by a naked man who appeared to have been left there alone. Stone moved staunchly along, occasionally stopping for a discreet consultation of his magical detector. For the most part, none of the dungeon's denizens seemed to mind the presence of others. Only one couple glared at them with an angry "fuck off" when they glanced into their open cubicle. The others either ignored them or, in some cases, seemed glad for the audience. One woman, who was obviously an exhibitionist, perked right up and put on a show for them as they went by, draping herself around her leather-clad mistress with great enthusiasm. An attractive middle-aged man dressed in a quasi-military uniform similar to Stone's offered the mage a proposition that he politely declined, whereupon the man smiled ruefully, bowed, and faded off into the darkness. At one point, much to their consternation, they developed a fan club. 3 small, thin men in briefs and flip-flop sandals spotted them and began following them around, making all sorts of inappropriate comments and invitations with wide, cheerful smiles. They didn't seem to discriminate on their choice of partners, directing their invitations to all 3 equally. Jason was a few seconds from informing them that if they got near Verity again, he was going to punch their teeth in one at a time, when they spotted a blond, shirtless man in short shorts, and immediately hurried off to follow him, waving jaunty goodbyes at Stone, Jason, and Verity.
"You getting anything now?"
Jason asked again as he watched them go. The urge to take a shower, preferably in disinfectant, was growing by the minute.
"No."
Stone looked confused.
"This is odd." "What? Everything's odd in here." No, that's not what I mean."
He held up his detector.
"I'm getting readings, but they're faint. As strange as this is here for us, these people are clearly enjoying themselves. Even the chap who was getting his bare bum whipped so enthusiastically by that large woman. Didn't you notice? He looked like he was having the time of his life, and so did she. I can't say for sure, but I'd be very surprised if any of the participants here were evil, nor many of the spectators."
"Yeah," Verity added, nodding. "I see what you mean. We haven't seen anybody like the kid at the haunted house, just standing around watching and getting his jollies. And even if people were watching, nobody's really getting hurt. Not permanently, anyway. Do the evil still get off on pain if the person enjoys it?"
"Could we be in the wrong place?"
Jason looked concerned now.
"What about Marilee and her cart? I mean, I guess everybody misses sometimes, but—"
Stone wasn't listening. He appeared to be deep in thought, staring at, but obviously not seeing, a lurid poster for a band called Dark Desires on the wall in front of him. Finally he shook his head, as if trying to rid it of cobwebs.
"I don't understand this," he said.
"There are definitely evil here. I'm getting readings, and I've no reason to doubt them, but the concentration, it's not as high as we were led to expect." Verity started to say something, then held up as 2 women, their arms draped around each other's shoulders and passing a joint back and forth, moved past them. When they were gone, she said slowly, "Well, the evil do get off on any kind of emotions, right? Not just the bad ones? They just like the bad ones better. But it's kind of hard to make a place where there are bad emotions all the time. We tried to think of one before, and the best we could come up with was a haunted house."
"Or maybe some sort of asylum or prison,"
Stone agreed. "What are you getting at?" She shrugged. "I don't know exactly. I was just thinking, maybe this place is kind of like broccoli or something." Stone and Jason both stared at her like she'd sprouted antennae.
"What?" they asked in near unison.
She grinned sheepishly. Sorry. Sometimes my shorthand only makes sense to me. What I mean is that if they need strong emotions to live, and it's sometimes hard to get the bad ones they really like, then maybe the kind they get here are something they need, even though they don't like it as much. You know, like eating your broccoli when you don't have any candy bars."
"Verity, you're weird," Jason told her.
"Indeed," Stone agreed. "But she has a point. Perhaps what they've got set up here is a place where they can get a fairly constant influx of emotional sustenance. Not what they prefer, certainly, but enough to keep them going until they can get what they prefer."
"So, does that leave us back at square one?"
Jason asked, hoping very much that it didn't. He wasn't sure how much more of this kind of detective work he could stand. Not necessarily, Stone said, pulling out the detector. We just need to figure out where the evil activity is coming from, if not here. Some sort of secret part of this building? Verity asked. Possibly, Stone said. Let's spend a bit more time investigating this area down here. Look for any unmarked doors, areas that don't seem to get a lot of traffic, anything that looks out of the ordinary. At Jason's eye roll, he grinned. All right, more out of the ordinary than just about everything else round here. Better? Jason didn't answer that. I'm going to try something, Stone said. I didn't want to do it before because it has its own problems associated with it, and I didn't think we needed it before. But I think we do now. What's that? Verity looked interested. Come on, he said, gesturing toward an empty cubicle. They moved behind the black curtain, and he closed it behind them. I have a spell. It's a concealment spell, but not invisibility per se. You can make people invisible? Jason asked. I can, but it requires a lot of energy, and it's almost never practical for anything more than a few seconds. No, this is more like a misdirection than true invisibility. Somewhat akin to what the Forgotten can do to make people not notice buildings. It's essentially a stronger version of the concealment spell I've been doing on the car for a while now. Surprisingly, it's a lot harder to do it on people than it is on cars. People rarely notice cars anyway, unless they're looking for a specific one. Verity cocked her head. You mean you can make it so people don't see us, even though we're not invisible? Essentially. It's risky, especially in crowds, because it doesn't make us incorporeal. If someone runs into us, or we speak right next to them, they'll still notice us. But it will help us fade into the background a bit, and perhaps make it so we can see things that we might not see if people were aware of us. Jason gave him a look. Al, I can think of at least a dozen times in the past few days where that would have come in really handy. Why didn't you tell me you could do this before? Because a few days ago I didn't have the items I've been building, and it's damn tiring to keep even a simple spell like that going if I have to power it myself, especially if it's covering more than one person. He raised an eyebrow. Jason, before I met you and got caught up in your little web of insanity, I was making a good go at just being a university professor. My magic's been more of the experimental variety the last few years. Last time I tried being an action hero, people died, so I don't exactly get much call for using that kind of spell these days. Let's try it now, Verity said. What do we have to do? Stay close to me, and whatever you do, stay out of people's way. Stay close to the walls, and if a large group is coming, duck into one of the cubicles until they pass by. Gesturing, he chivied the two of them into standing next to each other, then moved in front of them. He held up his hand and moved it slowly over all three of them. Jason noticed that the blocky purple ring he wore glowed slightly. In a few seconds, he lowered his hand. There, that's done. I don't feel any different, Verity said, holding up her hand as if expecting not to be able to see it. Well, you wouldn't, would you? Stone said. Trust me, though, it's working. Remember, stay close. You don't have to be touching, but don't move more than a couple of feet away. Let's go. They walked out of the cubicle into the still unoccupied hallway and set off. Let's investigate as much of the area we haven't already seen as we can, Stone muttered. I'm convinced there's something down here we're not seeing. Wait a sec, Jason said, stopping. Stone, in front, had to stop fast to avoid moving the spell effect away from him. Don't do that, he said irritably. Didn't you hear what I just said? No, this is important, Jason insisted. You said, something down here we're not seeing. Yes, and? Well, what if you're not the only mage here? We know they've got at least one good one, or they did anyway before Verity evicted them. Who's to say he hasn't been reoccupied? Stone stared at him. You know, I didn't even think of that, Jason finished. Yeah, I didn't either till you said that. But remember that door in that restaurant? The one with the gateway, or you in your crypt. What if there's a hidden door around here somewhere? Unlikely, Stone said slowly. But possible. Why unlikely? Oh, because that sort of thing is white magic, not black.
Remember, I told you permanent magic isn't something black mages do. It's one of their biggest weaknesses. That kind of concealment magic is permanent, or at least long-term. So you're saying they can't do it, or just that it would be hard? Stone thought about that for several long seconds. It wouldn't be completely impossible, he said at last, but it would require an immense amount of effort. The way their magic works, they probably would have to kill at least one person to get the power to even begin it. Plus, put their mage, or mages, at some personal risk, so they would likely save it for something they wanted to conceal very much. Can you find it? Jason asked. If it's here, can you find where it is? Not directly. Not without a lot more equipment and time than we have. Jason sighed, disappointed. Then he perked up. But if they've got some kind of hidden entrance to something, maybe if we poke around enough, we'll spot somebody using it. Yes, that's much more likely. Come on, let's go. It doesn't take a lot of energy to keep this spell going, but I can't do it indefinitely. They headed out again, staying close to walls and keeping their eyes open for anything that looked more out of the ordinary. They were lucky in that most of the patrons of the dungeon seemed now to have moved off into their various cubicles or larger areas, so there weren't many people wandering the halls. They did have one close call when the middle-aged man, from whom Verity had first gotten the directions to the dungeon's entrance, came weaving around a corner with another woman and nearly blundered into them. But they ducked into a nearby cubicle and managed to avoid him. Jason got one look at the couple inside and averted his eyes. He was an open-minded kind of guy and believed that anything consenting adults wanted to do together was absolutely A-OK, but that didn't mean he wanted to watch. In any case, he doubted they would have noticed the arrival of a platoon of Marines, given how caught up in each other they were. It took another 20 minutes or so to explore the rest of the dungeon area. It wasn't as large as they'd initially thought. The maze of black dividers distorted its dimensions and made it seem much bigger than it really was. They glanced inside the large scene areas, peeked discreetly into the cubicles, and investigated both the men's and women's bathrooms. For this latter activity they had to drop the spell and hope for the best. Jason was reluctant to let Verity out of his sight long enough for her to check out the ladies' room, but in the end he had to relent. He and Stone hovered outside the door, earning a couple sour looks from female patrons, who had to walk past them to get inside, and were just about to go in after her when she emerged. "Nothing to report," she said. 3 or 4 women putting on makeup, a couple more using the stalls. No extra doors or windows or anything. Just looks like a bathroom that really needs cleaning. Jason nodded. They'd encountered similar in the men's room, except that 2 of the stalls were obviously in use for romantic encounters. "Why would they want to use the bathroom stalls when they've got the whole club to use?" Verity asked. Again, no extra doors or suspicious-looking blank walls. Stone sighed. "I'm running out of ideas," he said. "We've checked out the whole area. Either we're missing something, there's nothing here to find, or it's upstairs in the nightclub. He stopped, because Verity had just poked him hard in the arm. "What?" "Shh!" she whispered urgently, pointing. She turned to look behind them while Stone and Jason had been looking ahead. The 2 turned, and Jason had to stifle an exclamation of surprise. Sauntering down the hall like they owned the place were 2 young men. Their body language didn't suggest that they were a couple, but rather a clear contempt of their surroundings. As they moved closer, it was obvious they were both dressed in identical black leather jackets with the red and black circle logo of Dead Men Walking. The 3 watchers flattened themselves against the wall, holding their breath as the gangers moved past. If either one noticed them, they gave no sign. When they drew past, Stone pointed at them and nodded. Taking the cue, the 3 detached themselves from the wall and followed, leaving about 10 feet between themselves and the gangers. The music was so loud that they weren't concerned about being heard, but they still made every effort to move as quietly as they could. Perhaps surprisingly, given their usual propensity for causing trouble,
The gangers didn't do anything overly threatening. They didn't poke into the cubicles or otherwise disturb any of the dungeon's patrons. They simply walked down the hallway, then took a left at an intersection. Stone and the others picked up their pace a bit to follow. Their previous investigations had shown them that this particular hallway was flanked by the long wall of a large, closed scene area on the left side. A quick peek inside had shown it to be an elaborately staged church/funeral setup, complete with open casket at the front, with its entrance on the hallway from which they had just turned, and 3 smaller cubicles on the right. The wall at the end of the hallway was blank, and if Jason's sense of direction was any good, which it usually was an outer wall of the club. Stone and the others hung back to watch what the gangers did. The pair moved past the first 2 cubicle entrances without a glance at them. Their destination seemed to be the 3rd cubicle. One pulled a folded cardboard sign from his pocket and affixed it to the curtain with 2 safety pins. It read, "Closed for cleaning." Then both went inside. As soon as they disappeared through the curtain, Stone motioned Jason and Verity forward. They closed the distance and moved in so they could see through the gap in the cubicle curtain. They glanced at each other, wide-eyed, when they saw what was happening. Chapter 45. The far wall of the cubicle wasn't a divider, but rather a continuation of the solid wall that represented the outer boundary of the building. Stone and the others had checked this cubicle before, and the wall had been resolutely blank. But now one of the 2 gangers was on his knees fiddling with something under the bed, while the other waited with clear expectation near a spot in the middle of the wall. After a moment, just like in A Passage to India, a section of the wall shimmered and a door came into existence where none had been before. It was a plain metal door with the word "Maintenance" on the outside. As soon as it appeared, the standing ganger fumbled in his pocket, pulled out a key, and opened it. He held it open to wait for his companion to get up. Then the 2 of them went through it. From the other side of the curtain, Stone made a quick gesture at the door, and it stopped an inch before clicking closed again. The 3 waited anxiously to see whether the gangers noticed that it hadn't closed. "Holy shit," Jason whispered after several seconds. "It's just like the door at the restaurant. They're even using the same maintenance trick." Stone shrugged as he headed inside. "Who looks in a maintenance closet?" He glanced around. "Get me something to block this door open." Jason pulled the threadbare pillow from the bed and tossed it to Stone, who used it to prop the door and let his spell opening it drop. "Where are they going?" Verity asked. "Secret room?" "Let's find out, shall we?" Stone said. "Let me go first. If it is a secret room and they're in there, I can likely take them out faster than either of you 2 can. Be ready, though." Silently, he pushed the door open. Jason kept a close eye on him, while Verity watched the cubicle curtain to make sure nobody else was coming in. After a couple of tense moments, the mage's call came back through the open door. "Come on in, and close the door behind you." Quickly, Jason and Verity followed him through the door. Jason picked up the pillow and tossed it back on the bed, then let the door click shut. They stood at the top of a long, metal stairway. Their steps echoed eerily as they made their way slowly down about a floor's height, until they stood in a short, concrete tunnel. The tunnel was featureless, except for some pipes running along one wall and a bare, incandescent bulb hanging overhead. Ahead, about 15 feet, they could see a T-intersection. The bulb's light didn't reach far enough to fully illuminate what was beyond, but it looked rougher, and didn't appear to be made of the same concrete as their current tunnel. The air down here was chilly, and there was a faint hint of a breeze. The music from the floor above was muted. "What is this place?" Verity whispered, wrinkling her nose. "Smells like garbage and seaweed." Stone walked forward, keeping close to the wall of the concrete tunnel until he reached the intersection. Cautiously, he peered around in both directions, then pulled his head back. "It's brick," he said, his expression troubled. "This is very strange. If I didn't know better, and I'm not sure I do, I'd say it was a storm sewer tunnel, and a very old one. I'll bet if we follow it toward the ocean, we'll find that it lets out there." "Why would they have a storm sewer attached to a nightclub?" Jason asked, confused. "I don't think it's in use anymore, and it appears this concrete section isn't part of the original design. I can't see the other end of the brick tunnel. I think it might be blocked. Come on, let's check it out." But instead of moving forward again, he suddenly put his hand to his chest. Before Jason could ask if something was wrong, he pulled out the small cage detector. The crystals were glowing more brightly now. "Whatever it is," the mage said softly, "I think we're heading in the right direction. Look sharp and stay close. Remember, they have mages too." Staying close together, they first made a right turn. The tunnel, which was round and lined with brick and not tall enough for Stone and Jason to stand fully, extended for about 20 or 30 feet, then stopped abruptly. It was obvious that it had been blocked off on purpose. The opening was filled with concrete that looked much newer than the bricks. "This place looks really old," Verity said, nervous. "Are you sure it's safe? If we had an earthquake right now—" Stone glanced up. "They've reinforced it, look." The other two looked up as well, and sure enough, someone had added metal bracing to the top of the tunnel. Like the concrete, it looked much newer than the brickwork. "Curiouser and curiouser," Stone muttered. "Come on." He changed direction, moving down the tunnel in the direction of the ocean. "I think we'll find a—" he started, but then stopped moving. Jason and Verity nearly ran into him. "What?" Jason whispered, but he didn't have to ask. Looking over Stone's shoulder, he saw another hole in the side of the tunnel, this time on the other side, and about 20 feet down in the ocean direction from the tunnel from which they'd just emerged. This one wasn't lit, which is why they'd almost missed it. "Another one?" "It appears that the club and something else are connected via these tunnels," Stone said. He was looking grim now. "And look, I was right. The sewer exit out to the ocean is blocked." He pointed, and his companions looked. The end of the tunnel was covered by a formidable-looking metal grate, the space between the bars so narrow that nothing bigger than a large rat or a small cat would be able to make it through. Most of the lower part was choked with garbage, seaweed, and other debris. They could hear the sea lapping beyond the opening, but it didn't reach this high. Verity glanced from the opening to the new tunnel. "Did anybody even notice what was next door to the club?" she asked. Both Stone and Jason shook their heads. "Probably another warehouse," Jason said. "But I didn't see. I was too busy looking at the club." "Same," Stone said. "We could go outside and look, but I don't think it's wise. I'm not sure I could get us past that door again if we let it lock, and it's too risky to leave it open." Jason nodded. "Yeah, I think we better just move forward." He was troubled. A large part of him wondered what the hell he was doing, leading his sister into something like this that was almost certainly dangerous. He knew there was no point in going without her. She was the only one among the three of them who had a shot at ending the evil's hold over this area, but that didn't make him like it any more. He pulled a small flashlight from his pocket, switched it on, and moved forward with the others into the second concrete tunnel. As they expected, there was another door at the end of it, similar to the one in the other tunnel. "What if it's locked too?" Jason whispered to Stone. "Can you pick locks with magic?" "Not one that formidable." He put his finger to his lips and moved forward, putting his ear to the door. He listened for almost a full minute, then turned back to the others. "I don't hear anything," he told them. "Of course, that doesn't mean much. We're going to have to take a chance again. That's assuming the door is unlocked. If it's not, we'll have to wait for someone else." He reached out to the door handle. All three of them held their breath as he turned it. It turned easily, and he swung the door minimally open. Jason let his breath out. This is it. Only half conscious of what he was doing, he slipped his hand into the pocket of his jeans and pulled out his knife. Then he nodded to Stone. The mage slowly opened the door a bit more. It appeared quite heavy, but moved silently on well-oiled hinges. When he saw no movement inside, he pushed it open the rest of the way and motioned for the others to move in fast. When they were all inside, he swung the door closed with a soft click. They were at the foot of another metal stairway like the one inside the club. Moving slowly, they ascended it and found themselves in a long, narrow hallway, only about 4 feet wide, that stretched off to their left. The wall on the near side was solid. The other one was wooden and looked more temporary. Both were painted with years' worth of faded graffiti. Another naked incandescent bulb illuminated the area. "Do you smell something weird?" Verity whispered. Stone nodded, looking grim. "Something's died in here, I think," he murmured back. "Oh, man. I hope it's just a rat or something," Jason said, glancing around. "Shh," Stone said. "We have to get out of this hallway. It's too narrow, even with the spell up. We're sitting ducks if anyone comes in." They walked quickly to the other end. Jason tried to look everywhere at once, afraid someone would ambush them, even though Stone's magic was concealing them. His gaze settled for a moment on the graffiti. It was a mishmash of gang symbols, all of them DMW, crudely painted horror imagery like severed head and fanged demons, and obscene words and drawings. What he didn't find was any forgotten code symbols, not even one. "I'm starting to wonder if we found the DMW's gang clubhouse," he muttered. The idea did not appeal to him in the slightest. At the end of the hallway was another door, but this one was much less substantial than the heavy metal one at the entrance. It was made of wood and had a cheap-looking knob without a lock. The smell was getting worse. Whatever had died here had probably been here a while. The putrid stench mingled unpleasantly with the odors of must, mildew, and far-off seawater. Stone stopped and listened at it again. "Put your light out," he whispered, then turned the knob. Again, the door opened easily. This seemed odd to Jason. If they were hiding something, or someone in here, why leave all the doors unlocked? "Maybe the magic door in the dungeon is the only way in," he decided. "No point locking the place up if they're the only ones who can even find it." They paused for a moment to orient themselves. Directly to their left, along the same wall, was a large, heavy pair of double doors. These were firmly closed and locked, with a thick chain and padlock the size of a man's hand. "Nobody getting in that way," Jason whispered. "Or out," Stone agreed. Verity was looking in the other direction. "What is this place?" she asked, pointing. Off to the right was a large open area. It was dimly lit by another of the ubiquitous incandescents, this one hanging high above them. Scattered around were what looked like broken racks and fixtures, along with a significant amount of trash and debris. Directly in front of them were several wooden workbenches built into the wall. They, too, were covered with broken items and more debris. Occasionally they heard the faint skitter of rats or mice moving around. "It doesn't look like a factory or a warehouse," Jason said under his breath. "Doesn't smell like it either," Verity said. The stench was getting stronger, beginning to overpower the mildew and dust. "I think," Stone said slowly, as if talking to himself, "it's some sort of theater." Jason stared at him. "Theater?" He looked around, confused. "Here? This is the warehouse district." Stone shrugged. "We just came from a nightclub. It's not uncommon to repurpose old warehouse or factory buildings. I think we're in some kind of backstage or workshop area." "I think he's right," Verity said. She pointed up. "Look at all the catwalks and rigging and stuff up there. It all looks pretty messed up, but—"
"Come on," Stone said. "Let's keep moving."
"Wait," Verity whispered. "I think I heard something." Instantly, all three of them went quiet, fading back until they stood with their backs to the padlocked double doors, as far from the door in which they had entered as they could manage. For several seconds they heard nothing but the rustling of the mice, but then, off to their right, came the sound of voices. The three watchers strained to hear what they were saying. There were two speakers, both young and male, and they were coming from a shadowy area directly in front of the watchers. "Gotta get back," one was saying. "Got another pickup in an hour." "Good," the other one replied. "These ones are getting boring. Ain't got much left in 'em." The first one laughed. "Yeah, I need to figure out how to make 'em last longer." They were approaching now. Ahead of Stone and the others was a short stairway, and the two men were descending it. As they reached the ground, it was clear that they were the same two DMW gangers who had gone in ahead of them. They made a left at the foot of the stairway without noticing the watchers, headed straight for the door where they'd come in. They went quickly through and closed it behind them. Stone and the others stayed where they were for several more seconds to make sure they were gone, and then Stone pointed toward the short stairway. "I think that's where the action is," he whispered. Jason and Verity both nodded. Moving slowly, they crept along the wall. Jason's head was on a swivel again, trying to see everywhere at once. The light in here was dim, and it would be easy for someone, or multiple someones, to be hiding in the shadows waiting to ambush them. He brought up the rear of their little procession while Stone took point. If Verity noticed that she was being protected from both sides, she didn't say anything. The stairway was skeletal and made of metal. Stone pointed upward. "Backstage area, most likely," he whispered, and began ascending. It was impossible to be completely quiet on these stairs, but they did the best they could. When they emerged at the top, they found themselves in a sparsely lit, wide-open area. Stone had been right. This was the backstage area. Like the workshop, it was strewn with debris, broken objects, ripped clothing, and similar objects that has survived whatever ransacking the place had experienced at some point in its history. They couldn't see out very far, since there were no lights on in the auditorium. Again, they stopped and listened. They didn't hear anything for several seconds, but then something came from far on the other side of the building. A faint sound that could have been a heavily muffled yell or scream. Jason stiffened. "Did you hear that?" he said. "Shh," Stone murmured. "Yes." Verity poked Stone's arm. "Take off my block," she said, "just in case." He turned back to her, put his hands on either side of her head, and stared into her eyes for a few seconds. "There," he said. "Remind me to put it back up when this is over." Jason was impatient. "Come on, somebody's hurt over there. Let's go see what's going on." As scared as he was, the thought of action energized him. All this sneaking around in the dark made him more nervous than if he just had something to punch. "Easy," Stone held up his hand. "Don't lose your head now." Jason could see he was looking grim, too. Verity, meanwhile, had spotted something off to the side, in the shadowy backstage area off to their right. "Is that a body?" She pointed into the dimness, grabbing Jason's arm with her other hand. "What? Oh, probably just a pile of debris," Stone said, though he did head that way a bit to investigate the bundle. He stopped before reaching it. "Or," he added in an emotionless tone, "it's a body." Holy crap. Jason came up next to him. He tried to shield Verity from the sight, but she was having none of it. She moved in alongside of him and stared down. The body was that of a man of indeterminate age, with the wild beard and ragged clothes that clearly marked him as someone who'd seen hard times. From the look of things, he hadn't been dead that long. "Forgotten?" Verity whispered. "No way to know," Stone said. He looked up, his gaze sweeping the area around him. I don't like this at all. Come on, let's keep going. We can't do anything to help him now. Why would they just dump a body in the hallway like that? Jason asked. Perhaps they didn't, Stone said. There's always the possibility he died of natural causes, or a drug overdose. Jason gave him a "you can't possibly believe that" look, and he shrugged. I didn't say it was likely. I said it was possible. Now hush. I think we're getting closer. They continued picking their way through the backstage area, mindful of the debris on the floor, and looking even more carefully than before to make sure they didn't stumble on any more dead bodies. All three kept glancing out into the stage area and the auditorium beyond, even though they couldn't see anything, and no one could see them if Stone's magic was holding. Jason couldn't shake the feeling that somebody up there was going to pin them with a spotlight any minute now, revealing that the whole place was crawling with DMW and other evil, just waiting for the chance to pick them off. That didn't happen, though. They made it across without incident and found another metal stairway, a mirror of the one they'd just come up, leading back down on the other side. Part of this place has to be underground, Jason whispered, pointing at the stairs. This thing goes down too far to just be ground level. Partial basement, Stone agreed. Too dangerous to build real basements round here with the earthquake potential. As silently as they could, the three of them crept down the staircase. The light was brighter here, but still high up. Ahead, at the bottom, was a closed metal door. Off to the right, down a short hallway, was a second, less substantial one. Which way? Jason asked. Stone was about to answer when another sound cut through the silence. A low moan like the one they'd heard before. Directly in front of them this time, it was a little louder than the previous one, but clearly still muffled. Jason pointed wordlessly toward the door. I wish we had a way to know if there's anybody in there, he whispered. Stone put up a finger and glided forward, motioning for them to come along. Once more, he put his head against the door and listened. There were more moans now. Even those who weren't directly listening could hear them. And then, suddenly, a scream of agony, still muffled. Whatever was going on in that room, it was heavily soundproofed. Clearly they don't want whatever they're up to in there getting out, Stone said grimly. What do we do? Jason asked. We can't just bust in. We have no idea how many of them are there. It might be a trap. Wait, Stone said, again flattening back against the wall. Let's see if anyone comes out. Jason was sick of waiting, but he didn't see any other option. Reluctantly, he followed the mage to the wall, and Verity came along with him. After about 5 minutes, though, nobody had come out. The sounds continued, however. Moans, screams, the sound of someone sobbing, all damped by whatever soundproofing they had in the space behind the door. Jason fidgeted, becoming more and more driven to do something with each passing minute. Finally, he let his breath out in a rush. I can't do this, Al, he said in a harsh whisper. Something's going on in there. It sounds like they're killing people. I can't just sit here and wait. Stone took a deep breath and nodded. All right, let me try something. He pointed over toward the underside of the backstage area, the space beneath where they had come down the metal staircase. You two, hide yourselves there, so they won't see when the door opens. I'm going to try to open it magically if it's unlocked, and see if we can flush them out. Be ready, though. Depending on how many of them there are, I might not be able to deal with all of them on my own. Jason and Verity crossed the hallway and hid behind some debris under the stage, both focusing hard on the closed door. Stone, his concealment spell still active on himself, moved behind the stairway, where he had a good view of the door. Ready? He whispered. Jason nodded, clenching his fists, his entire body feeling like a spring ready to uncoil. He felt Verity standing tensely next to him. Go! Stone raised his hand. For a few seconds, nothing moved. and then the heavy door flew open and slammed into the wall behind it. Chapter 46. Several things happened simultaneously at that point. The first was that the corridor was flooded with light from the room beyond. The screams and moans, which had been attenuated by the closed door, grew immediately louder and more urgent, and they were joined by more sounds, cursing, and harsh yells of surprise. "What the fuck?" Then came the sound of running feet, and the hallway was suddenly full of leather-jacketed figures. Jason, glad to finally have something to do, launched himself out from the cover and smashed into one of the figures, slamming it into the wall and reveling in the satisfying melon-like thunk as the ganger's head hit the concrete and he dropped. They made surprisingly short work of the remaining gangers. There were actually only 4, though the narrow hallway had initially made them look like more. Stone dispatched 2 with magic, and Verity took out the last one when he tried to ambush Jason, concentrating for all she was worth and pushing with her mind until the glowing ball of evil was ejected violently upward from his body. The ganger dropped in a boneless heap, and the shimmering ball erupted into nothingness. The 3 of them stood puffing in the hallway.
"What are we going to do with the rest of them?" Jason demanded. "We can't just leave them here. They might wake up. Verity, can you—"
He put his hands to his head and mimed an explosion effect. She shook her head. "I don't think so. Not when they're unconscious."
"Help us!"
came a desperate scream from inside the room.
"Oh, God, please, help us!"
"Drag them inside," Stone ordered. "At least we can keep an eye on them in there."
He grabbed one of the smaller gangers and began following his own order. And then he stopped, halfway in and halfway out the door, as increasingly panicked screams echoed around them.
"Bloody hell," he breathed. "What?"
Jason dropped his ganger and poked his head around the doorway, past where Stone was blocking it. He, too, stiffened and stopped moving.
"Shit."
"What's going on?" Verity didn't have space to shove past the 2 of them, so she couldn't see.
"Please!"
The screams from inside were near hysterical now. Jason shoved Stone bodily inside, and the 2 of them for a moment could do nothing but stare. Verity moved in next to them and gasped. They were looking at what could only be described as a torture chamber or charnel house. It was a large room, probably used previously as a communal dressing area for the theater. Now, though, the far wall was lined with large cages, each one containing a captive. Metal hooks hung from the ceiling, on which various severed and rotting human body parts had been skewered. Several pieces of wooden and metal apparatus, some looking like it had been brought in from the dungeon next door, occupied most of the open space, including one that looked like a rack and held a messily eviscerated male body with its entrails pulled out and draped over the edges. Inexplicably, several padded armchairs lined the near wall. At the far end of the room was a closed door, next to which were stacked 3 naked bodies, also obviously dead. The stench of decay in here was overpowering. Stone, Jason, and Verity took all this in the space of a few seconds, and then they were moving again.
"Verity, watch the door," Stone ordered.
"Get us out of here!" screamed a man. "Please, oh God, let us out!"
Like the other captives, 3 men, 2 women, and a boy of about 14, he looked ragged, dirty, and terrified.
"Where's the key?"
Jason called. All the cages were locked with chains and padlocks. He was struggling hard to keep his gorge in place. There wasn't any time to waste losing his dinner. Inexplicably, his mind flashed back to the haunted house. How clean it had looked compared to this. How different the smell of popcorn and sawdust had been from this nightmarish stench of blood and rot and excrement.
"On the wall, by the door."
The man was sobbing with fear, but obviously trying to keep it together.
Quick, before more of them come.
Anyone in that back room? Stone demanded.
No, said one of the women. That's where they store bodies.
Jason was already moving, grabbing the key off the wall hook where it hung. He hurried over and began unlocking cages, starting with the young boy. "How did you get here?" he asked.
Snatched, the man sobbed. All of us. They grab homeless people, runaways. People nobody will miss.
"And torture them?" Jason demanded. The woman nodded. She was white as a ghost. She pointed vaguely at the body parts on meat hooks.
They like it, doing that to people.
Any of you forgotten? Stone cut her off. He kept shooting glances toward the door, as if expecting more DMW to come in. Most of them looked perplexed, but one thin young man who looked ill nodded.
I am.
Can you do anything? Jason was still unlocking cages. As he did each one, the occupants came tumbling out, staggering with fear.
Nothing useful, the young man said. I'm sorry.
It's all right, Stone said, looking grim. Come on, we need to get out of here. Verity, meanwhile, was rifling through the unconscious DMW ganger's clothes.
Hey, she called. I found a gun.
Jason spun. Give me that, he ordered. She handed it over, and he inspected it, checking to see if it was loaded. I thought the DMW didn't use them, he said, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Stone was checking out the rest of the room. Are you sure there's nothing useful in that room? He asked the captives. We've not much time. Just bodies, I think, the man they'd first been talking to said. Stone sighed. Cover the door, Jason, he said, and moved over to check. Jason got a quick glimpse of something red as he opened the door, and a horrible smell, worse even than before, fetid and coppery and almost tangible, rolled out. When Stone closed the door and turned back to the group, even his normally unflappable demeanor was slipping. Let's go, he said in an odd tone. Nothing to save in there. Wait! It was the young boy who spoke this time. Stone turned to him. What?
There's more of them here, he said. Mister, you're not going to believe me, but I saw Gordon Lucas.
Who? Stone asked. But Jason and Verity were both staring at the boy like he'd sprouted a second head. Gordon Lucas? The talk show guy? The kid nodded.
Yeah, that's how they got me. I went to one of his homeless benefit things trying to get some food. His people asked me a bunch of questions, and then when I left, I got grabbed by these guys.
He pointed at the gangers.
I didn't think it was connected till I got here. I've been here a while, before the rest of these guys got here, and I seen him. He comes in here sometimes, in this room. They torture people, and he sits there and watches.
Tears streamed down the boy's cheeks. Stone's eyes widened. The philanthropist! He clapped his hand to his forehead. Of course. It all makes sense. Who else could possibly be less obvious but more logical? Wait a sec, Jason said. Gordon Lucas is the big evil? The guy gave up the talk show a few years back to help the poor? Quite a few years ago. Stone almost yelled it. I remember it now. It was all over the news. Everyone was so surprised he'd quit at the top of his popularity. Why would he do that? Everyone was asking. Because he's possessed, Verity filled in. Her eyes got big, too. And he's here? In this building? She stared at the boy. I don't know who Gordon Lucas is, said the first man, but there's a guy who comes in sometimes. A couple of them. One looks like a movie star. Older guy, tan, gray hair, big teeth. That sounds like Lucas, Jason said. The other one's this mousy-looking guy in a suit.
I think he's a mage, said the forgotten man. The mousy guy.
Stone's expression hardened. Come on, he said quickly. Jason, any more guns on those gangers? Verity answered. I checked them all, just that one, and no extra ammo that I can find. All right, Stone said. "Jason, and you." He pointed at the first homeless man. "Drag them into those cages and lock them up. We have to get you out of here, and fast." Jason and the man did as directed, and Jason pocketed the key when they were done. The other homeless people huddled together, still looking terrified. Everyone was clearly trying hard not to look at the grisly body parts swinging on the overhead hooks. "How are we going to get them out?" Verity asked. "We have to do what we came here to do, and we haven't seen any other exits except through the club. We can't send them through there. They'd get grabbed again as soon as somebody spotted them." Stone started, but he didn't get a chance to finish. From the hallway outside came the far-off sound of running feet and yells. "Damn!" His gaze darted back and forth between the people in the room. It locked for a moment on the boy. "Did Lucas say anything about where he is when he's not in here? When was he here last?" The boy looked panicky. He was almost hyperventilating. Stone's intense focus was obviously spooking him almost as much as the torture chamber.
"He was here like an hour ago. He said something about the office. That's all. I'm sorry."
It's all right. It's all right." Instantly, Stone turned away. "You lot might need to hide for a bit. The only exit we know isn't feasible to use right now." Jason was peeking around the doorframe, gun ready. "I don't see them yet," he reported, "but they're getting closer." "All right, everybody out," Stone ordered, making shooing motions. "Directly across from this room is a stairway, and underneath that is an understage storage area." He motioned to the prisoners. "You go there, be quiet, and wait. Try not to get noticed." He pointed at the forgotten man. "I'm guessing you don't have a concealment power?" The man shook his head, looking miserable. I'm good with animals." "Great," Stone snapped. "If they have a dog, we're set." "Go!" Jason called urgently, trying to keep his voice down. "Go now! They're getting closer. I think they're on the stage." Stone, Jason, and Verity herded the homeless group out and directed them under the stage. "Al, can you conceal them if you're not with them?" "No, Wait! Yes, I can." The mage fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a small crystal wrapped in metal wire. He passed his hand over it, muttered something, and handed it to the forgotten man. "Hold on to this and stay together," he said, so the others couldn't hear. "It will help conceal you, but it's not foolproof, nor is it invisibility. Just hide in the shadows and stay quiet. We'll be back for you when we can." "You're said the forgotten man, taking the crystal. Stone nodded. "Now go." "Al, they're getting closer." Jason was still nervous, though less so than before, now that he had the gun out. The forgotten man nodded and quickly took charge of the group, urging them under the stage. After a few seconds, they faded into the shadows. "Don't you need that crystal?" Verity asked Stone. "Isn't it one of your power thingies?" "I have a few more," he said. "Don't worry about that." "Can you conceal us again?" Jason asked. "I can try, but it won't work very well if they're looking for us. Come on, we need to find this office. I don't know if Lucas is here now, but if he is, we have to find him." The door at the end of the hallway to the right of the torture chamber burst open, and 3 DMW gangers poured through. "There they are!" one of them yelled, pointing. "Come on!" Jason grabbed Verity's arm and pulled her up the stairs to the backstage area. Stone remained for a moment, crouching and launching a spell at the 3. One of them grabbed his head and dropped to the ground. The other 2 staggered, but kept coming. "Come on, Al!" Jason yelled. Stone backed his way up the stairs, and Jason grabbed him and pulled him the rest of the way. "I wonder how many of them are in here," Jason said, ducking back to the side. "I don't want to shoot anybody unless I have to, but—" The remaining 2 gangers, apparently realizing that plunging madly up into the midst of a group containing at least one mage wasn't the wisest course of action, had slowed down now. Jason and the others could hear them working their way up the stairs. "We have to find the office," Stone said, "before Lucas gets wind that something's up and scarpers." "Come on!" Jason pointed behind them, toward where the actual stage was.
The curtain had long since rotted away. It hung in musty, shredded ribbons high above them.
"I'm guessing it's up front."
One of the gangers chose that moment to poke his head around the corner. Stone, who'd been waiting for just that, plugged him with a spell. They were rewarded with a grunt of pain and the sound of the other ganger retreating back down the stairs.
"Come on," Jason whispered again.
They hurried across to the front of the stage, staying in the shadows off to the left backstage area, and taking as much care as they could manage not to trip over the debris strewn on the wooden floor. The floor creaked ominously under their feet and sent up puffs of dust with every step. Jason hoped it hadn't rotted to the point where they risked falling through if they hit a bad spot. Stone was scanning the auditorium. There wasn't much light, so only vague shapes were visible.
"Most of the seats are gone, it looks like," he muttered. "Probably stolen over the years. We need to stay to the sides. If anyone's watching, they'll pick us off with ease in the middle."
"That's a long drop down," Jason said, pointing at the front part of the stage. "We can do it," Verity said. "Come on, let's do it before that other guy gets brave again." They moved forward cautiously, continuing to stay to the left. Soon, they reached the point where they'd have to break cover if they wanted to get down off the stage.
"All together, then," Stone said. "I'll try to conceal us, but don't count on it. Get to cover fast."
1, 2, 3, Jason whispered, and they jumped. They hit the ground and moved off to the left, and not a moment too soon. Gunfire erupted from somewhere ahead of them, and muzzle flashes appeared at the back part of the theater, high above the auditorium. "They're in the control booth," Stone yelled. "Move! We have to get to the back!" They moved, crouched low and running as fast as they could go in the darkness, while bullets pinged off the wall behind them. They didn't stop until they'd reached the back wall.
"We're under them," Stone said, puffing a little. "They won't stay up there long. Be ready."
"Where's the stairs up?" Jason demanded, looking around. "Other side. Has to be," Verity said. "I don't see him here."
"Might be inaccessible from here,"
Stone said, trying to look everywhere at once.
"I don't see the offices either. Must be upstairs as well."
"If there's only one exit from up there, we might have 'em cornered," Jason said, already moving.
"Don't count on it," Stone said.
"Got him!" yelled a voice from behind them. All three spun to see a group of 3 DMW gangers rounding the corner, just as they heard more footsteps from the direction in which they had been heading.
"Fuck! We're surrounded!"
Jason yelled, bringing the gun around to aim at the group in front of them.
Stone looked grim. "Deal with the group in front," he ordered. "I'll take care of the ones behind."
And before either of the other two could protest, he was off, back the way they'd come. Jason didn't like this at all, but he didn't have time to say anything about it. The front group of gangers was now rounding their own corner. There were 4 this time, and one of them had a gun. "Down, V!" he yelled, reaching around to shove her toward the door. Dropping into a crouch, he aimed his gun, allowing well-honed instincts and muscle memory from his time in the academy to take over. Focusing on the ganger with the gun, he squeezed off around. There was a deafening bang, and the ganger spun, dropping his gun and screaming in agony. Verity watched from the floor, wide-eyed, her hands clamped over her ears, then leaped back up again. The other 3 gangers hadn't stopped, though. They surged forward, yelling obscenities and pulling knives from their jackets. Verity was able to evict one of them before he reached them, and he too dropped as the evil left his body. The other 2 launched themselves at Jason, who pulled the trigger again. Click. Wildly, he glared down at the gun. He'd checked it. It had a full magazine. But his quick glance told him what he needed to know. The thing was in terrible repair and probably hadn't been cleaned or maintained in ages, if ever. He didn't have time to worry about it now, though. One of the gangers had his hands around his neck, and the other one was going for Verity. Enraged at the thought of these low-life scum touching his sister, he lashed out with his fist and caught the ganger in the stomach, then brought both hands together and forced them up between the ganger's arms. The punk's hold broke, giving Jason an opportunity to aim a heavy-booted kick right at his gut. The ganger staggered back, stunned, and Jason spun to face the other one. Verity was in trouble. She was obviously trying to do her mind push to cast out the evil, but the ganger in her face was playing hell with her concentration. She was backstepping, but the ganger was almost on top of her when suddenly he pitched forward and hit the ground with a crash at her feet, revealing Jason standing behind him, puffing, holding his gun by the barrel.
You okay?
He asked. She nodded quickly. Yeah, I couldn't...
It's okay, you're new at this. Come on, let's find out where Al got to.
But he'd forgotten about the stunned ganger. Jason, look out! Verity yelled, but too late. The ganger plowed into Jason from behind, taking both of them down. Jason hit the ground hard, but again his instincts took over and he rolled forward, pitching the ganger over his head and leaping back to his feet. I hear more of them, Verity yelled. Fuck! Jason spun sideways to keep both directions in sight at once. The formerly stunned ganger was getting up, and 3 others were coming around the same corner.
Do you see any guns?
Verity didn't answer. She was concentrating again, and this time it worked. One of the 3 stopped, screamed, and fell to the floor. The other 2 looked panicked, and then both of them went for Verity. Get the bitch! One yelled. Jason lunged forward and planted a fist right in the middle of the ganger's face. His nose exploded in a spray of blood, but he tried to keep coming. All of them were like madmen now. No! Verity yelled, and focused on the uninjured one. Like his friend, he clutched his head and fell down to his knees, not quite unconscious, but looking bewildered. Come on! Jason yelled, grabbing Verity's arm. He'd spotted a stairway up just around the corner. It must be the one that led up to the tech booth and offices above them. Wait, what about Dr. Stone? Verity protested. Jason looked around wildly, but didn't see the mage. He could hear the sounds of combat, though, back the way they'd come. He was about to turn around and sprint back in that direction when 2 more gangers came up the hall. He snatched the ganger's dropped gun, hoping it worked better than the one he'd been using, and dragged Verity up the stairs.
We should be able to see better from up there, he told her as she tried to protest again. The booth is open to the seats.
He had to hope that, with all the magical focus objects and doodads Stone had been making the past few days, he had enough punch to deal with the gangers, at least for a little while. The stairs this time were a proper stairway, not the metal skeleton version backstage. Jason took them 2 at a time, still gripping Verity's hand. At the top, he glanced around the corner to make sure no one was lying in wait for them, then shoved Verity behind him. One of the gangers, the one with the exploded nose, was still coming, flying up the stairs half-blinded from the blood. Jason kicked him in the chin and sent him rolling head over heels back down, where he landed against his bewildered, de-eviled friend and didn't move. What the fuck is going on? The bewildered ganger yelled to nobody in particular. I just want to get the hell away from these fucking loonies.
You know any other way out? Jason yelled, pointing the gun at him. Tell us and I won't shoot you.
The ganger's mouth hung open, his breath coming so hard his whole body was bucking. Just the club. The rest of it's sealed tight. They're fucking crazy. Without waiting to see if his answer was sufficient to keep Jason from shooting him, he ducked back around the stairs and took off. Jason didn't follow. Instead, he turned and hurried down the narrow space that was the tech booth. It was nearly empty now. The boards were still there, but they'd been long ago gutted of any electronics or anything else of value. The only other feature was a closed door halfway down the back wall, probably where the offices were located. Verity crouched in a threadbare folding chair, peering over the top of the half-height wall separating the booth from the auditorium.
See anything?
He asked. He took in the scene quickly. Narrow catwalks extended out from the booth on either side, crisscrossing high above the auditorium. The remnants of broken light fixtures still hung from them, but it was hard to tell if they were safe enough to trust. He hoped he wouldn't have to find out. They are underneath us, I think, she said, pointing. I can hear them, but... Jason was about to reconsider his reluctance to try out the catwalks, in hopes of getting out where he could see better, when suddenly a figure flew through the air down below and crashed in a heap in a pile of debris. The figure scrabbled to its feet, revealing itself to be a stunned ganger, and ran off into the darkness.
"What the—"
Jason began. Another dark figure vaulted over a small pile of broken wooden bits and faced back toward the area under the tech booth. It raised its hand, and what looked like blue lightning crackled around them, arcing back and forth between them. Jason and Verity, watching from above, saw by the lightning's flickering illumination that it was Stone. His face looked positively manic, his hair disheveled, his eyes burning with intensity. He roared something they couldn't understand and lashed out. The lightning flew from his hands and slammed into whatever was out of sight. There were 2 screams, and then silence.
"Holy shit," Jason breathed. "Remind me not to get on his bad side."
"Come on," Verity urged, pulling on his arm. "Let's get back down there and help him, and we still gotta find Lucas." Jason paused long enough to check that there wasn't a stairway on the other side. As far as he knew, the only way out of the upper floors was down the one they'd just come up, and then he hurried to follow his sister. He overtook her halfway down the stairs.
"Let me go first," he told her, "in case anybody's—"
As he reached the bottom, he sensed something in his peripheral vision off to his left. "Down!" he yelled, flinging himself sideways. His quick response most likely saved his life. He felt white, hot pain erupt across the upper part of his arm and spun around just in time to hear Verity scream, "No!" and see a ganger holding a knife drop, clutching his head. A quick glance at his arm told him the knife had found a target. Blood was already running down his sleeve. He couldn't worry about that now, though. A second ganger lunged toward him, trying to pin him to the wall. Jason lashed out with a kick, sending the kid careening back into the opposite wall with a grunt. But he quickly recovered and plowed back into Jason. Jason kept waiting for this one to slump down too, but he didn't. Maybe Verity's power had to have a brief time to recharge. In any case, he couldn't worry about that right now. The ganger had both of his arms pinned to the wall now. He was skinny and unhealthy looking, but he had the strength of a madman. Jason's injured arm was alight with pain. He had to do something fast, or— The ganger lurched sideways, roaring and spinning to face Verity, who'd just hit him over the head with a piece of broken wood. It wasn't enough to take him out, but it was enough to get his attention. Yelling obscenities, he raised his hand and moved toward her. Jason momentarily forgotten. "Bad decision, asshole," Jason yelled, clocking the enraged ganger with the butt end of his gun. The ganger staggered toward Verity, who, finally getting it together, grabbed both sides of his head and yelled, "Out!" The shimmering evil flew free and exploded, leaving the ganger in a heap. For a moment, both of them stood there, panting. Verity looked back and forth, then moved toward Jason. "He got you," she said. "Let me have a look at that." Jason, pale and still puffing, shook his head.
"We gotta find Al," he got out. "Can't stop."
"Screw that," she said. "He was doing fine, and you're not going to be any good to him or anybody if you bleed to death. We have a minute. Now off with that sleeve." She steered him over to a shadowy alcove. He sighed, reluctantly allowing himself to be steered, already shrugging out of his bloody jacket sleeve. His arm was on fire, streaked with blood running toward his hand. Verity quickly examined the wound. "It doesn't look too bad," she said. "I wish we had some antiseptic or something, but we don't, so we'll just have to make do. Tear off part of your t-shirt." He did as he was told, ripping several inches off the lower part of his black shirt and handing it over. She took it and wrapped it around the wound, tying off a crude but reasonably effective bandage. "That won't hold long," she said, "but hopefully it won't have to. Come on." They could still hear sounds of combat as they hurried around the hallway under the tech booth. They burst through the crazily hanging double doors leading to the auditorium, both looking wildly around, trying to spot gangers, Stone, or anybody else. It didn't take long to find Stone. He was off on the far right side of the auditorium, crouched behind another pile of debris. While Jason and Verity watched, he flung another bolt of energy at something unseen and was rewarded by a grunt of pain and a yelled obscenity. The two of them were poised to run out and join him, when suddenly a bright something flew down from above and hit the mage square in the chest. Jason and Verity could see a look of utter astonishment cross his face, right before he slumped to the floor.
Chapter 47. "Take him to the office," yelled a voice from the same direction where the bolt had originated. "I want him alive." "That guy's in the tech booth," Jason whispered, pointing up. "There must be access to the office from up there behind that door. Come on." He hurried along the wall over the right side, trying to get to Stone before the gangers did. But as soon as he stepped out from cover, shots rang out. One tore into the wall not a foot away from him. "Shit!" he called to Verity. "Stay down! They're on the stage!" Sure enough, he could see at least 3 gangers leaning out from cover in the backstage wings. Another muzzle flash bloomed, and another bullet hit the wall near him. He ducked and skittered back along the wall to join Verity on the other side of the door. "We have to get Al," he said.
"They'll have to go up the stairs," she said, "unless they have a back way in."
Jason nodded. "Come on, and be careful. Look sharp." They pushed back through the double doors into the hallway and started off to the right toward the stairs when 2 more gangers rounded the corner behind them. Verity's head whipped back and forth.
"Run for it, or fight?"
Jason swore. How many gangers did they have? It seemed like they had an unlimited supply, or more likely, the word was getting out and more were coming in through the club entrance. They needed to deal with this fast. He spun and fired an erratic shot toward the 2 gangers, who ducked back around the corner. There was no way he and Verity could make it to the other corner before the gangers could get a shot at them if they had guns. And already the gangers who had Stone had enough time to hustle him upstairs. "Go!" he told Verity. "Just to the corner. I'll cover you. Go now." She did as she was told. He felt her hand squeeze his good shoulder, and then she was off. A ganger poked his head around the corner. Jason fired another shot, and he ducked back. Jason began backpedaling toward Verity, keeping the gun trained on the space around the far corner. At least this one seemed to be working, but he only had a couple of rounds left and no extra magazines. "Anything?" he called softly back to Verity.
"Clear," she called back.
"Okay, go around. I'm coming now."
He sensed that he was only about 10 feet from the corner, and took the chance that if they'd had guns, they would have used them by now. He turned and sprinted the rest of the way, executing a quick turn around the corner. The stairway, empty now, lay ahead of them. "Come on," he said. "Let's go while it's clear." She started up the staircase, but almost immediately stopped short, causing Jason nearly to run into her. "Keep going," he snapped, still afraid that the 2 gangers would make their appearance, possibly with reinforcements by now, any second. "Wait," she called. She ducked down, scrabbling at something on the floor. "Be careful. Don't move. You'll step on it." Jason froze, wondering what she'd found. Another gun? A dead body, or part of one? One of those incendiary grenades the DMW seemed so fond of. He was grateful they didn't seem to be using them in here, given the fact that the whole building was made of old, dry wood. "What is it?" he demanded in a harsh whisper. She scooped something up and held it so he could see. It was the small crystal and wireframe cube Stone had been carrying. "The cage?" he whispered. "It must have fallen out of his pocket when they were carrying him," she said. "Or he dropped it on purpose," Jason said eagerly, heartened by the thought. If he had dropped it on purpose, it meant 2 things. He didn't want Lucas and his cronies finding it on him, and he was still alive. "Jason!" Verity yelled, pointing over his shoulder. He spun.
In his surprise at finding the cage, he had momentarily forgotten about the gangers, and they had taken that opportunity to make up lost ground. The two of them came pounding up the stairs, screaming and waving knives. Verity evicted one of them just as he reached her, shoving his unconscious body back where it smashed into his friend and took him tumbling down. Jason plugged him without a second thought. He was beyond caring about who he hurt at this point. His only objective now was to get to the office, rescue Stone, and deal with Lucas. Oh, and get the hell out of here and as far away as possible. That too. "Go, go, go!" Verity urged, already pounding the rest of the way up the stairs. "Wait!" Jason yelled. "What if there's—" "It's clear." She was already at the top. "Come on! We have to hurry. They won't be expecting us this soon." The tech booth was clear, except for a pile of ashes and clothing that used to be a ganger, one that hadn't been there last time they were there, on the ruined board. The door halfway down the back wall was closed. Verity grabbed the knob. "Shit, it's locked." "Back up," Jason ordered. It didn't look like a metal door, just a standard interior model. Verity stepped back and he wound up and kicked, just like they'd taught him. The door splintered away from the frame and flew open. Both he and Verity ducked off to the side in case anybody was waiting for them. Nobody was. The hallway beyond was deserted. There were two more doors, one on either side. "Which one?" Verity whispered. Jason was about to say he didn't know when he spotted something. A faint, flickering glow coming from beneath the one on the left. He pointed silently toward it, and she nodded. "Do we just break in?" she whispered. "Can we even do that?" Jason looked down at the gun in his hand. He double-checked it. Still only one more round. "Whatever we do, we gotta do it fast." No sound came from the other side of the door. Either it was soundproofed, or they just couldn't hear. Oddly, they couldn't hear any gangers coming up the stairs, either. Had they given up? That hardly seemed likely. He didn't have time to think about it now, though. Lucas and his people could be killing Stone as the two of them dithered over what to do. "Get ready," he told her. He rushed forward and kicked the office door open. It's amazing the amount of detail you can process in the space of 2 seconds. That was about the amount of time Jason had to notice the detail in the office. Stone, bound and unconscious on the floor, his overcoat with his magical items tossed in a far corner. A large desk, behind which stood a tanned, gray-haired man with movie star features twisted into a rictus of hatred. Another man, unassuming and mousy-looking, standing over Stone. The slumped dead form of another DMW ganger, his eyes fixed open in surprise nearby. A shimmering, glowing thing on the far side of the room, surrounded by flickering candles. A shimmering... Oh, fuck. "Holy shit! It's a portal!" Jason yelled. Verity pushed in past him. What are you—" Her eyes fell on the mousy-looking man and widened in shock. "Oh my God! Jason, that's the guy from the basement at the halfway house!" "Kill her!" screamed the man with the movie star looks. The man that Jason and almost every other person in America had seen for years, smiling out of them from TV talk shows, telethons, magazines, and billboards. "Kill the girl!" he yelled, in tones completely alien to the soothing, pleasant baritone with which he had interviewed entertainment royalty and addressed the country's social problems. "Verity, go!" Jason yelled. He was already swinging the gun around to cover the mousy man, who had to be the mage, and was thus the stronger threat at the moment. "You try it, asshole, and I'll plug you before you can get the spell off." "Wait!" A weak voice called from the floor off to Jason's left. Jason didn't take his eyes off the evil mage. "Al?" "Can't kill him," Stone got out with difficulty. "What the hell? Why not?" The evil mage was hovering there, obviously reluctant to make a move with Jason's gun trained on him.
Can't... Cage...
I have it! Verity yelled from the other side of the door. I picked it up. See? Jason said, still without turning. We can...
No, we can't.
Jason could hear Stone shifting in his bonds, and the mage's voice took on a strained urgency.
Only one must save.
Only one? What the hell are you... And then he realized what Stone meant. The cage was only built to hold one evil. If they killed the mage and evicted the evil from him, they'd either have to let it go free, to take up residence elsewhere, or capture it and have nothing in which to capture the evil possessing Lucas.
Shit!
He yelled.
Al, what?
And that was when he made his mistake. The shock of what Stone had said caused Jason to turn toward him as he spoke. It was only for a split second, but that was all it took for the man driven by a panicked and alien force to take his chance. The evil-possessed mage leaped forward, faster than one would have thought it possible for such a small and unassuming man to do, and clamped his hands on Jason's shoulders. "Now you die," he whispered, his burning gaze locked on Jason's. He leaned forward, as if in expectation, and nothing happened. Jason had no idea what the man had been trying to do, but he didn't let him get another chance. The man was off balance, obviously shocked that whatever he'd been attempting hadn't worked as planned. All at once, Jason had a crazy idea. An insane idea. An idea that couldn't possibly work, and yet... Roaring with rage, ignoring the throbbing pain in his arm and the fact that it was bleeding again, Jason flung his arms around the man and bull-rushed him forward, straight toward the portal. At the last moment, the evil mage realized what Jason was doing. He screamed, struggling madly in his captor's grip, but Jason was stronger. "No, you fool!" he yelled. "You don't know what you're—" Jason let go, shoving him forward. For a moment, he teetered, arms flailing almost comically as he made a desperate attempt to regain his balance. His thin hand locked around Jason's wrist as he went over backward. Jason planted his feet, suddenly fearful. If he went over too, if he touched that thing... And then Verity was there behind him, grabbing him around the middle. The evil mage overbalanced, and his tenuous grip loosened. His screams echoed around the room, and then his head broke the shimmering surface of the portal, and the screams silenced as if someone had hit a switch. The rest of him followed. The portal flickered crazily like a TV set that couldn't tune in a station. It crackled, and then the swirling surface roiled and surged. Verity staggered back, shaking, trying to get as far away from the portal as she could.
"You fool,"
Stone said faintly from the floor. He was trying to struggle up, but his bonds were preventing him from doing so.
"What the hell is going on?"
Jason demanded, his gaze darting back and forth between Stone and Gordon Lucas.
"They've tried to construct a temporary portal,"
Stone said. He looked pale, and he was bleeding from a cut on his head, but he appeared to be gaining strength.
"It's failing."
Chapter 48.
"Oh, fuck,"
Jason breathed.
"What happens if it fails?"
He didn't get a chance to answer before Gordon Lucas spoke.
"You won't leave here alive," he said.
His voice sounded calmer now, and Jason could definitely hear the beloved talk show host and philanthropist behind the mad words the thing inside him was saying.
"The others will be here soon. Even if you kill me, you know I won't be truly dead. It will be unfortunate to lose this vessel. It served me well, and it will be difficult to find another that will be as suitable. But no matter. A temporary setback at best. And now I've got all three of you here."
"Al?" Jason sounded urgent. "The portal?"
"If it goes,
It'll take out most of this building, Stone said. He glared at Lucas. Including you. Not just the vessel, all of you. Lucas grinned, showing large, white, capped teeth, and somehow making the handsome face look macabre. How little you know, mage. Just keep talking. They'll be here soon. Jason glanced toward the door. Where were the DMW? Why hadn't they come? Why couldn't he hear anything outside? You might as well put that gun down, boy. You aren't going to use it on me, and we both know it. Like hell, Jason snapped, not lowering the pistol from where he had it aimed at Lucas's heart. You make a move, I'll blow you away. No, you won't, or you'd have already done it, Lucas said. A failing of your kind. You always want to preserve the vessel. Don't you see that this is all you're good for? To be vessels? Yeah, talk it up, scumbag, Jason said. He'd noticed that even Lucas now seemed to be casting furtive glances toward the door, as if he, too, were wondering where his backup was. We got time. Without turning, he said to Verity, V, can't you— Trying, she muttered, her voice thick with frustration. Stone was silent. Jason could see him past Lucas, and he looked like he'd passed out again. That wasn't good. Ah, yes, Lucas said. I should deal with you. I don't know where you got that annoying power of yours, but I really can't let you keep it. You've caused me and the others far too much inconvenience. He rose from behind the desk and smiled at Jason. Go ahead and shoot me if you want to. Even if you wound me and I don't die right away, your mage friend is right. That portal is going to lose its structural integrity soon, now that you've killed the only one who can control it. Do you want to take the chance that I'll survive, even if this vessel doesn't? He moved around the desk and looked at Verity. You, however, are different. I need to ensure that you don't get out of here alive. No more inconvenient escapes for you. He stood over her and smiled. And your fear as you die will make me stronger. That's the best part. He stepped forward. Stone, directly behind him and far from unconscious, lashed out with his bound feet, catching Lucas hard in the backs of his knees. The evil roared something in a language that none of them understood, pitching forward toward Verity, reaching out with his arms toward her. "No!" Verity yelled. She closed her eyes and pushed with everything she had. Her effort was clear. This was no simple ganger. Lucas's handsome face contorted into ugliness, something inside him struggling against her. Jason watched in horror as his features twisted and became inhuman. He heard something crack. When blood appeared at the man's mouth, he realized that Lucas must have been clenching his teeth so hard that he'd broken them, or maybe his jaw. Verity's face was screwed up in concentration, sweat beads bursting out on her forehead. "You get the fuck out!" she screamed, emphasizing her words by pushing out physically with her hands on his chest. Lucas screamed too. It was a sound unlike any of the three of them had ever heard, an inhuman, alien sound of rage and agony and shock. His hands flew up and clutched at his head, his nails ripping the tanned skin, which sprouted blooming, bloody wounds in their wake. He looked like he was trying to pull off his own face. Then his whole body went rigid and he fell backward, crashing into the desk. The old wood broke and splintered into a heap of cracked debris, Lucas's twitching body in the midst of it. And something broke free of it and flew upward. It wasn't an indistinct ball of white mist like the evicted gangers had ejected. This one glowed a sickening reddish-purple hue, bright as a light bulb, but somehow not illuminating the rest of the room. It looked like a small, unhealthy sun hovering there in the air, appearing for the moment to be disoriented. Jason was not idle. He leapt across the room, pulling out his knife and getting behind Stone.
The mage had been bound with plastic zip ties. Jason sliced through the one holding Stone's hands behind his back, and he pushed himself up to a sitting position while Jason worked on his feet.
"Quickly!" Stone yelled to Verity. "Before it escapes! Cage!"
Verity, momentarily shocked by what she'd seen, recovered her senses. Fumbling inside her jacket, she pulled the little apparatus out and tossed it to Stone, who deftly caught it. Shaking free of the bonds Jason had cut from his feet, he struggled up and held the cage aloft near the hovering form. Breathing hard, he began reciting an incantation in the same odd language Jason had heard him use before. His eyes were fixed on the evil, unblinking and intense. The glowing ball obviously had some knowledge of what was in store for it. It tried to make a break for it, first heading toward the door, and then changing directions abruptly and darting toward the portal, which was now rolling and surging with alarming frequency. It moved toward Jason, then toward Verity, who glared at it and waved it away. Then finally it began to move, slowly and with great protest, toward Stone and the cage he held. It looked like the world's strangest tug-of-war match, or like an odd fisherman trying to land an even odder fish. The glowing ball would draw closer, then move away a bit. Each time, though, the distance it pulled away was a little smaller than the distance it was pulled toward Stone. Closer and closer it got to the cage, its light flaring first purple, then red, then a clashing mix of the two. If it were possible for a glowing ball of energy to panic, then it was quite clear that was what this one was doing. Stone's arms shook with the strain of focusing his will on the ball. He was fixed on it, and nothing else. So was Jason, until he smelled something burning. He allowed himself a quick second glance to the side, and what he saw made his blood freeze. The force of Lucas's body crashing into the desk and destroying it had sent chunks of dry, rotting wood off to the side, knocking over two of the candles near the portal. A small blaze was forming, fueled by the dry wood of the floor and the desk.
"Al!" he yelled. "Hurry it up!"
He snatched up the first thing he could get his hands on, Stone's coat, and threw it over the flames, trying to smother them. It was too late for that, though. The coat caught fire, and the flames began to spread.
"No! Jason!"
Verity wailed.
"The crystals!"
Too late, Jason realized that all of the crystals and other objects Stone had created to help him channel magic had been in his coat. He tried to grab it back, but the fire was already flaring up around it.
"Al!"
he yelled again. It wasn't clear whether Stone had heard his words or noticed the loss of his items, but something in Jason's urgency must have gotten through. He tightened his grip on the cage, gritted his teeth, and leaned forward, passing the little construct through the seething mass of purple and red. Something screamed, more in their minds than an actual physical sound, and then the glowing ball blinked out of existence, reappearing in miniature form inside the cage. Stone dropped to his knees, puffing and pale, his head bowed. He stuffed the cage into his pocket. Verity grabbed his arm and tugged.
"Come on," she urged. "We gotta go. I don't know what that thing in the corner is, but it doesn't look healthy, and the place is on fire."
Those last words finally seemed to reach him. With effort, he dragged himself to his feet.
"Let's go," he agreed. "Where's my—"
His gaze fell on his jacket, which was blazing merrily now. His expression hardened, but there was nothing to be done about it now.
"No matter. We have to get out of here before that portal blows. Or we burn to death," Jason muttered. "Let me take point, in case there are any more gangers out there. With any luck, it'll take a while for the fire to spread, and we can find another way out. How long before the portal goes, Al? Do you have any idea?"
Stone sighed.
"No way to know. From the look of it, maybe 15 minutes, if we're lucky."
He hurried out behind Jason.
"Wait,"
Verity said suddenly, when they were out in the hall and about to shut the door.
"What?"
Jason was trying not to panic, but it was getting harder.
"What about Lucas? He's still in there, and he's not evil anymore.
Oh, crap.
This was one of those times when Jason really hated having an overdeveloped conscience.
Crap. We can't just leave him.
He was already spinning around to head back in. Stone followed, with Verity bringing up the rear. Lucas was conscious again, and standing near the fallen DMW ganger. He was unsteady on his feet. His face was bleeding from where the evil had torn at it, and his expression was one of abject horror. He held a gun loosely in one hand.
"Don't shoot!"
Jason yelled.
"We gotta get you out of here."
Out? Lucas seemed to be barely aware that he was talking to anyone. Tears ran down his face, joining with the blood and staining his expensive suit. His gaze traveled around the room, taking in the portal, the dead ganger, the growing fire.
My dear God, what have I done?
His voice was a dead monotone, his eyes haunted.
Mr. Lucas.
Jason took a step forward, not taking his eyes off the gun in the man's hand.
Just...
Stone came up alongside him.
"He's not coming, Jason,"
he said gently. He looked at Lucas, and some understanding seemed to pass between the two of them. He touched Jason's arm.
"Come on, let's go."
"But—" Lucas raised the gun, but not to point it at Jason or Stone. Instead, he raised it at his own head.
"I'm so sorry,"
he said softly.
"No!"
yelled Jason, diving forward. But it was too late. The gun went off, taking the side of Lucas's head with it. Blood and brains and perfectly coiffed silver hair flew out, staining the walls and, even more sickeningly, speckling the miasmic surface of the failing portal and slowly absorbing through and disappearing. Jason stared in shock, moving closer to Stone in an effort to shield Verity from the sight. For once, she didn't protest. Lucas's body crashed, twitching to the floor for the last time, the flames licking at his legs and igniting his suit. "Guys, come on!" Verity urged, near hysteria, grabbing each one of them by the arm and tugging. "We have to go!" As one, the two men turned and hurried after her.
"How are we going to get out?"
Jason said, scanning the area ahead of them for gangers.
"We can't go through the club, and we still got to go back for the prisoners."
"If they're still alive," Stone said. He was staggering a bit, as was Jason, but they both moved as fast as they could down the stairs. Jason half expected to see gangers any second, but so far all they encountered were bodies, unconscious or dead, of those they'd already dispatched. Jason, and his overactive conscience, felt a twinge of regret that there was no way they'd be able to get them out. After all, it hadn't exactly been their fault that they'd been possessed by extra-dimensional horrors. But there was no helping it. If they found a way out and the place hadn't gone up yet by the time he got Verity out safely, he'd consider coming back in for them. Otherwise, all bets were off. By the time they reached the ground floor and hurried down the hallway toward the shop and where they'd left the former captives, they could already smell smoke.
"I don't think we have too long," Jason said. "I know smoke rises, but this place is in bad shape. That whole second floor section, the whole fucking roof could come down once that fire takes hold."
He raised his voice as they reached the understage area.
"Come on out, you guys," he yelled. "We gotta get out of here, fast!"
A few seconds passed, and then the bedraggled group of former captives came out, picking their way out through the debris, led by the Forgotten Man. All of them looked considerably less shell-shocked and terrified than they had when Jason, Stone, and Verity had left them there.
"What happened?"
the bearded man asked.
"Can we go now? Is it safe? I smell something." "The place is on fire," Jason said. "We have to get out fast. Did you see any gangers?"
"We took out a couple of them," the bearded man said, looking proud. "They didn't see us, and we took a chance."
"How are we getting out?" asked one of the women, frightened. "Did you say the place was on fire?" "I can smell the smoke, too," said the boy.
"Al!" Jason spoke up. "The crystal you gave him. Can you—"
Stone shook his head.
"It's tuned for concealment, not combat. It won't—" He didn't get to finish, as the air was filled with yelling voices and pounding footsteps. "There they are!" one voice cried. "Get 'em!" Everyone spun toward the voices in time to see 3 gangers skid to a stop at the top of the metal staircase above them. 2 reached in their jackets. "Die, fuckers!" yelled one. Jason reacted instinctively, firing at the one who'd yelled with his last round, while shoving Verity to the side behind a large broken light fixture and diving on top of her. "Down!" he screamed, unable to stop the second ganger before he flung something into the midst of the group. Stone reacted fast, grabbing the arm of the nearest prisoner, the Forgotten Man, and launching the 2 of them forward to roll under one of the wooden workbenches. The rest of the homeless group wasn't so lucky. The incendiary grenade hit the ground between them and exploded, and suddenly the air was full of agonized shrieks and the smell of burning flesh and hair as the remaining former captives caught the brunt of the grenade's effect. The hallway lit up with flames, fanned further as the terrified, dying people ran around in a desperate and futile attempt to outrun the inferno. Verity screamed, shoving her way out from under Jason, to get to them, to do something, anything to help. She glared at one of the gangers and evicted his evil with barely a thought. The remaining ganger, seeing now that by tossing the grenade where he did, he'd cut off his only escape route, stood for a moment in indecision at the top of the stairs. Stone rolled out from under the workbench and plugged him with a spell, staggering back into the wall and sagging against it. The ganger dropped off the edge and crashed to the ground, his clothes catching fire too. "Al!" Jason screamed, scrambling back to his feet and yanking Verity up with him. "What do we do?" His head jerked madly around, looking for an escape route, wanting to help the dying people, but knowing he couldn't. He had never felt so impotent, and now their one last desperate escape route, the tunnel back to the club, was engulfed in flames. Above them, they heard faint popping sounds, followed by a muffled crash. The smoke and the stench of burning bodies filled the area. "What do we do?" Stone was breathing hard, coughing, obviously trying to keep it together despite the fact that he was almost as panicked as Jason was. "The doors," he said, pointing at the firmly chained metal double doors. "They're locked, Al. No way I can break that down." "Can you break it?" Verity demanded to Stone. She, too, was coughing from the smoke, her eyes streaming. "With magic? Stone started to say something, then obviously realized he had no other choice but to try. He took a few steps in the direction of the doors, braced himself against the back wall, and focused his gaze on the door. His eyes were streaming too, and his head wound was bleeding down his face. Angrily, he brought his arm up and swiped the smoke-induced tears away, then put both hands together and pointed them at the door. The lock rattled, then fell back with a thud. The doors didn't move. Stone slumped back against the wall, white and shaking. "I can't do it," he breathed, coughing. "Without some sort of focus. They're all gone, Al. You have to—" Jason stopped. "Wait. Al, you said you can use people, right? To power spells?" Stone stared at him. "What?" Then he shook his head. "No, I won't do it. I don't have the control." "You have to do it," Jason yelled. "You don't have any other choice. If you don't do it, we're all dead." He leapt across the hall and grabbed Stone's shoulders, getting right up in his face and shaking him. The flames were getting closer, the smoke thicker. Around them the wooden building cracked and popped. Jason thought he heard another explosion upstairs. "Damn it, Al, do it! Use me as a power source and get that door open!" Stone glared at him for another couple of seconds, and then something hardened in his eyes. "God damn you, Jason," he snarled, half sobbing. His hands came up, and with surprising strength he spun Jason around, gripping his shoulder in a vice-like grasp with one hand, while focusing both his gaze and his other hand on the door. Verity and the Forgotten Man watched,
horrified, nearly heedless of the fire now. They obviously knew that this was their last chance, and one way or another it would all be over soon. For a moment, nothing happened. Jason felt Stone's hand shaking as it grasped his shoulder. He forced his eyes shut and concentrated as hard as he could on giving whatever power he had to Stone to use. He didn't care if he died now, drained of all his vitality, if it meant getting that door open and getting his sister and the others out safely. The sacrifice would be worthwhile. An absurd thought flitted through his mind.
"You can't say I never gave you anything now, V."
Stone barked out a command, thundering it at the top of his lungs and nearly deafening Jason. Instantly, a loud boom split the air, drowning out the sounds of the fire, the moans of the dying, the muffled explosions. Jason's eyes flew open in time to see a massive bolt of glowing, magical energy arc out from Stone's hand and hit the door. The lock hissed and deformed, and cracked open like it wasn't even there, the heavy chains dropping away like two dead snakes. "Go, go, go!" Verity cried in near panic, throwing herself against the right side door's exit bar. It flew open, and she nearly fell over in her rush to get outside. The fire flared brighter with the new influx of oxygen from outside, licking at their clothes and singeing their skin. Stone's hand dropped from Jason's shoulder. Stunned, Jason looked down at himself in amazement. He wasn't hurt, not aside from his bleeding arm and all the other bumps and cuts and bruises he'd taken inside the building. Whatever Stone had done to him, the thing that, under the best of circumstances, was supposed to drain him of his vitality to the point where he'd take days to recover, hadn't even made him dizzy. What the hell? Stone had recovered his senses sufficiently to shove him hard in the back. "Outside!" he ordered. The Forgotten Man was already in motion, too, casting a quick, regretful glance back toward the burning forms of his former companions, before ducking outside the door. Jason allowed himself to be shoved, and in a moment the four of them stood, pale and shocked, in the cold night air. Far away they could hear the sounds of sirens. Someone must have seen the fire and reported it. Jason was breathing hard, coughing, bent over with his hands on his knees.
"Holy crap! That was close,"
he got out between breaths. Stone ignored him. "You!" he snapped at the Forgotten Man. He was white as death, barely able to get words out. "Focus! Concealment!" He thrust out an impatient hand. Fortunately, the man seemed to make sense of his ravings. Reaching in the pocket of his ragged jacket, he pulled out the crystal Stone had given him before and dropped it into the mage's hand. Stone muttered something over it and then started moving.
"Come on,"
he said, without waiting to see if they followed.
"We don't want to be nearby when the place blows."
The four of them made it halfway down the block on the other side of the building, away from the club, when the top front part of the theater building imploded with a crash that shook the area like a minor earthquake. The entire front end of the building collapsed in on itself, sending up choking plumes of thick dust and smoke into the night sky. Flames shot up from the front end to mingle with those that were steadily consuming the back part of the building, joined briefly by shafts of weird, flickering, multicolored light that winked out in mere seconds. The sirens were getting closer. Jason sagged back against the side of a building and just watched the theater burn. He kept shaking his head, unable to form a coherent thought. Verity watched the building too, tears streaming down her cheeks for which the smoke and fire couldn't take full credit. The Forgotten Man, shaking and confused, merely stood there and stared at nothing in a state of near catatonia. And Stone, staggered from exhaustion, watched Jason, an odd expression in his eyes that nobody else noticed. They all stayed that way for a long time, hiding in plain sight, as the fire trucks and police cars and the media vans and gawkers moved into what had been nearly deserted streets. Chapter 49.
If the proprietors of the upscale steakhouse in Palo Alto had any issues with the strange collection of individuals who trooped up into their private second-floor meeting room the following night, they didn't mention them. Given the large sum of money the organizer of the event had paid them to provide a lavish dinner and otherwise stay out of the way as much as possible, they contented themselves with hoping that the group would at least remain back there and stay away from the rest of the clientele. Stone had been unusually quiet for the remainder of the previous night, as they'd managed, eventually, to hail a taxi and ridden back to their hotel suite in San Francisco, and equally quiet on the drive back to their house in Mountain View. They'd given the forgotten man a ride to the area where he last remembered seeing his friends. They were able to follow the chalked signs and reunite him with a small group of ragged men and women who were shocked and surprised to see him. Stone, Jason, and Verity didn't remain to swap stories. Stone just gave him a little cash with a nod of thanks, then just as silently went back to the car and waited for Jason and Verity to join him. Jason and Verity didn't bother him. They, too, weren't feeling much like talking, reeling from all the shocks of the evening. They simply sat and stared out the window as the lights of the freeway flashed past. Jason was astonished that anything as normal as traffic could be happening around them after what they'd been through. He wondered if anything would ever be normal again. He knew that the screams of the dying, burning people in the building would haunt him for years to come, and his mind wouldn't stop going over ways in which he could possibly have saved them. Saved the boy, at least. Verity seemed to know what was on his mind, for at one point during the drive over, her hand had crept across the seat and settled on his. He'd smiled faintly at her, but said nothing. The next day passed in a blur. They tended their wounds, slept a lot, though fitfully, and waited with trepidation for the phone call that would indicate that someone had seen them near the theater building, that the police wanted to talk to them, that somebody had spotted Stone doing magic. But the call didn't come, and as the day went on they began to relax just a bit. Stone had disappeared for an hour at midday. Jason didn't ask him where he went, but when he returned, he announced that they had a dinner engagement that evening. Jason suspected he knew what it was about, but again didn't ask. It was a strange feeling, and he thought both Stone and Verity shared it, that it wasn't time to talk about it yet. He wasn't sure what they were waiting for, but perhaps this evening would reveal it. When they arrived at the steakhouse and spotted Lamar, Marilee, and the rest of the forgotten group huddling outside near the back of the parking lot, dressed in shabby but clean clothes, he knew he was right. Now, they all sat in the wood-paneled room, the kind of room where business deals and decisions affecting thousands of people were made over cocktails, staring down at the plates of appetizers the tuxedo-clad waiters were placing in the middle of the long table. And they waited. Of Lamar's group, only Lamar himself looked like he'd ever been inside a place like this. The others shifted in their seats and clearly felt out of their element. Jason, nursing a beer and feeling out of place himself, wanted to force Stone to speak. But he knew the mage would do it in his own time. Stone didn't say anything until the waiters had finished bringing the appetizers and drinks. When the door closed behind them, he looked around the table. "Please," he said, his voice oddly soft. "Eat. Enjoy." Tentatively, the others began passing around the dishes. "Dr. Stone," Lamar said at last, "is it over? Is that why you've asked us here?" Stone stared down at his plate. He hadn't joined in partaking of the food yet, though he had already polished off half a large drink. He sighed. "No, it's not over, not completely, but it's a good start, at least for a while." He looked over across the table. "Jason, if you would be so kind?" Jason wasn't sure what he meant for a moment, but the Forgotten were all starting to ask questions now, and he realized what Stone wanted. The mage still didn't want to talk,
to explain, to answer questions yet. He nodded. Yeah.
With Verity's help, he explained to the Forgotten what had happened. Their voices shook as they got to the part about the fire. By mutual agreement, following a quick glance at Stone, they didn't mention anything about the failed portal. All around the table, tears sprang to the Forgotten group's eyes as Jason told them about the ones who didn't make it out.
"How horrible! How horrible!" Marilee sobbed,
fumbling in her single tote bag for a tissue.
"I can't believe it," Lamar said softly, shaking his head. "Gordon Lucas. I don't think any of us ever suspected. He must have used non-evil to run his events, or someone would have noticed."
"No doubt," Stone said, speaking for the first time. "I doubt they'll be able to identify his body in that wreckage, but I suspect the evil involvement in that organization confined itself to the upper echelons. It was brilliant, really, giving them access to the very people they wanted to destroy without causing any suspicion. I'm quite surprised he didn't get hold of more of your people."
"He'd have to be careful," Marilee said. "Forgotten look out for each other. If too many of us started to disappear, especially after attending one of his events, the groups would get suspicious."
She sniffed, wiping her eyes with her tissue.
"But with him gone now—"
Jason sighed.
"I don't think it'll stop it completely. The DMW is still out there, though I guess fewer of them now, and without their leaders, they might go back to being disorganized again."
He shrugged and looked at Stone questioningly.
"You're still not safe,"
Stone said, his normally animated tone still sounding dulled. "But I think for a while you're safer, until another one of those things shows up to fill the vacuum. But who knows how long that will take? Who knows if there even is another one? There are so many things about them that we don't know." He had already explained to Jason and Verity earlier that he had put the cube in a safe location where he could keep an eye on it to see how long it took the spirit inside to die. But there was no need to go into that kind of detail here. The waiters arrived again shortly to begin bringing the main course, and for a while everyone was silent again as they ate. The Forgotten, faced with the best meal any of them had ever eaten, polished off the food with gusto. Jason, Verity, and Stone, still haunted by the images from the previous night, merely picked, though both Stone and Jason ordered second drinks. When things began to wind down and the waiters returned to pick up the plates, Jason leaned over to Stone.
"Can I talk to you for a couple minutes?"
Stone nodded, getting up. The banquet room had a small balcony for guests who smoked. He led Jason out there and stood staring out over the back parking lot, waiting. Jason took a deep breath.
"Are you okay, Al?"
"Why do you ask?"
"You've been acting weird since last night."
Stone raised an eyebrow at him. "Haven't we all?"
"Al?"
Stone sighed, staring down at his hands.
"I've been thinking about what happened."
"What?"
"About how I got that door open."
Jason rolled his eyes.
"I'm fine. I know you didn't want to do it, but if you didn't, we'd all be dead. It was worth it."
Now Stone turned to face him. He had that burning, intense thing going on with his eyes again. "Don't you see, Jason? That's the thing. You're fine."
"You're being cryptic again. Spit it out. What's going on?"
"I could have killed you, but I didn't, and it wasn't because I had the control. I didn't have it. Something protected you, Jason," he said, reaching out to grip his shoulders. "If what I think is true, it's amazing. Unprecedented."
"What?"
Jason tried and failed to keep the frustration from his voice. "Don't you see? If this wasn't a fluke, some sort of anomaly, it means it's possible for you to power magic without suffering psychic drain. And that—" he shook his head. "That is astonishing. There's no other word for it." Jason stared at him.
"No way," he said. "Can't be."
Something came back to him from last night.
"Wait a sec. I know it can't be. I think that's what the evil mage guy tried to do to me. Remember, he went for me right before I shoved him through that portal? He tried something, but it didn't work. He looked freaked out, like he was amazed it didn't work. That's how I caught him off guard. Stone's intense gaze was fixed on him. That's what happened? I was a bit out of things at the time. He tried to... Jason nodded. Yeah, I think so. I can't think what else he was trying to do. He stopped, because Stone's expression had just gone strange. Al? Jason, can I try just a small experiment? It might hurt a bit, but if I'm right about this, it won't. Sure? Stone took a deep breath. He reached out and gripped Jason's arm, focusing his gaze on one of the potted plants that stood guard on either side of the balcony. Work with me here, he murmured. If you sense anything, don't fight it. He stared at the plant for a moment, and after a few seconds it exploded with a soft whoosh and disappeared. He spun to face Jason. How do you feel? He demanded, urgency in his tone. I feel fine. Why? Stone nearly sagged, having to grasp the balcony rail for balance. Jason grabbed his arm. Are you okay? Did casting the spell? No. Stone was breathing hard, his eyes alight with some sort of mad energy. Jason! Again he gripped Jason's shoulders, shaking him with intensity. It worked. What worked? But then it clicked. His own gaze locked on Stone's. You mean I can be a spell energy battery and it won't hurt me? Stone took a moment to get himself together before answering, I think so, Jason, and I think you have to want it, which means that nobody can do it to you against your will. Excitement rose in his voice. It must be your mother. You're not a mage, you can't be, but she must have given you this. And it didn't hurt your soul to do it? Jason demanded, fighting his way past how absurd that sentence sounded when exposed to the air. Stone shook his head. I don't think so. That was powerful magic last night, more powerful than anything I've done without a ritual, and I feel fine. I feel right. He took more deep breaths. Jason, I don't know if you want to continue with this. I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to just leave this whole area behind you and forget you ever saw any of this. You can, if you want to, but if you don't want to, if you want to stay here and help me, we could be quite a team. The evil are still here. We've not gotten rid of them yet. To do that, we need to find out where they came from, and that's what I'm planning to do. Jason stared at him, stunned. Truth be told, he hadn't given any thought at all to what he was going to do now that this was over. He had begun to think it would never be over, so he'd never have to worry about the future. But now, did he even want to go back home to Ventura and resume his safe, boring life of freelance mechanic jobs and Friday night bar fights? Before you answer that, came a new voice from the doorway. You might want to hear something. Both men turned. Verity stood there, leaning against the frame, watching them. Jason had no idea how long she'd been there, how much she'd heard. V? She didn't address Jason, though. She addressed Stone. You said before I could pick somebody to train me for magic. Will you do it, Dr. Stone? I don't want to go back home. There's nothing for me there. I don't think there ever was after what happened to me. I want to stay here and learn magic and help track down the evil and get rid of it. You know I can help. And if you teach me how to control this ability of mine better, then I'll never have to worry about them. Jason's eyes widened. V, It's not your decision, Jason, she said, softly but firmly. I'm 18 in a month. This is what I want to do. You can either stay here too, or you can go back home. I hope you'll stay, but even if you don't, I am. I've made up my mind. She looked at Stone. So, will you? Stone didn't answer for a long moment. He looked at Jason, then at the pot that had formerly held the disintegrated plant, and finally at Verity. I don't know, he said at last. I had an apprentice once, a few years ago. It didn't end well.
She frowned. What do you mean?
He died, and it was partly my fault.
How was it your fault?
Stone sighed. I thought all I had to do was teach him magic. I barely paid any attention to him as a person. He got into some trouble he never would have done if I'd been doing my proper job.
You're not going to do that to me, she said. She punched Jason in the arm. And besides, I've got Big Brother hovering over me. You think he's going to let me do anything stupid?
He considered. It won't be easy, he said at last. I was trained in the old style, and that's what I teach. No slapdash methods, no quick fixes. If I take you on, you'll work harder than you ever did in your life. I've been told I'm quite the taskmaster, and I've been on my own for so long that you'll probably find me very difficult to get on with after you've gotten over the novelty of it all.
Verity grinned. You won't make me do your laundry, will you? Or call you master? Stone's eyebrow quirked up.
And if I did?
She paused. I guess maybe, all things considered, it'd be worth it. But you better watch out once I'm fully trained. I'm going to give you a run for your money. For the first time in a long time, Stone smiled too.
I don't doubt it, my friend. I don't doubt it at all.
Jason looked back and forth between the two of them and sighed. As usual, he knew the choice he was about to make, even though he wasn't completely sure he liked it. And even when compared to everything they'd been through in the past few weeks, he suspected life was about to get very interesting. This has been The Forgotten, Alastair Stone Chronicles Volume 2. Written by R.L. King. Performed by Will M. Watt. Copyright 2012 to 2013 by R.L. King. Production copyright 2017 by R.L. King. The music is Interloper by Kevin MacLeod at Incompetech.com. Licensed under a Creative Commons by Attribution 3.0 license. creativecommons.org/licenses/by/3.0.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.